I approach this from a very tactical standpoint, right? And we can assess all of those, and we can develop leaders. As a matter of fact, that's what we do, right? Let me just very quickly, the other sets of competencies, and then I'll talk about my book, is the second set of competencies, and this is critical, and the stuff that Joseph and Jim talked about. So it's about self-regulation and well-being, right? It's about taking care of your brain. It's about taking care of your body. It's about waking up in the morning and not jumping on that phone because you lose control of your day. You lose control of this, right? So and there's data out there that says when you are in a more parasympathetic state, right? So calm state, you are more creative, you make better decisions, right? So it's that. And then the third, and I love that Jim mentioned one of his C's, community. It's about authentic relationships and community. You got to be real. You got to be real. You can't expect as a leader in today's world to have all the answers. You've got to build a community around you, right? So those are the competencies or the behaviors that I'm finding are really critical as leaders move forward and lead today.
Yeah.
The book. Thank you for asking. Yeah,
of course.
The book is called the book, which I published in January. You can see it right back over here. It's called The Fulfillment Revolution: From Empty Achievements to Prosperity with Purpose. Very intentional words. What I find is working with high performers and overachievers, that they reach a certain point where they begin to ask themselves a series of questions like, is this who I am? Or is this really worth it? Or what the heck? And so this book is written to say you can continue to achieve success at that high level and even more success without making the sacrifices that most of us make along the way, whether it's in our relationships or our health and wellness. And at the end of the day, it really is about designing a life that you've really worked so hard to build. Our generations we're not retiring. We've redefined that word.
Right.
I mean, both of you and I are in second, third careers, right?
Yep.
And I think we continue to do this until, another 10 or 15 years, most likely, right?
Yeah.
And we want to do something that is aligned with our purpose, our passions, our expertise. And that's what this book is all about. So it's very much science-based. It was quite cathartic to write it. It took me about 6 months. I had a coach, and she did an amazing job. So yeah, that's the book, and thank you for asking about that.
Of course. I think the thing is, because the book is part of who you are. The book is an extension. We call it an extension.
Yeah.
Right. It's an extension, and it's a way people get to, because the two calling cards everybody out there right now is having a book, is actually the podcast is the other calling card. So those are the ones people are really looking at. So if you're out there wondering, what should I do? Why rule out one for the other? And that really becomes a sort of that thing. And to make it really simple, start your podcast, translate it, you 10 podcasts, you got 10 chapters of your book. But there's so many ways to do this. And I think as you're creating this, you're changing that mindset. So what is one thing, I love this question, but the audience loves it too. What is one thing you could leave our audience today that they can just say, oh, if I don't remember anything else, this Mr. Craig Bruce guy gave me something to do?
Okay. All right. I got that. I was prepared for this one, Michael. I'm going to preface it by saying the most important and also the most difficult person you'll ever lead is yourself, I believe. And to lead and be the leader that, you want to impact and influence others, you need to own your morning. And that means begin with a morning ritual that looks something like this. Wake up. Do not jump on this thing. Right? Hydrate yourself with water before you drink any kind of caffeine. Wake up and ask yourself a couple of questions. Who am I going to be today? What is it that will move me forward toward my goals? And what am I grateful for? And then get out, get some sunlight, and move your body. And I love that Joseph McClendon includes in his morning ritual, look at yourself in the mirror and say, I love you. So I think that's something that someone can wake up and do tomorrow. Own your morning.
That is fantastic. The great thing about that is we used to do that, right? That was part of our sequence too. And we'd have so many, we once did a poll of men and women in the stage, out there in the audience. And the men are like, yeah, well, I'll do that. The women were like, whoa, hold the phone. You mean wait, give me 5 minutes. It was the funniest thing. Like, all right, take the 5 minutes. It's okay that you can do the process. And it's an interest. So thank you. That's great to give it, because you're also giving something to somebody that they can do.
Yeah.
That they can do easily, because we complicate it too much. And that's, I think, much more to talk about. So with the minute we have left, what is one last thing just that is so important to you want to make sure this audience knows?
I want everyone to remember that it's about progress and not perfection.
Mm-hmm.
And that's hard. We're programmed to be perfect. We expect perfection, and ultimately it's about progress.
Yeah, I love it. Thank you for that. Thank you. And everybody too, as you work with different people in your life, Craig and I have known each other a long time. And not that long, if you look at it this way.
Yeah.
And at the same time, and we worked very differently. We have very different skills and styles. And do you know what we always did? We came together on the phone.
Yeah.
And we said, what's working, what's not, how do we move forward? That's how you build the trust and relationships. And you have to be open at that point to just hear and listen and work together. So thank you so much for everything you're doing and creating.
My pleasure. It's such an honor to be part of this community. Mo, Ava, Parissa. I mean, just an incredible group of entrepreneurs. Besides the content, my biggest takeaway from the last couple of days and being part of this community is that in a world that is pretty divided right now, is we can come together and create something that is positive, is special, and just truly amazing. So I'm honored to be part of it.
It's great to have you part of it. Thank you so much, and you just have a blessed day.
You too. All right. Good to see you.
Bye, Craig. All right, we're going to move right on. We got a panel of exciting. They are podcasters and have the Martial Arts Hall of Fame and change people's lives through health, and it just goes on and on and on and on, and gets better and better and better and better and better. So let's give a thunderous round of applause for Mr. Jeff. And by the way, Jeff, you just bring everybody up who's down there. So because I think there's one more. All right, here we go. Let's give it up for Mr. Jeff Ross. Give a thunderous round of applause and put a 1 in the chat. Jeff, it's over to you.
Thank you, Michael. I think we make a pretty good tag team. And if you are watching this, make sure you share it out with your friends and register for our updates for our coming Leadership Week. So that's www.latleadershipweek.com. All right, let's bring up this amazing panel that we have here. So we have Gilo, we have Aaron, we have Dr. John, we have Alan, and we have Skylar. So let me just do quick introductions, and then we're going to go around the horn and we're going to get into this amazing panel. So I'm going to start with Dr. John Terry. He's a 3-time Martial Arts Hall of Fame inductee and Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award recipient, a bestseller author and leadership expert. He's helped people become black belt masters of success for 40 years now. and he serves as a peer teaching partners with the Maxwell Leadership Group. And we also have my friend Erin Smith from Bella Vida. And so Erin is a purpose-driven wellness entrepreneur and is passionate advocate for holistic living. She's a leader of the Bella Vida Magazine and skincare beauty range, and she empowers individuals to pursue optimal health. And then we have my good friend Gilo Morgan. So Gilo is a Grammy-nominated producer from Detroit. He began playing piano at age 3. He's toured globally. He's written over top 10 Billboard hits. He's scored major films like Legally Blonde, and the list continues. Such an awesome guy to be. I can't wait to get you onto this awesome panel, Gilo. And then we have Skylar. Skylar is the host of Regardless Podcast, where raw, real, and unfiltered conversations meets purpose-driven storytelling. And then we also have Alan Ting. Alan is a TEDx speaker, a best-selling author, and the founder of Remarkable Parenting Academy. This is going to be an amazing panel. We've got an awesome lineup here. So let's just go around in 60 seconds. I'd love you to just share a little bit about yourself and one thing that nobody knows about you. Let's start with Gilo.
Wow. Well, thank you, Ross, for the phenomenal job that you're doing. I wish I had an Australian accent, guys. Goodness, how cool is that? I am CEO and founder of Doctor's Touch. I had an awesome musical career, and I still do that, and I enjoy playing a variety of instruments. One thing that nobody knows about me, wow. Well, currently, I'm in the middle of nowhere using Starlink to be on this project.
There you go. So Starlink works, everybody. Right. Erin, I'd love you to share a little bit about yourself and one thing nobody knows about you.
Yeah, so like you said, I am the CEO of Bella Vida Magazine. My podcast is called Living a Bella Vida, and I also run Bella Vida Santa Barbara Skincare. And something not very many people know about me, I was a dancer. I did ballet, and I performed at a LA Laker halftime, and I also have a daughter with autism. So,
wow. LA halftime, that would have been an amazing story. Yeah, sorry, Erin, I think there's a bit of a lag. Yeah. And Dr. John Terry.
I'm the founder of Black Belt Leadership. And as you said, Jeff, I've spent the last 40 years teaching people how to become Black Belt masters of who they are and what they do. Have an opportunity to travel around the world and teach leadership principles from a martial arts perspective. One thing a lot of folks don't know about me, I have 6 children. 4 of those are in the martial arts. 3 of those are daughters, and they get to always introduce their boyfriends by saying, my dad punch kicks and kills people for fun and taught me to do the very same thing.
I love it. Respect is commanded right there. Yeah. Alan, over to you, champion.
Yes, I'm a parenting coach. And before I became a parent and a parenting coach, I used to race motorcycles for 2 years in college. Now life has slowed down a lot. I'm not on a bike anymore. I've become a more responsible parent, but that's something I love. There's something super passionate about me around motorcycles and going 145 miles an hour with my hair on fire.
Yeah, crusty demon style, right? Yep. And Skylar, I just love your podcast regardless and how it's making an impact for the world. So what's one thing nobody knows about you?
Great. Yeah. So I am the founder and podcast host of Regardless. It's been so exciting to see the evolution of it. It's not just a podcast anymore, but it's really a mindset and a movement for 20-something women that regardless of what shows up, we show up, we pivot, and we grow. And we just launched actually the Regardless Mindset and Pivot with Linktree. And we were on a billboard in Times Square last week. So super excited just to be providing the tools for Gen Z because there's a lot of noise out there. And I'm just really wanting to be in the trenches with them, supporting them and helping women pivot. One thing people do not know about me. I wrote a book when I was 13 years old. So that's a fun fact. I mean, I feel like some people know, but I couldn't think of anything else. So I'll give you guys that.
That's pretty cool. My oldest son has just turned 13. So that's very inspirational. And you're already leading the way. And that's what leaders do, right? We go before nobody else does it. We carve the pathway. So let's dive in. What's one leadership lesson you've learned the hard way? And how did that shape the way you lead today? Let's go with Erin.
Man, I've had a lot of hard lessons in life, and being a leader of different organizations, I have to say that being humble and knowing what you don't know and being able to let other people, shine in what they're really good at, that's something that is a vital skill as a leader. It's not always about you stepping up and taking control. It's sometimes you have to step back and say, you know what, you're way better at this than I am. Like, you go and fly. And it only makes you a more effective leader when you do that.
Powerful. Yes. Sometimes we need to get out of our own way and help others step them up. Love that. And Skylar, what's one hard lesson that you've learned the hard way, and how's that shaped you?
Yeah, great question. One lesson I think I've learned the hard way. Oh, there's been quite a few, which I think we can all relate as being entrepreneurs. I think like trusting in the path. I'm a very impatient person. And so I really like when I put all of my heart and efforts into something, I typically want to see the results immediately. But I think what I've learned the hard way is that momentum is not linear. And I think momentum is also something that you can't see with the physical eye. So I think it's really been more like an emotional inner game for me, where it's been, okay, there are things that are outside of my control, but if I am showing up and being consistent, that everything will unfold the way that it needs to. And I think once I kind of tap into that trust, I think that's when things start to show up for me, kind of like leaving room and space for the universe to work its magic, as well as continuing to show up and put the work in. But I do think there is balance and harmony in that. And so really finding that has been difficult emotionally.
Yeah, powerful. And Gilo?
Yes. So one thing I learned, maybe not necessarily the hard way, but it takes time, and you have to serve first before you move into that position. A lot of times when we're doing something, we're alongside of a leader or in a room with the leader, and we have something so impressive that we want to tell them, or I've got my way of doing this and it would be better. But you can't just, I'll say, vomit on someone or just download on them. You have to find a way, because they don't understand why you're coming to them. So it's leading by serving. So if you can serve the current leader, then you can move into that leadership role. But that works also in all places. Like if you have an employee or someone that you're working with and they're frustrated with what they're doing, when you go alongside with them and help them or show them, like I'm the CEO of my company, but when I go into my warehouse and I'm helping my people that are working there, they're looking at me like, oh, wow, you actually know how to do what we do. And you understand the pain that we're going through, not necessarily pain, but you understand how hard it is or what we go through to do this job. And so you can't be on a high pillar as a leader. You have to be the people's leader, if you will. And that's just an important lesson.
Yeah, come to serve, not to be served. It's a very powerful lesson that I think we all need to learn very early on. Alan, over to you.
Yeah, and echo off that what Gilo was saying is, what I learned before, because I grew up with an Army background, and I served in the Army for 7 years. And in traditional Army leadership, it's all about authoritarian. You guys remember the Forrest Gump like drill sergeant scene, and Forrest Gump goes, "Yes, drill sergeant," right? So you do whatever exactly the leadership say. Well, that kind of work until it doesn't work, especially in a parenting, right? So if you think about parenting, it's all about leadership too. We as being a parent, and our kids are the people that follow us. So try authoritarian parenting with your kids. You think they're going to listen? No, everybody's shaking their head, right? So you're going to have a bunch of rebellious kids, especially Dr. John. I'm pretty sure you can relate to that as well. So that's one biggest lessons I learned. And the thing is, going back to the thing that connects to the entire thread through all this conference this week is all about servant leadership, right? So everybody's very familiar with that. So how do we serve? Because the opposite of servant leadership is authoritarian leadership.
Yeah. And respect is earned, not given, right? And I learned that one the hard way. I left home at 14. My father was trying to be very authoritarian. I said, nope, I'm leaving home. So totally relate to that. Dr. John.
Jeff, for me, one that I learned the hard way was the fact that, you can't do everything yourself, and you've got to be willing to delegate, and you've got to be willing to give, as we've already heard, give people an opportunity to shine. Dr. John Maxwell says, one is too small a number to achieve greatness. And I believe that's true. And when we can all discover and spend 80% of our day in the 20% of what we're most gifted at doing and help everybody else in our organization do the very same thing, that's when we all have the opportunity to rise to our full potential and really develop those non-leader dependent high performance teams that everybody wants that's driving success.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, leadership, right? It's all about empowering, equipping others to step up. So in your view, what's the biggest mistake new leaders make and how can they avoid it? Dr. John, we'll go with you since we're still there.
I think the biggest mistake is not taking the opportunity, as Gila was talking about, not being able to show your people that you've walked a mile in their shoes. And great leaders are going to roll up their sleeves and they're going to get in the trenches and they're going to do what is necessary to learn every aspect of that business, because you can't lead and teach people what you don't know how to do. And until you can equip and train a team to be specialized in those areas, as an entrepreneur, you've got to learn to do it all until you can either outsource it or hire people to do it. But having the opportunity to have gone through it all, now you've got the opportunity to go back and to speak to those people from a voice of experience, but also a voice of empathy and saying, I understand the challenges and the obstacles you're facing in this position because I've been there too. And that I think is powerful, but that's where I see a lot of entrepreneurs really mess up, is they don't want to take the time to learn so that they can speak from experience as they expand and grow their team.
Yeah, so true. And Skylar, I'd love to hear your view and what's the biggest mistake new leaders make.
Yeah, I think I'm going to expand upon what Dr. John just said, because I couldn't agree more. But I think, as an entrepreneur, like building it from the ground up, I've had to wear so many hats. And I think that's been super exciting for me because I've been in the trenches of having to be the editor, having to be the producer, having to be the accountant, having to be the seller, biz dev, content creator, all of it, which now, as I'm expanding the team, like Dr. John just said, I understand like what it takes to get the job done. And I have empathy and I have that literal firsthand experience. And I think that's when you can actually teach from a place of understanding. And I think we're living in a world with AI where there's a lot of shortcuts. And I think entrepreneurs want to find those shortcuts. And I think if you're not finding those shortcuts and you're not leveraging AI, then you're also missing out. But I think there is something to be said about really having that firsthand experience. And then once you have that, utilizing shortcuts like AI to come in and support. But I think really on the emotional side, it's having empathy and being able to lead, always staying curious and leading from like firsthand experience rather than depending on shortcuts. So I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, well, leadership, right? Whether it's you're partnering with AI or you're partnering with your team, for me, leadership is an amplification.
Yeah.
And, if we're partnering with AI and we're, not great leaders, well, then that's going to be amplified, in that partnership. Yeah. Alan, what's the advice you would give to a new leader to help them to step up and shine?
Yeah, and to echo off from Dr. John and Skylar, the mistake I often see with these leaders, especially brand new leaders, they feel like they have to do everything, right? What I care about is longevity. What I care about is sustainability. So these people are burning the candles at both ends. There's burn the midnight oil, and oftentimes this is one of my TEDx talk is about career burnout. And many times, a lot of CEOs that I talk to, a lot of executives, they're always burned out. They don't know what to do. In fact, what happened was there was a conference where they invited the top CEOs, like the Lyft, the Indiegogo, Guilt, and they all ask each other, like, we're experiencing all these mental burnout. What do we do? None of them have the right answer. And their answer is, it starts with health. If you don't have health, and that's a fundamental, that's a foundation, you're not going to be anywhere in life. There's an Indian proverb that says, when you are healthy, you have 1,000 dreams. When you have cancer, you only have one.
Yeah, wow. That's a mic drop moment right there. That's powerful. And Erin, what's some of the advice we would give to new leaders?
Well, I was going to exactly say what Alan just said. Burnout. You take on too much. You are, burning the candle at both ends and constantly, you become obsessed with thinking about your business and not focusing on your health or your family, all of that. But I also, imposter syndrome is a huge problem for leaders because you're at the top, the buck stops with you. Everything really is resting on your shoulders to make it successful. And there's times when people are like, I don't know what I'm doing. Well, guess what? If you're forging a new path, you don't know what you're doing because you are kind of making it up as you go. And when curveballs come and all of that, you just have to keep stepping up and becoming a better leader, a bigger and better version of the entrepreneur that you are, taking your business to new heights and all of that. So I think that a lot of people give in to that imposter syndrome and then just quit. And I'm hoping that this week do that. If you power through, you can do it. Don't give in to imposter syndrome. You're not alone.
Yeah, I love that. And I've had to conquer those demons myself, and I'm reminiscent now of Steve Jobs' speech. This is one for the troublemakers, the misfits, the ones that don't fit in, right? That's us to a T, and we've got to go be pioneers and lead by example. Gilo, what would be some advice that you would give to a new leader to help them to step up?
So what I think it's all about who gets the credit. If I'm a leader, I don't necessarily want the person next to me to shine because I'm the new. But if you're the strongest person in the room, you're in the wrong room because the best idea might not be yours. You want to have people stronger than yourself that make you look good. That's what makes you as a leader look good, especially when you have strength surrounding you. And so I'll tell my team, guys, I want the best idea. We'll go around the room and find the best. Now I will say, I might not be able to give you credit for that idea, but that's the best idea. So I might give myself, no, I don't do that. I love rewarding my team and the people that I work with you have the best idea. And that's what we're going to go with. And so you can't take all the credit for what's happening. Yes, the weight of what's happening does fall on your shoulders, but if you have strong people that can lift you up, and again, I have to say this: if you're the strongest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. Have people stronger than you just makes you look way better.
And a good team, right? We rising tides lift all ships, and I've got to give shout out to Mary Glorifield right now. She's the powerhouse behind the scenes here that has helped to lift us all up, and has been she's led from behind, not in front, and it's been an amazing example of leadership. Skylar, we've got about probably 6 minutes left before we wrap up, so we're going to go pretty quickly through this round. But Skylar, I want to talk about legacy. When it's all said and done, when it's all said and done, what do you hope people say about your leadership and the impact that you've made?
This is a good one. I hope that what I'm creating and how I lead allows people to not only feel inspired by me and what I'm creating, but also I believe that leaders are mirrors, right? I think in our relationships, we are mirrors of one another. And I hope that the way that I lead and the way that I live is a reflection to someone else's potential. And I hope that it inspires them that they can create a legacy and impact in their life on a level and a way that feels best for them and their superpowers and strengths.
Love that, to be the ripple effect and continue to be the link. I love that. Alan.
Yeah, speaking of, you stole the words out of my mouth. So it's about the ripple effect, right? The legacy part. For me, it's reason why I quit my very lucrative tech job to do what I do is because number one, I want to support my daughter. Number two, I want to create a movement to end children's suffering, because far too long, I seen over and over and over again, these kids, teens, they commit suicide. They become a statistics. That should not be as part of the statistics. I volunteer at a global youth leadership event called Global Youth Leadership Summit. This is where we bring 240 kids from all over the world, from 35 different countries, speaks different language. And one of the exercises that we do was called Walk of Truth. And towards the end, the question was, how many of you know somebody who tried to commit suicide, not just talking about it, but actually has a plan on how you kill themselves? Yeah. 75% of the kids walked. And I'm like, parents, teachers, why aren't we having this type of conversation? So why are we having this conversation about intergenerational trauma? Why are we having this conversation about awareness? And this is the legacy, this is the movement that I want to create to have people join us and create this ripple effect.
Yeah, that's amazing legacy. Yeah, thank you for the work that you're doing. Aaron, we've got 5 minutes left. So yeah, I'd love to hear about what people say about you when all's said and done.
Wow. So like I always say, I'm trying to help people to love themselves and live a more beautiful life and have hope. And echoing what Alan just said again, my father committed suicide. So I really am on a mission that even if I can inspire one person to get help, find hope, know that you're not alone, that people love you. If that touches even one person, then sharing my story is vital. And so that I want that to be my legacy. And for my daughter who has autism, just showing her that you can power through everything and be.
I think we've lost the internet connection there, Aaron, but yeah, both your stories are, Alan, the purpose that. So Aaron, sorry, we're going to move forward. Sorry, Aaron. But the story.
Break up. Sorry. Yeah.
Stories bring tears to my eyes when you hear about the impact of suicide, and guys, if you're listening to this right now, I just want to be sensitive to this topic. And the big thing here, I've been here myself, and I had to seek out help. Don't do this alone. Please reach out. Please talk to people. Please do life together. We're not do life to do life on our own. So this is a powerful conversation. Gilo, I'd like to hear about your takeaway around legacy, and when it's all said and done, what do you hope people say about you?
So what I would love for people to say is that Gilo led with vision. Gilo led with integrity. Gilo led by example. But even more than that, I want people to say that Gilo really cared about the people that I come in contact with. I want them to know I really cared. And Gilo made people, I'm speaking in third person. That's not cool, is it? You're not but he made me feel like I could conquer the world. He made me feel like I could do it. He made me feel like I could make it. He made me feel like tomorrow is going to be even better day than today. I have a little thing I say when people ask me how I'm doing. I always say, just a little better than excellent. And that would be how I want people to remember me, is that it's how I made them feel, that they could conquer the world and get through any problem.
Powerful. And Dr. John, we've got 2 minutes left. I'd like to hear your side, your takeaway.
Absolutely, Jeff. It's the role of a leader to equip and empower those they're leading to one day take their place. And in my role in running the United States Martial Arts Hall of Fame, I'm privileged to work with martial arts school owners and instructors from around the world that are speaking into the lives of young and old to equip and train them so they can be better versions of themselves. And at the end of the day, when I'm gone, I want to be able for my kids and my wife and those that I've known to look back and say, Dr. John lived a life of an example of the life I want to live. He empowered and equipped me to become the very best version of myself that I can be today, so that I can become a better version tomorrow. And then I can go and teach other people to do the same. That's the role of a leader, is to create a place for people to stand on your shoulders so that they can one day take your place and other people can stand on their shoulders. And that goes on from generation to generation to generation. And that's how we perpetuate leadership into the future.
Love that. So let's just quickly go around. We've got 60 seconds. I want to hear one word that you know that sums up today's panel. Erin, we'll start with you. What's your one word?
God, it's going to sound trite, but fabulous. I just love this group, and the leader, LA Tribune, has just been such a blessing.
Thank you very much. And Gilo, what's your one word to wrap us up?
One word I would say is have gratitude. Be grateful.
Yeah.
It's always walking with gratitude and gratefulness.
Yeah. And Skylar?
Regardless.
Of course.
Regardless.
and that's a perfect word for this conversation. Beautiful.
Regardless.
And Alan?
It's love. Give love and learn how to receive love.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. And Dr. John, close us out.
To me, it's improvement. If we've got to become a better version of ourselves every day than we were the day before. Otherwise, we stop learning and growing and improving. So to me, it's improvement. Yeah.
Beautiful. And my one word would have to be just present. You know, like to really listen, to be present, to do life with each other and to help each other feel seen, valued, known, and ultimately loved. And I love each and every one of you, how you step up and do that. So thank you very much for jumping on this panel with us.
You know, hold on one sec for the panel too, because my word is family. And what I see that we've created at the Los Angeles Tribune and everything you're doing, and Jeff, you just created a family of people that are able to work together, know each other, and will be moving forward in so many ways. A lot of you are podcasters with us, and everybody give Jeff a round of applause for just, I'm telling you, it's like, you know, it's for him, it's like 6 a.m, but he's been doing this since 1 a.m. And what a great panel. What a bunch of great leaders. Alan, thank you for jumping into, and I'm glad we could have you on this panel. The rest of you, I know you well. We train, we talk, we spend every week together, really becoming better in what we do. And I just want to thank everybody. And we're going to put you down in the gallery now, but give yourselves a round of applause. Audience, put a 5 in the chat if you thought you learned one thing from this panel. And you guys were all amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll tell you, Jeff, that was you're just rocking and rolling.
Thank you, man.
I'm going to bring...
Going with intuition.
I love it.
Intuition.
I love it. All right, I'm going to bring Chris up, and you just you take a quick little break, and then you and Lisa's got a panel, and then you and Lisa are going to banter. It's going to be amazing. I want to thank everybody for what they do. Look who's here. So, you know, this next amazing woman next to me on the left or right, depending how you're looking on your screen. She's not only, you know, really looking at our leadership program and the Leadership Academy with the Los Angeles Tribune, but she ran a panel yesterday and has done so much for us that I'm just going to let her roll. That's what we call. I'm going to put her in what's called the power position. So now you're in the power position. Watch this. Now you're really in the power position. And I'm going to put you on the main screen. If you need me, I'm here the whole time, just in the background. But you have really brought so much to the Tribune, so much to what we're doing, so much to the energy out there. And you are one of the first people that ever joined me when I started down this path. And I will never forget that. And I honor that. And I give it up to Chris Ashley.
Thank you so much, Michael. And I just have so much gratitude for you, for the trust and support. Amazing gratitude for everyone at the Los Angeles Tribune, our incredible team, all of these amazing speakers I've been listening to, fellow podcasters, trainers. So it is just such an honor, and I'm so grateful to be a part of it. I'm Chris Ashley. I'm the co-director of the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Academy. And today I'm going to talk to you about my 4-step framework to stepping into your highest leadership potential. Really quick, before I get started, type yes in the chat if you can hear me. I want to make sure the chat's working. I want to make sure my microphone's working. And this is going to be a really interactive session. So I'm going to ask you questions along the way. And one of the best ways for you to learn and retain information is to stay engaged in the chat. Now, you are going to leave with a step-by-step framework to stepping into your highest leadership potential, and you can apply this to your career, but you can also apply it to your relationships, your health, your personal development, because it's universal. So type yes in the chat if that sounds good to you. All right, I'm going to have you start by closing your eyes. So really quick, just feel your sit bones in your chair. Allow your shoulders to rinse away from your ears, heavy your eyelids shut. And I want you to imagine that you are the leader that you want to be. You're the picture of health, love, joy, and peace. You are passionate about your work and you have a paycheck that makes you feel comfortable and secure. You're hitting all your personal and professional milestones that are important to you. You are surrounded by people who cheer you on, love you, respect your opinion, and truly want the best for you. You are at peace. You've released any limiting beliefs that were holding you back. And anytime a challenge comes your way, you know exactly what to do to handle it with grace and ease so that it ends up helping you out in the long run. Life is good. All right, go ahead and flutter your eyes back open. And I want you to ask yourself, does that sound like my life right now? And if it does, that's amazing. I am so, so happy for you. That's what I want for everyone. But if it doesn't, is there a little voice in the back of your head right now saying, no one can achieve all that, especially not me? Or maybe your mind immediately jumps to ways that you are lacking, not worthy, or even suffering. If you relate to any of that, type yes in the chat. And by the way, the chat is a safe space, okay? What happens in the chat stays in the chat. So if this doesn't sound like your current life or you're thinking any of these thoughts, don't worry, you are not alone. Psychologists estimate that 70 to 90% of people's thoughts are negative and repetitive. Now, here's the way out. Leadership is an inner game. Okay, leadership isn't about commanding others. It's about commanding your own mind, actions, and emotions first, right? It's about cultivating the mindset and energy that then magnetize all of that success that you want. Now, great leaders imagine a future that doesn't even exist yet, and then they step confidently towards it. And if you're struggling to believe in the vision that you just had, know that leadership starts with daring to have that dream anyway. Now, we live in an intelligent universe, right? Quantum physics even backs this up. It says that every possible future state exists out there in this state of potential, every possible reality, just waiting for you to choose it. Now, leadership is about choosing that future and then boldly stepping towards it. Now, this has proven true time and time again throughout my life, and I believe it so deeply in my core. But I didn't used to think this way. So when I was 12, I went through trauma that severely impacted my life for many years. I was sexually abused at the hands of a family member for 4 years. And when my big Italian, tight-knit, extended family found out about it, many of them disowned me. It left me with severe PTSD. I don't know if you tuned into Parisa and Joseph the other day talking about PTSD. It's real. It left me with zero confidence. Type yes in the chat if you've ever gone through something that has left you with a lot of emotional turmoil. And thank you so much for your vulnerability and sharing. Like, it left me with a lot of low vibration emotions like guilt and anger and shame that I didn't know how to cope with. Type yes in the chat if you've ever had low vibration emotions. Probably everyone. So here's when the shift happened for me. In 2002, someone handed me a book that changed my way of thinking and being and moving through life. And I remember flipping through the pages and just feeling like this sleeper agent, right? Like something inside of me woke up. Type yes if you've ever come across some new knowledge or teaching that totally expanded your worldview. Maybe that's happening in real time as you're listening to all these amazing speakers here. So for me, I was forever changed. And when I finished it, I started reaching for more. And I became insatiable. I was devouring every metaphysical, spiritual, new age, personal development book I could get my hands on. I was attending retreats, finding teachers to study under, doing all these healing modalities. And my life became one big quest to learn, grow, heal, expand every aspect of myself. But as I changed my mind and started to get better, my mother started to get worse. You know, her family had been ripped down the seams, and it manifested as physical illness. She was battling serious illness. She had weird symptoms. She had this increasing dependence on medication. And for nearly 15 years, I watched helplessly as she slipped deeper into depression and illness. But in the end, I realized it was my mother who had inadvertently become my biggest teacher. Have you ever had someone you realized was your teacher later on? You're like, oh, that's what was going on. Type yes in the chat if you've ever had a person like that in your life. So for every step she took deeper into depression and illness and victimization, I climbed in the other direction out of that proverbial tunnel, because I saw firsthand what happens to a human body and spirit when they go down that path. And then I saw what was happening to my own body and spirit when I changed my mind. And I'm happy to report I am confident in my life, in myself. I love my life. But perhaps most importantly, I move confidently through life, knowing that I can design and create the life that I want. Now, I share all of this not to brag, but in the hopes that you can see a possibility to rise out of your own ashes and know that you don't have to be your past. So after 2 decades of study, I realized it was time to share what I'd learned. I took a life coach training with the amazing Mary Morrissey. If you've ever heard of her, type yes in the chat. She's phenomenal. I wrote a book. It's called Change Your Mind to Change Your Reality. It was endorsed by 3 people from the film The Secret: Michael Beckwith, Marcy Shimoff, Bob Doyle. It was endorsed by John Gray, Anita Morjani, several others. And I've held leadership positions as head of marketing at a tech company, regional director for a yoga company with 80 direct reports. I started and then sold my own yoga company. And now I'm a trainer teaching other people about leadership, among other things. So here's what I've learned along the way about leadership. Type yes in the chat if you have heard of the law of attraction. A lot of people have. If you haven't, no worries. The law of attraction quite simply says you will attract into your life whatever you focus on. So when you focus your energy and attention on what you want, you will attract that thing to you. Now, a lot of people have heard about the law of attraction from books and films like The Secret. And I love The Secret. I just told you 3 people from it endorsed my book. And we are so lucky that we live in this day and age when all of this spiritual knowledge is just available at our fingertips. But I've noticed online that some people teach the law of attraction in a way that's missing some key points. You know, the universe isn't this genie in a bottle where you can just tell it what you want and like sit back, kick your feet up, and just let it fall into your lap. The law of attraction doesn't work unless you apply this simple formula. So this is my 4-step framework into stepping into your highest leadership using the law of attraction or quantum physics or the unseen forces of the universe, whatever you want to call it, because it's kind of all 2 sides of the same coin. So eagle eye view. Step 1, get clear on your leadership vision. Step 2, embody the leader that you want to be. Step 3, take bold leadership action. And step 4, practice persistence, resilience, and adaptation. I apologize. I need a sip of water. All right. Step 1, visualize your leadership vision. Now, visualizing isn't just about wishful thinking. It's wiring your brain to recognize opportunities. So the RAS, the reticular activating system, is the part of your brain that will filter the world to match your goals. But here's the problem. Most people focus on what they don't want instead of what they do. I'm so sorry. I'm recovering from a cold. So is anyone in here a downhill skier or a whitewater rafter? Type yes in the chat if you've ever done those things. So you know, if you're a downhill skier and you focus on the trees, what are you going to hit? You're going to hit a tree. If you're whitewater rafting and you focus on the rocks, you're going to hit a rock and capsize. So you need to focus on the path between the trees, the water between the rocks, because what you focus on becomes your reality. And now leadership requires a clear vision. Now, only 1% of people write down their goals. So if you just do this one thing, you will already be ahead of 99% of people. Step 2, embody the leader you want to be. Again, I'm sorry, I'm recovering from a cold. Excuse me. So leadership isn't about just waiting until you've made it. It's about emotionally stepping into your future self now. So ask yourself, what does the future version of me look like? What do they dress like? How do they talk? Who do they surround themselves with? What kind of conversations do they have? Where do they spend time? And then do those things, spend time in those places, dress that way. Step into the person and act as if you already are them. Now, when you do this, it puts you into a future state and it tricks your brain into believing that you already are that person. It puts you on that higher frequency. Now, this also changes the way that you view failures. Because when you feel your future self and you believe it wholeheartedly, a failure is just a bump in the road because you know that it's still coming. Step 3, take bold leadership action. Now, action kickstarts the universe. It awakens something in it. You create the tiniest bit of movement, and the universe meets you where you're at. And it builds this momentum, and it whooshes you further and faster than you could have ever imagined. Now, oftentimes, it doesn't even have to be a big movement on your part. Never underestimate the power of a small step. From one small step, new ideas might flow to you. You might meet people who will help you on your path. New opportunities can present themselves. That one small step might put you in the perfect position to achieve your dream. Now, there is always something you can do that is going to lead you one step closer to the life that you desire. You're never so stuck in one place. There's no way out and nothing you can do. Leadership requires small, consistent steps, even when no one is clapping yet. And that's the tough part, right? Now, 90% of people fail to reach their goal. And I know that sounds scary, but it's for one of two reasons. One, at the first sign of a challenge or a hiccup or things not going as planned, they just give up. And two, they're so fearful to begin with that they don't even get started in the first place. So that's why the final piece of mastering leadership is learning persistence, resilience, and adaptation. So what are those? Let's talk about that. Persistence is what keeps you moving forward even when there's no evidence that your dream is working yet. Now, again, most people quit when they hit that first obstacle or feel that first twinge of fear or self-doubt. Leaders do it afraid. Now, that's not to say you can't experience fear or doubt or worry or insecurities or envy or anything like that, right? You are a human being, and these feelings are part of the human experience. Everyone experiences them, even highly successful leaders. The difference is that leaders keep showing up and keep taking steps forward, even though these feelings are there. Now, there is real truth in fake it till you make it, right? So if you're not believing in yourself yet, act as if you do, and I promise you, soon you will. Resilience. Okay, let's talk about that. Resilience is bouncing back fast when things don't go as planned. It's about failing forward. Failure is simply feedback on one way that it didn't work out. So it's about finding the lesson, the opportunity in everything, and then using that as a launch pad to grow. Because every challenge, every adversity, every heartbreak in life contains within it a hidden Easter egg. And once you find it, tremendous healing, leveling up, and growth takes place. And finally, adaptation. That is flexibility towards the vision. So great leaders stay committed to the destination, but they remain flexible with the route. You know, if a strategy isn't working, they're not like grinding against it. They're evolving, they're adapting, they're using each experience as a stepping stone. So all this is to say, be open to how it's going to happen. Oftentimes, the universe will deliver things in ways you couldn't even imagine. Things you thought were impossible become possible. Once you make the decision, you take action towards it, the universe will move barriers out of your way. Doors that weren't even there will appear and unlock. You'll heal what needs to be healed. Circumstances will totally rearrange themselves around you. Because here's the thing. If you have a vision, You act as if you already have it. You take steps towards it, and you remain persistent, resilient, and adaptive. Success is inevitable. You don't have to know exactly how it's going to happen. You don't need to feel ready. You just have to believe in the vision so much that you keep showing up for it. So if you're watching right now and you're doing all of these things and it still hasn't happened for you yet, you're only missing one key ingredient. And that is to keep going and not give up, because it will happen for you. Now, I don't want you to just leave here inspired. I want you to leave here activated. I'm wrapping up, Michael. I want you to leave here activated. So I'm going to ask you to do something unconventional. Take out your cell phone right now. Open your calendar. And sometime over the next 3 days, thank you, Michael's on it, make an appointment with yourself to take the first step towards your dream. So maybe it's make that phone call. Maybe it's post the content or do the research, whatever it is, and then keep that appointment with yourself. And please let me know how it goes. Thank you all so much. Hi, Michael.
That's everybody give her a thunderous round of applause. Put 5 in there, 5 in the chat. And it's okay too, because Chris, this was great. You gave them the points, you gave them what they needed to do. And I love that last part, because I was able to have something tangible. You made it very tangible, because that's where people sort of lose it all the time. And also everybody, Chris, you're seeing a rising star. Okay. But we don't want to tell her that. But so you're seeing this rising star in really our environment and everything she's doing. And, she was able to say, hey, I had a cold. I'm taking a drink. I'm moving forward, because that's where people stop all the time. They're like, oh, it's uncomfortable, or I'm going to cough, or doesn't matter. You keep moving forward, because your information is impactful. So Chris, thank you so much for today. And yesterday's panel, that is still getting comments of how great that was. And none of you have any idea that I, by accident, told Chris it was today. So I text her, literally say, let's go. She is not ready. I won't tell you all the things, but she literally in like 10 minutes got ready, did the hair. I mean, everything it took, right? And jumped in, and then had a tremendous panel, because sometimes it's time just to go and you get it done. So Chris, thank you so much. I'm going to give you a thunderous round of applause. Again, everybody's putting their numbers in the chat. Look at that. It's pouring in. And we're going to go to commercial. We'll be back in a minute.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
All right. Well, we're straight into it. So thank you very much, Chris. That was an amazing masterclass in itself. I've got so many notes from today, from Chris, from Jim Quick, from that amazing panel that we just had on as well, and throughout the day. So now we have the lovely Lauren Fields from Fieldswell. And I'm really looking forward to this interview, because I've got to know Lauren through our podcast network. And as Michael mentioned, we've become a very close-knit family, and it's a really awesome place to collaborate. So Lauren, I'd like for you to do your own introduction today, and just share a little bit about yourself, and help our audience get to know you a bit better.
Sure. Thank you, Jeff Ross, for the intro. It's a pleasure to be with you today. A huge shout out to our LA Tribune family, to Mo Rock, to Michael Silvers, to everyone who has made this event possible, to, Jim Quick, Joseph McClendon, Mary Glorfield, Chris Ashley, who just gave an amazing masterclass on manifestation. I'm so grateful to be here and part of this LA Tribune family. My name is Lauren Fields, for those who I have yet to meet. I am the founder and CEO of Fieldswell, which is your destination for transformation. Just 6 weeks ago, we opened our first brick and mortar wellness sanctuary here in San Diego, California, where we have personal coaching on mindset and well-being. We have red light therapy, sound healing, guided meditation. We also have the Fields Well podcast, which we are part of the LA Tribune podcast network. And, we have a Fields Well Friday newsletter, and we're hosting different events here in San Diego focused on well-being and transformation. So it's really been beautiful to watch the brand expand and grow.
I love that. So I want to talk about that journey. You've birthed something, you've helped it to grow to where it is today. What have been some of the tension points, the gaps that you've had to step up as a leader to, jump in and fill? Like, there seems to be like this before state and there's this after state, and nobody really talks about this messy middle, the gap. I want to talk a bit about that, and how's that helped you to step up and grow to be the leader you are today?
Sure. I think it's easy to see, what people portray about a brand on social media or online, and it looks like this picture perfect image, but I'm here to tell you that that's not reality. And there is this messiness, this feeling of, oh my gosh, this is really hard. Mm-hmm. And as Chris Ashley just said, like, a leader is someone who sees the vision before it exists, and they stay true to that vision. And so there are days where I definitely see myself in those limiting beliefs of, oh my gosh, what have I gotten myself into? What are we doing? But then I have to catch myself and say, whoa, how is that going to serve me and help my evolution? What's a belief system or thought I could think of instead that's more in alignment with where I want to go?
Yeah, I love that. And, we're talking about our will, our mind power, and all of that sort of stuff. A bit like, kicked off for today with Jim Quick, the brain guy, right?
Yeah.
Having to unlearn things and learn new things about us. I would say that journey between zero and the first $10,000 a month is probably the hardest transformational journey that entrepreneurial will go through, right?
Yeah.
I want to talk to that part of the journey. What was some of the big transformational learning things that you learned about yourself for you to help you to step up and shine like you do today?
Sure. One of the things that Michael Silvers will reiterate often is like to shift from what's in it for me, or it's all about me, what is someone going to think of me, to instead, how can I show up and be of service? And to instead just focus on the number of people that you can help and serve with your message, and to keep showing up with your confidence tied to your intention in the work that you do. And so it's been the consistency, the repetition, the repeating of showing up to put myself in situations that are uncomfortable, whether it's speaking on these virtual events, showing up to speak on panels in person, and just continually sharing the message so you can find what hits. And again, it's just the repetition. It's in the reps. Keep showing up for yourself, and you will grow. And it's taking that bold, messy action and moving forward.
Yeah, but I love that, how you said keep showing up and doing the reps, right? I reflect on a famous cricketer, Sir Donald Bradman, was one of our early cricketers, and he has a saying that he gets out and he practiced right up until the day that he stopped. He was still hitting the ball against the wall, getting his reps in. And so that's a really powerful thing. How do you help to stay disciplined to getting the reps in, to keep showing up?
Yeah, I love this question, Jeff, because I'm someone who loves to live with intention. And so I pick a word each year to guide me. In 2024, my word was action. And in 2025, my word is discipline. And that's in holding yourself accountable. It's in doing the things you say you're going to do. And the things that help me stay disciplined are my self-care routines. It is staying committed to taking care of myself. I don't believe in this like busy burnout culture that you have to like completely wreck yourself or work beyond measure to achieve success. My greatest success has come from a place of prioritizing my own well-being and feeling really well as I pursue said goal, as I take action, and coming from that place, like Jim Quick said, the most important thing to be responsible for is how you feel. So my mission and vision for Fields Well is to build a movement around feeling well and build a community that is in alignment with that and who prioritizes their own well-being. We know that longevity is upon us. We're going to be able to live much longer lives. And the key there is going to be to feel well for a lifetime. And when you're around people and you're like, they're good vibes, they're good energy, because they're prioritizing their own well-being. They're getting there. I have my Aura ring here. I ensure, I prioritize getting a good night's sleep. I prioritize moving my body every day. I prioritize feeding myself information that will help my growth.
I want to talk about that. Like, you open the door. Let's talk about the hustle culture that our Western society is all about. What's the difference between hustle versus being intentional and purpose-driven, getting up at 1:30 in the morning to serve, and doing crazy things like that? What do you feel is the difference between hustling and serving with purpose?
I would say it's also like hustling versus being in alignment. And so the hustle, go, like outwork yourself, versus the alignment and serving with purpose is like feeling good and coming from a place of like, I'm following my passion, and I trust that because I'm doing all the things and I'm prioritizing my own well-being, that I'll be able to be in this for the long game, because I'm maintaining my own energy and prioritizing my own well-being so that I can serve from overflow, from a full cup, because I have this energy that I'm taking care of. And we know like so much of it is energy. Everything is energy. Yeah. And to understand that like feeling well can be the gateway to transformation and actualizing your fullest potential, because when you have more energy, you have more energy to create, you have more energy to connect with others, and you have more energy to serve.
Yeah, I love that. And so it's operating out of the overflow instead of operating out of empty. And that, it all comes back to self-care, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, powerful. And I think that's something we all need to address a lot more. And, as servant-hearted leaders, service, right? It's love. It's a sacrifice. There's something that, takes to be able to, sacrifice time, energy, and money to serve in that space. Yes. But it's always making sure that I feel for me, it's focusing on the legacy impact, not the individual need. And then that should operate out of the overflow, right?
Yeah. And one thing I wanted to add was, Jim Quick said, life is the C between B and D. It's the choices we make between birth and death. And when you're making choices that support your own well-being, that builds confidence in yourself, because you learn to trust yourself because of the choices that you're making that make you feel like you're safe in your home, in your vessel of your own body, that will support your forward evolution and your growth.
Yeah, powerful. So Lauren, after overcoming, trauma, we've been talking about, like what Jim was talking about, PTSD.
Yes.
But he also talked about post-traumatic growth.
Yes.
And I think that's a beautiful through line, what we're seeing through today's conversation. So how did your trauma experience and reshape your definition of success and leadership?
Sure. So similar to Jim, I actually also had a traumatic brain injury from a horse accident. And I learned through that experience that our story can either keep us stuck or it can be used to liberate us. And that is up to you. Is the story you're telling yourself about your experience keeping you stuck, or is it being used as a place of vulnerability to help others who may be going through something similar so they can learn from it? So there was definitely a point in my life where I was saying, woe me, poor is me. There were neurological symptoms from a traumatic brain injury that are part of my daily life. And those were keeping me stuck until I realized, wait, I got a second chance at life. I want to make the most of this. How can I use what I've been through to be of service and help others? And so I think it's so important. I've learned through working with many individuals that the stories we're telling ourselves are keeping us stuck, and they're not in alignment with where we want to go. We can maybe write a thesis on our trauma, but have we written a thesis on where we want to go and the vision we have for our future? And so to spend our time focused on that, as opposed to focus on the past, which we can't control, which already happened, let's look forward on our vision for the future and use our energy to create and to take action towards that.
I love that. And what you're describing is what I would call the escaping the Bermuda Triangle of drama. There's always a victim, there's always a persecutor, there's always a rescuer in the story, right? But when you can escape that, and that's where the power out of our trauma comes from, and we can step up and grow up, right? It's to share a bit more insights into that and unpack that for us.
Sure. So I would say, a good exercise is to ask yourself, what do I want? in life? And you may not have the answer, but keep asking that question and sit with it. And as soon as you know, take that first step now, take action toward it. Brian Tracy, has said like this, do it now, become a person who acts immediately, take action. Time is of the essence. We don't know how much longer we have to live. This life is a precious gift. And so one exercise I do with my clients is I ask, where do you see yourself in 2 years? Talk to me about that version of yourself. How are they showing up? Are they bold? Are they going after their dreams? Are they speaking on stages? Do they have a top rated podcast? Like, are they impacting the masses? What does that version of you look like? And how would they act today?
Yeah, love that. And, the book that comes to mind that I've read is Jim Collins' Good to Great, talking about the ikigai spot, finding your sweet spot, showing up every day, serving from that space.
And here's one thing to that, Jeff, is you have to get comfortable with the uncomfortable. Like in order to become great, these pro athletes, they didn't become great overnight. That took them a long time. We go back to the reps, but they showed up every day to become a master in their craft. And same to you, if you're looking to become great at something, you have to be willing to put in the reps. You have to be willing to show up in the uncomfortable part, because that's how you learn. I was recently with Bill Walsh, top business coach, and he was saying persistence plus failure equals success. We have to be okay with the failure. And so many of us, we're not taught that. We're not taught mindset principles in the general education system. We're not taught resilience. We're not taught coping mechanisms. And so to learn how to keep showing up and dust yourself off after you fall is such an important skill, but keep going. Sharon Lecter and Greg Reed have the book 3 Feet from Gold. You're so close. Keep going. You're planting those seeds. Keep planting. Don't give up before the sprig comes out of the soil. Keep going.
Yeah, I love it. And that's embracing the messy, right? Because learning is messy, chaotic. We've got a couple of minutes left together. So I want to just talk about this chaotic mess learning. When we learn to walk, right, we learn to not to fall over. When we learn to ride a bike, we learn to not crash the bike.
Right.
So how can you help our listeners, our audience, really to embrace the messy and the learning curve?
I think again, it's to visualize where you're going and be so committed to that vision that you're willing to celebrate the little victories on the way towards that end goal. And celebrate those little victories, a little bit better every day. We're focused on that vision, and we're reinforcing the belief system we need to get there. And we have to be committed to the long game of the success of the victory, as opposed to just okay, this is too hard, I'm going to give up. To understand that it's going to be a process and it's going to be hard, but it's going to be so freaking rewarding when I get there.
I love it. So in the last 2 minutes that we have together, what's one takeaway that you'd love our audience to have?
I would say pay attention to the way that you're thinking about yourself and what's possible, and the way that you talk to yourself. And a great way to transform your decisions or your choices is to become aware of it. And a great way to do that is to track it. So maybe you get a notebook or you use your notes app on your iPhone and pay attention to your thought process. Understand you're not the thought, you're the one noticing the thought. And if there are thoughts that are not in alignment with where you want to go, start to transform those thoughts into thoughts that do support it. So for example, if your thought is this will never work, let's think, what could we say instead? Maybe it's, what if it turns out better than I ever would have imagined? And start catching yourself and your thinking and becoming aware of it and making adjustments that are more in alignment with the vision that you have for your future.
Yeah. And what's one insight, what's one thing that you've learned about this whole leadership week so far?
I would say show up for your story. Take yourself seriously. Why can't you be the one who goes after it? Why can't you be that author, that speaker, that podcaster, that one who inspires millions? Why not you? We have this one life. Get after it. You're in control. I think the moment you take accountability is the moment you really start living.
Yeah, that's powerful. And our stories are not for ours to keep, right? There's somebody else's hope, solution to their struggle, and we need to share our stories more often. Lauren, we're running out of time, but this has been absolutely brilliant. I could keep going, but we've got to bring up Dr. Lisa now and her amazing panel, and we'll keep this train on the tracks and we'll keep going.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
All right, we're going to head to commercial before we bring up Dr. Lisa. Thank you.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Hello, everyone. Hola, ni hao, konnichiwa, and if I have forgotten your mother tongue, please put it in the chat how you would say your greeting in your mother tongue. Today, I'm so excited after listening to Chris, Lauren, Jim, and Joseph. And now I want to share with everyone what I think about leadership. I feel like it's like putting on a good pair of sunglasses. You learn to filter out the glare and disruption, yet you still keep your eye on the big picture while focusing on the details. I'm Dr. Lisa. I'm a red carpet coach, and today I'm so excited to bring on my panel. And if the tech team can bring them up, and we'll wait for everyone to join. I believe we have one more, and while she hops on, I'm just going to share a little more. My panel I'm having a bit of background noise on my end. And in the meantime, if the panelists can mute yourself for just a sec while we get ready, that will help with some of the background noise.
Dr. Lisa, it's over to you, champion. We've got a bit of background noise, yes. We've also got one panelist just having some tech issues, so just let you know.
Okay, wonderful. So yeah, you might be wondering, I still have my sunglasses on. And the reason why that is the case is because the leaders that I'm bringing on, they shine so bright in their communities. I got to keep them on while they introduce themselves. So I'm going to have you say your name, the name of your business or organization, and something that Jim Quick brought up earlier. There's a version of ourselves that's waiting patiently to be introduced. And that's the version I want you to introduce today. So Carolyn, if you can kick us off and introduce yourself, that would be fabulous.
Thank you. My name is Carolyn McGee. I am known as the Decision Queen and Intuitive Strategist. I support people to pull together and balance their intuition and their logic to be able to make timely decisions, trust them completely, and then take inspired action. Something that I am stepping into is moving out of the entrepreneurial world and moving into helping executives, leaders, and entrepreneurs to be able to really use the beautiful tool of intuition in business. Thank you.
Carolyn, I'm so happy you're on today because I do want to hit on intuition today. That is a facet of leadership we have not had a chance to hit on in the past 3 days. Jessie, please share more about yourself.
Hi, I'm Jessie Terry. I am an author and illustrator of 36 children's books, and my whole focus in life has been helping young children to knock out boredom and bring back the power of their imagination. In a world full of technology, kids have a sense of losing their imagination at a young age. So growing up with a big imagination, and my dad was on earlier, he always inspired us, don't be on the phone, go outside and play. So that's been my whole mission, is to help young kids from an early age.
And I would love to bring on the essence of play during our conversation today, and also intuition and creativity. And I remember this one TEDx talk called how to start a movement. And it wasn't about the leader, it was actually about the follower. And this is another angle we haven't had a chance to touch on too. This whole concept of the importance of following as well as leading. Have there been certain things in your life or certain moments in your life where you see the importance of following and how that can make you a better leader?
Are you starting with me or Carolyn?
You know what, Jesse, since you jumped in, go ahead, Jesse.
So growing up, I was always more mature than other kids my age because my dad always put me with an older crowd, and I didn't take that seriously as a kid. I thought, well, I want to play with kids my own age. But when I started following his example and seeing that I really had potential in myself, and when I tapped into that potential, I realized that if I follow his lead, I can be a leader. It doesn't matter that I'm only 25. It doesn't matter that I can speak to people older than me. Age is just a number. When you have the influence, it can change a lifetime.
Yes, age is just a number. I just turned 50 this year, and I'm feeling, quote unquote, younger than I've ever been. So yes, our age does not define who we are by any means. How about you, Carolyn? What are your thoughts about following? And then we're going to trickle into intuition. But being a follower and how that helps as a leader.
So when I grew up, I was one of 9 grandkids, and we came home to mom with my parents, and we all took turns doing things. So we were truly a community. It was beautiful because some days somebody was the leader, other days we were the followers, we were the doers, we were the kids that set the table, and then we all got to practice different times being the one in charge, being the one that got to be in the front of the line when we went exploring on the property. And having that experience has just moved through with me, because one of my core values is community. And as part of a community, we all need to step up. We all need to listen to each other and support each other. And yes, we may be the technical leader, but we need to listen. And if we're not doing active listening, then we're not truly being a leader.
Yes, to be able to listen and lead. And I feel like that quality of listening allows us to step back into a following energy that creates space for others to step up into the leadership role when needed. And that's how communities are built, right? Not just this one leader at the middle standing on a pedestal. It's about how others blossom and how the followers step up. And from this whole concept of following, I want to segue into following our intuition. To lead by intuition. We've all heard a lot about leading by example, but let's talk about leading with intuition. And being an intuitive strategist, Carolyn, can you help us dive deeper about how we can tune into that part that is so innate in all of us?
Yes, I would love to. My experience, and I have 25 years of corporate experience and almost 20 years as an entrepreneur. So I've had many years of data in evaluating people and looking at people and seeing different leadership styles. The people who are the most natural leaders and the strongest leaders, they have what they often call their gut instinct. So it's really their intuition, but they don't have the terminology in many cases. And in a lot of cases, they don't understand what it is. So how to verify it, how to really put it in their toolkit and expand what their possibilities are as far as gathering information. So really just tapping into your own inner wisdom, your own yeses and nos. Does this feel good to me? Does this feel like it's truly going to, support whatever it is you're trying to do, whether it's build a community, whether it's, make a business decision, stepping out into spending money, pulling back on spending money. I mean, there's so many business decisions that people need to make, sometimes instantaneously. And when you can trust that intuition, that gut instinct with more than just your gut feeling, you've got things that you see, you hear, as well as that sensing. It's just so much more powerful and clarifying. It's really just, it makes me so excited. You can probably tell. It's so powerful.
I love to call that like our sixth sense, right? Our gut sense. Beyond the five senses that we normally talk about, that sixth sense that we have. And Jessie, I'm curious, how has intuition played into your life as a leader and also as an author? You've wrote so many children's books.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, so as a Christian, my parents always taught me that intuition was God speaking to you. So the Holy Spirit and how that works. And I thought, well, if I'm not willing to tell my dad that this is what I want to do, then I don't need to be doing it. So it's when I have a lot of kids that are looking up to me, it's what am I doing that's going to influence them? And so making the decisions that I make now, is that going to be something I would want to see my nieces or nephew do? So looking at all the things that I grew up with, and yes, I have written a lot of books, but the key areas that I focus on in my books are teaching kids responsibility and leadership values and character disciplines that aren't being taught to 4 and 5-year-olds. They give them a toy, they give them a phone, and they say, here, go watch YouTube. But being able to have that intuition from my incredible parents who poured into me at such a young age, I'm able to be the leader I am now because I listened to what the Lord was telling me. And I listened to how especially my dad was like, hey, you don't need to be doing that. And now I'm able to really step into my potential because I did pay attention to what I was told.
It's so funny, Jessie, as you were speaking, my daughter's knocking on the door. She must have an important message for us as we're speaking. Oh, yes, I too also follow this, inner gut GPS that I have for a lot of things that I do that have guided me in the right direction. And there are times when I say, I'm not sure where I would be without it. I would love to hear from each of you. How do you tune in to that inner voice or to God? How do you tune in? Is it auditory? Do you see a message? Is it a sensation? I'm so curious. And something that I think our audience could benefit from, our global audience, because I feel like a lot of us have disconnected right here. So there's a lot of thinking and there's no connection to the heart space. So how do you reconnect to that, what I like to call the OG 5G network, the original 5G network that is pervasive? How do we take ourselves off of airplane mode?
I think personally, it's not taking, yes, you want to put yourself out there and help as many people as possible. But if you're not, I know mental health is a big thing that people talk about, but if you're not taking time for yourself to grow and recover from everything that you've given, you can only give so much before you have to recharge. If you don't charge your phone, you can't use your phone. If you're not taking time to read books, to listen to things like this, putting things in your life that are going to help you grow and achieve your dreams, you can't achieve your dreams if you're not taking a nap, if you're not resting. I hate sleeping. There's a reason I have 36 books is because I don't know what a sleep schedule is. And that's why it's probably not a safe thing that I live alone. I need to, work on that a little bit. But if I don't take the time to rest, I overdo it and I crash out. And you can't do that. You have to take time be able to let yourself heal and recover before you can go on and help other people. That's how you be the best version of yourself.
So it sounds like you tune in
And it,
taking good care of yourself. How about you, Carolyn?
Yeah, so I tune in nature, and I am very fortunate where when I was younger, I could sense things in my body, and I would know things like that instant. I just know this is true. And over time in practice, working with different mentors and coaches, I have learned how to see things in my environment. And it's not necessarily see things that aren't there, but see things and understand the messages in what you're seeing. There's messages in animals that we might see. There's messages in colors because they have a vibration. So there's messages in seeing a bird or different things that we surround ourselves with. And also what we hear. One of the beautiful ways that I receive messages now are through songs on the radio. I'll be struggling about something, and all of a sudden the exact right song will come on. For example, I was writing a blog series on intuition and the different ways it shows up. And I was really struggling with what my next topic was going to be. And then I kept hearing the song Dreamweaver. So I'm dating myself by bringing that song up. But as soon as I heard it, I'm like, oh yeah, intuition and dreams. And then the article just flowed right through me so simply. So being able to pay attention to what do you see repetitively, whether it's in your dreams or in your environment, what do you hear repetitively? And factoring that into your body. Our body is the biggest gift because we can filter everything through it. Yet we have got, our beautiful hearts, which sense yes and no and right and wrong. I believe that that's where our soul lives, where the Holy Spirit that Jesse mentioned is. And it's following that, or stepping away from it. There's power in that discernment and taking the pause to really understand what is right for you, what is right for everyone around you, and then doing it.
As you said the word pause and discernment, I literally took a pause, and I'm asking what is needed in this very moment as we speak. And I think as leaders, it is so important to be in the stillness of it too, to discern the chaos from the clarity. I would love to speak more into, you brought up music, Carolyn, and I am so into music these days. How has music or frequencies in general or energy in general, because we've also talked about energy with Joseph McClendon, how has these things helped you with discernment in your life?
I'll jump in on that one quickly. For me, frequency literally changes the energy in my body. So doing things like listening to singing bowls, listening to meditations. It really depends on what I am trying to amplify, and allowing the music to, or sound in general. I think it's even bigger than just music. Oftentimes when I am struggling with a decision, or I am trying to decide on something, I will go outside and I will listen to the birds. I have a beautiful backyard. I call it my sacred haven. It's part of my teaching. And to just be in nature, hear those sounds, the wind coming through the trees, maybe sounds on the highway down. It puts me right back here. Yeah. And yes, it can be music. Sometimes I'll find myself humming and moving in the grass in my yard, because I create my own sound, my own frequency, my own music that just helps me center. because I truly believe if we're not embodied, if we're not feeling the energy in our bodies, then it's difficult for us to feel our intuition. It's difficult for us to have discernment and clarity. And it's difficult to push aside the chaos that is part of everyday life.
No, thank you for that. I was swaying with you. Jessie, is there anything you would like to add to that around energy frequency or just other tools that have entered your life that has helped you become a leader?
Yeah, so a lot of growing up, to make extra money, I would babysit. And I've noticed that parents will play Mozart for their baby because that music makes them smarter. And when I write and when I do other things, music can change the entire mood of the room. I like to listen to heavy metal music, and my mom detests it. And it really just changes the entire mood. We can go from listening to something that's very calming, makes you feel at peace, and I could write for hours. But when I put on the heavy metal, she leaves the room because it brings up this very excited, I want to go and run 5 miles. And she's like, I want to get out of here. It just completely changes everything. So what you listen to affects not just you, but other people in the room. So that's why what you listen to, what you talk about, your tongue is a weapon. So whether you're using your voice for something powerful or you're using it to destroy your mom's ears, it does make a difference. So you have to be careful, especially with the younger generation. What they're listening to, what they're watching on social media will affect the person they are in 5 years.
I am so excited about this conversation we had around what I like to describe as soft leadership, not in a way that is disempowering, but in a way that when we can soften, we actually create the space for the more doing that we need to be in this world. I would love to give each of you, I would love to give each of you about 30 seconds to wrap up. Leave our global audience with something they could tangibly walk away with, dance away with, sing away with, to become the leader in their community. Carolyn?
I always love the statement, to thine own self be true. And I think that to be a leader, you need to follow your own heart and make that next right choice. Many years ago, I was given by my divine guidance the statement, we get to start over with each breath. And that's so powerful. The past is the past. Live in the moment and anticipate a beautiful future.
A beautiful future. How about you, Jessie?
I would say that God put everybody on this earth for a reason. Whether you're 5 years old or 50 years old, your life has value. You're not too young, you're not too old to turn your dreams into a reality. So whatever it takes for you to get to that point in your life, you don't have to say, oh no, I'm too old. You can do it now. And make sure that what you're saying to the younger generation is going to add value and not tear them down.
We are never too old. We are all here to add value. And I can't help but to sing this bright light of ours, we're gonna let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Carolyn, Jessie, thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for joining our global broadcast. I am sure our audience appreciates all that you share today. Keep shining your light.
Yes, thank you very much. And trust me, you don't want to hear me sing and break out in tune, Dr. Lisa. That was a brilliant panel. So we get the privilege to spend some time together now. So we're just going to have a dual interview back and forth here and have a conversation with Dr. Lisa and myself for the next 20 minutes. And Dr. Lisa, it's been absolutely a privilege getting to know you better and following you along on this speaker's journey with Michael as our mentor and stepping up and just serving in our respective communities. And I'd love to, just dive straight in. So Dr. Lisa, what do you love about, the LA Tribune, the podcast network, the community that we have? What's one thing around that you love?
As you were saying that, I drop into this one moment. I was in a mastermind with Mary Glorfield, and we were given the opportunity to ask questions at the end, of course. And One of the ladies in the Women's Journal, instead of asking a question for herself in her best interest, she asked the question on behalf of another Tribune family member, another member of the Women's Journal. Can you believe that? In that moment, I just completely froze. And to me, that speaks volumes of when we say hashtag one team, one family, it's not just words. It's within the blood of our organization and family that we really up-level each other, even within our masterminds off camera. It still hits me to this day, like right here when I witnessed that. One of our women authors asking a question on behalf of another women author.
Yeah.
And putting her on a path.
I love the heart and the vision that Mo Rock has really created for all of us. And that is to, do collaboration in a healthy, respectful way to help others to feel seen and valued. And Mary Glorifeld is one of those people that definitely does that. Every time that she's in the same room with you, virtually or not, you definitely feel seen, right?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. It's from the way she might just drop a message into our group. And she's always cheering us on. Always. And I know it. I could even feel it at this very moment. She's supporting us. And she brought up servant leadership, Jeff. And she mentioned how Tony Robbins put her into a servant leadership training for a long time. And she said that was what changed the trajectory in her career. And when she brought up servant leadership, Jeff, you're one of the first people I think of. I feel like you exemplify that so well. Like whenever something is up, we're like, Jeff, we know we can count on Jeff. What lights you up as a servant leader, Jeff?
Yeah, powerful question. And it's one that I've always reflected on. And, if you had met me 10 years ago, you wouldn't be saying that about me. It was the Jeff Ross show. Look at me, very arrogant. And I had to have a few things that humbled me, like COVID, like building up $1 million business before COVID and losing that overnight. Like it really humbled me. And it made me to understand that this whole thing around, I can't remember who says it. I think it's Jim. I'm lost. I'm drawing a blank on who actually said it, right? The two happiest days of your life are when you're born and when you find your purpose. And
B and D.
Yeah, B and D, right? And finding your purpose, choices around that, and losing my business overnight, teaches you to be grateful for your trials and tribulations, but it puts you into position to be able to empathize. And I've done a lot of soul searching and teaching, and learning how to be taught in this space to position myself as a hero maker, to be a floodlight, not a spotlight, to be someone who helps to lift others up. And then through that, we get to rise up the mountain together, escape Sucksville and climb Awesome Town and, be in that position together. And it's a much more satisfying space when we get to do it together, right?
For sure. I love it when you say that, Sucksville to Awesomeville. And recently, I've been starting to talk about the red carpet leadership. And most people think, oh, red carpet, it's about spotlight on me. Spotlight, oh, I'm the leader. I'm on the pedestal. But no, red carpet leadership is actually about helping others see that they are also worthy of stepping onto their red carpet that's been waiting for them to be fully seen and heard.
Yeah.
Just like what you're saying, it's about, pulling others with us, those who didn't think they were ready, but we say, hey, you are ready. You are made for this.
Yeah,
You know,
it's about being a hero maker, right? It's about seeing the greatness in others and believing in others before they believe in themselves, and helping them to, in that belief, step up and essentially grow up. I think there's a lot of us, 95% of the population who are running around as grown people, but still acting like children. I myself was very guilty of that, and leadership has helped me to really step into our greatness together. And I feel like when we can help others to do that, that's why we get up and out of bed at 1 o'clock in the morning. We do crazy things like, jump on a host here and lead.
that's why you've been up for, I think, 3 days now, Jeff. Excuse me. And I can't help but to think of this one moment where I get a text from Michael, and he says, like, you've got this, Lisa. I believe in you. And it's not just Michael. I feel this almost like the wind in our backs from the whole Tribune family. Do you feel that, Jeff? Do you feel like this? Where, yes, we're going to have moments where we're going to trip. We're going to have our tech glitches. We may be at loss for words, right? But no, we've got the wind behind our back, this whole Tribune family supporting us. And that's what, like you said, gets me excited. That's what gets me excited to show up for our Zoom calls, to show up for this Tribune Leadership Week, 8 days of greatness.
Yeah, and brilliant insight. Like, I really feel like true community with what we've created here with the LA Tribune is a community accepts you as you are and helps you to become great. And it becomes a space where you belong. Like, we don't have to try and conform. We don't have to try and fit in. We are, who we are. And when you really feel like that place where you belong, that safe space, it becomes the cocoon for your transformation, right? We talk about the butterfly transformation journey, going from caterpillar to butterfly. But if we talk about that transitional stage, the cocoon stage, that is a safe space for that caterpillar to be broken down to its base DNA level, to be then recreated and built back up into the big, beautiful butterfly. And I loved seeing that that's what's happening with each and every one of us here in this network, yourself included, Dr. Lisa. And it's been a beautiful journey watching you just, start to, spread your wings and fly and step up. I'd love to just ask you, like, how have you embraced that messy transformation, and how's that helped you on your growth journey?
Ooh, the messy transformation. There was a word that you said that has helped me so much, and it's the word safety. And by safety, for me to reach safety, and for everyone who's listening out there to reach safety, it's actually a word that Parisa used a lot the past 2 days. And it's the word and.
And, yes.
That word alone has helped me create safety in my life. And let me just give you an example. For over 3 to 4 weeks, the fear of being seen hit me so hard, to the point where I had trouble hopping on Zooms. And what came to me one day intuitively is that it's okay to sit with the fear, to actually welcome the fear and embrace the fear. A lot of us are trying to push it away before we're ready. So I sat with that fear. It was really, I felt it in all my cells. There were moments when I was shaking. I sat with it. I embraced it. And I told myself, I can be afraid to be seen. And I can do an Instagram live. And as crazy as that sounds, that's exactly what I did.
Yeah.
And by being able to welcome in that fear and know that that is part of being human, because the more we resist, the more we push, it's going to persist. But when we say it's okay to be afraid, when we say it's part of me, and to actually love it up, that's when it actually starts to soften. And I was able to do my Instagram live. You can see me. It was no shower, no makeup. I was still having snot in my nose. I was still having my full-blown cold. And I did my Instagram live. It was just posted a few days ago. And to create the safety, that cocooning phase, when you feel safe, that's when you can rip your cocoon open. Without that safety, you're going to want to stay in that cocoon forever. And the funny thing, you bring this up, this whole analogy with cocoon and spreading our wings. Metamorphosis is the name of my women's journal piece, by the way. So please check that out. And I would love to hear from you, Jeff. What helped you get out of that messy spot when you were still in that cocoon and like right before you could peek out of that and just like fly?
Yeah, this is a powerful conversation. I love this. And one of the visual images that come to mind, right, is when you plant a seed, you know, the seed has to germinate, right? The roots need to go down deep before it starts to push up through the ground. And then that time that the plant, it's pushing up through the ground, will be the hardest season that plant will have to go through. You know, that pushing through the ground, right? That you know, that 3 feet from gold conversation, that transformational season, like you almost climbing the mountain, you get to the top, and it's the hardest season. And a story that comes to mind is when Sarah and I first got married. You know, we went on this amazing road trip around Victoria. And we went, you know, I was 40 kilos lighter and a lot healthier than I am today and a lot fitter. And we went up this mountain, you know, for those in Victoria, it's called the Grampians. And we're climbing this mountain. And I had this crazy idea. I wanted to see this beautiful sunrise at the top of this mountain. So that meant we had to get up at 3 a.m. in the morning and do a 2.5-hour climb. And we get to the top of the mountain, like the last 100 meters. And Sarah, like this, I think we've been married 3 days, and she's already threatening divorce. You know, dragging up this mountain. It's like, but we pushed through. That was one of the hardest things that we had to do, and we pushed through. And the sunrise at the end of that mountain, the top of that mountain, the memories that we have created together, you know, by pushing through on the other side of that, that's what makes it all worthwhile. And I'm going to get really raw here for a second. Like, I tried to kill myself 11 years ago. I got to a point in my life where it was just hard. I you know, tried to keep up with the Joneses. I tried to live up to this expectation. They're all self-imposed expectations. Nobody put them on me. But I lived up to these expectations of this space of I was not good enough. I was hopeless. I was useless. And why would anybody need me around? If anything, they would probably be better off without me. And we've hit this note a couple of times today, and I want to speak to that just quickly. If you're feeling that way, make sure you lean on your friends and family and reach out and speak it out, because it's not true. And I had a friend who saw me at that pass. They saw past the hurt, they saw past the anger, they saw past the mess, and they believed in me. And they saw that the person that I could be. And it was that person, that mentor, who helped me to rise up out of that mess and to lean in. And for me, that messy transformational journey for the last 10 years, I'm still on it. We're still growing. We never arrived, right? But I've just learned to love myself. You know, good, bad, ugly, warts and all. You know, as Joseph McClendon says, you know, if you could look at the mirror and smile and say, I love you, I really mean it. Like, can you look in the mirror and tell yourself, I love you? That's what the climb, coming back to that story of, Sarah and our marriage climbing up that mountain. That has been our journey and our life of our messy transformation. And it's why I call it Awesome Town, right? Escaping Sucksville to get to Awesome Town. It doesn't matter what journey, what product, whatever it is that you're on, we're all, just on a bridge to transformation. And that's been the big thing, is learning how to love myself, learning how to love God, and learning how to love others. And that's that servant-hearted leadership, coming out of that space, not being the hero, but being the hero maker, going through my own mess to get to the other side, right? Let your mess be your message. And finding your voice in that space. And this is why I live to do what I do today, to help others to step up, to help others, to live their purpose-driven life, to get to the other side of that Sucksville state, so they can live out of that space that is heart-centered and purpose-driven. And you can see the tonality, right? The energy, like talking about this just excites me and drives me every day. So thank you for giving me the space to, share that with the world.
Jeff, and everyone who's listening at this moment, I want you to know, I see the love in you, Jeff. I see the love in all of us that's tuning in. And I think Jane Goodall, you mentioned the mentor who threw you that lifesaver, that pulled you from that moment. We talked about push, and now there's also that pull. Someone along the way threw each of us the lifeline. For my daughter, she's actually had a similar conversation with me, where in one moment she didn't see a reason for living. And yes, can we be that mentor? Just like the mentor was for you, Jeff. Can we be that mentor for someone else and shine that light? And I can't help but to think of Dr. Jane Goodall in this very moment, Jeff, where she just keeps spreading the message of hope. And your story, Jeff, it brought me so much hope. Your story about the climb, your climb up, it's brought me so much hope. And
thank you.
If we spread hope, if we've been able to spread hope today, I think we've done our job today, Jeff. High five.
Nailed it. Yeah, high five. No, and that's exactly what it is, right? Our stories are not for ours to keep, because they could be someone else's hope. Our struggle are not for us to hoard. Our struggles, and our solution to that, to be able to share that joy, to share that peace, to share that hope. That is the purpose why any leader steps up and does what they do. And it doesn't matter where you are on your journey. You are a guide to someone, and you are a leader to someone. So it's just a matter of learning to grow and to be a more effective at those skill sets of leadership. And Dr. Lisa, I think we've run out of time, but I just want to close on this. What has been the biggest takeaway of this whole leadership week for you?
I want to say this very moment with you, Jeff. Like, how we're virtually side by side? Like, that just gives me so much hope to know that I've got a colleague like you by my side. I've got the entire Tribune family, like the wind beneath my wings after I've broken out of my cocoon. Like, this is a defining moment for me, Jeff. It's something that words cannot describe. So thank you for being by my side.
Thank you.
How about for you? What has been a great moment for you?
I'm really grateful, and I received that. Thank you. And thank you for yourself and everything that you do. And I would say it's not just a association. Like we're starting to deepen that level and it's find those places where we can relate, resonate, and connect, and that's where true friendship is born. And I just love that the community is going deeper and we're becoming lifelong friends on this journey. It's been an absolute pleasure. All right, well, we're going to go to commercial now. So thank you very much for tuning in for the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Week for 2025. And make sure that if you haven't already, register at www.latleadershipweek.com to stay in touch with our community, to become a part of our community, and to just be, a part of the story, because that's what we all are, right? We're all a chapter, a page, a footnote in the story of life, helping others to lift up and shine. So, Dr. Lisa, thank you very much. I've loved this time with us. We're going to go to commercial now.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team. Hello and welcome.
All right, so I'm just going to bring out my friend Jason here before we move on to the next section. We've got Dr. Emily and Dr. Zuckerberg, yes, Mark Zuckerberg's father, coming up very shortly, just as soon as Jason and I have a quick moment together. So, Jason, what has been the highlight of this whole leadership week? We're 2.5 days in. We've got Gene Simmons coming up tomorrow, but what's been the highlight for you?
Running this with you. If I'm just gonna be honest and authentic, which is sort of my jam. Yeah, I'm gonna say, man, that I've had such a great time with you, and then getting the opportunity to know each other through our environment here, and also to get up on the stage together and to hear each other speak. I've learned a lot more about you today, and you and Sarah and your story. It's beautiful that we have a platform that allows for us to be authentically ourselves, do that unapologetically, and to bring the leadership for other people to do the same. So my takeaway from this last 3 days really is about the community and the love for the community. If I was going to go 3 days collectively, that's what gives me the chills right now, right?
Yeah.
That would be it. How about you?
I think you echo that whole conversation. It's around the community, about helping others to feel seen and belong in that space for us. I think that conversation with Dr. Lisa just summed it up, right? It gives us that safe space for us to all step up and grow up and shine. And I think the big through line and listening from greats like Dr. Joseph McClendon and Jim Quick, and we've got I can't wait for Dr. Zuckerberg's conversation coming up. And Gene Simmons tomorrow, the rock star himself, but he's not just a rock star. He's a king of marketing and leadership. And, to have the team behind KISS going decade after decade after decade, like that takes some amazing leadership. And the thing that I'm learning from is the characteristics and the qualities of leadership. Anybody can adopt them and learn them and throw themselves in and up level, right? And so leadership begins even with yourself. It begins at home. It begins anywhere. Everybody is a leader, and you can be one that steps up and shines too.
I'm going to go with that as our giveaway. We keep talking about takeaways. Let's do a giveaway, Jeff. And that's what we give everybody, is that insight, the encouragement, the permission if you need it. You do not need permission to exercise your free will, but here it is. Go right ahead and be you. Get it out there, man. Do the thing. Meet the moment with what you've got. Learn from it and keep rolling. There's another moment. They come up. I've got so many I've missed along the ways, and I look back and scratch my head and wonder. And now when there are opportunities in front of us, this is such a great time for that to be happening. And I mean, in the overall sense, there's so much change. There's so many beautiful things coming together and things splitting apart. Right? We had Jim Quick on today talking about how much we can do for our brains. Wow. Just amazing tools. And I know I'm somebody who's had multiple concussions in my life. There may be times I'm not well upstairs, okay? But those days when I have those tools, they really make the difference. And to break it down so simply, but so many of our leaders, like you said, with Gene Simmons tomorrow, it's not just the marketing, it's keeping that group together, it's traveling, it's taking the time out of a schedule to share as a leader that he truly is. And we can all have an opinion, and we probably have an album or 6. It's about really recognizing people for what they are, not just as what we know them to be, but what they truly are. And this platform, the Los Angeles Tribune and the family, we live that and bring it together. And as the director of the Speakers Bureau, I'm honored to be able to share in that. And that's how we end up getting to work together, Jeff. So let's keep this day rolling.
Yes. So we're going to go to commercial, and then we're going to bring up Dr. Emily and Mark Zuckerberg's father, Dr. Zuckerberg. And can't wait to get my pen and paper out ready for this one. So we'll go to commercial.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page.
Hello,
Here you will
everyone.
find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Emily with the Los Angeles Tribune Global Journal, and it is my honor today to interview Dr. Edward Zuckerberg. Dr. Zuckerberg is a global leader, an esteemed dentist in our dental community, obviously the father of a very famous individual, and he is the venture partner of Revere and the chief dental officer of Biome. And it's my absolute honor to invite Dr. Zuckerberg on here during the Leadership Week of the Los Angeles Tribune. And I like for him to share some of his insights on how he runs business, what leadership means to him, and what are some of the projects that he's working on. So Dr. Zuckerberg, thank you so much for taking the time to be on here.
It's my pleasure, Emily. Good to be here.
Yes. So, Doctor, you've had a very long career in dentistry. So my first quick question is, how do you stay on top of things for such a long time?
In my clinical years, which were the first 35 years or so after I graduated dental school, there was hardly time for anything.
Okay.
You focused on clinical care for your patients and the internal runnings of your own dental office. But the last close to 15 years, I mean, I sold my practice in New York and relocated to California 12 years ago fully. And, I have a lot of time now to, so to speak, give back to the profession. But in doing so, I have a chance to take a more global view of dentistry as opposed to the local view that I had in my own office where I was involved in direct patient care. So when I first started about 15 years ago lecturing to dentists, what they wanted from me was they wanted me to teach them how to use social media. They figured I knew a thing or two about it by my son.
Okay.
And I kind of became the self-appointed dental social media expert. But, really as I progressed in my consulting career and I was advising companies that were, wanting to bring new innovations and technology to the dental industry, I got to think, more globally, the impact that dentistry and oral health care has on overall body health. And for me, that came to a head in 2021, only 4 years ago, with my first introduction to a company called Keystone Bio that had developed a monoclonal antibody that eradicated a particular bacteria called Porphyromonas gingivalis. We referred to it sometimes as P. gingivalis or just PG for short.
Uh-huh.
It is the keystone bacteria in gum disease. And for many years, dentists and patients alike, kind of dreaded gum disease as something that would cause their teeth to loosen up and ultimately lose their teeth. And before we had implants, that meant dentures. So the thought of gum disease was certainly not a pleasant one, and it drove the dental community to educate patients on the importance of good oral hygiene and maintaining, a healthy mouth just to preserve their teeth. But what become increasingly aware is that the mouth truly is connected to the rest of the body. And dentists are not separate practitioners from medical doctors. We are really medical doctors that are specialists in oral health care. And what goes on in the mouth is a driver for what goes on in the body. P. gingivalis has been implicated in everything from dementia, Alzheimer's disease, diabetes, heart disease, digestive cancers, arthritis, kidney disease, erectile dysfunction, mental depression. The list goes on and on. It's basically a who's who, what's what of diseases affecting mankind. And they all have one thing in common, and that's that these diseases have an inflammatory based origin. And that,
Yes.
that inflammation is driven by the toxic proteins that are produced by many oral bacteria, P. gingivalis being the leading one.
Yes, and we are so lucky to be the first person who have that connection, right? Because we're in the patient's mouth all day long, and for a long time, we could see signs of diabetes and inflammation when we monitor the patient vitals. Because some patients actually see us equally often as they see their medical practitioner. They come in for that 6 months cleaning. Tell me, I know you're working on a project with Bio where we're going to bring this awareness and we can even pre-screen predicting oral cancer, which is something that we want to conquer and get rid of. Can you speak to that? Because I've had that honor to be part of the team and talk to different dentists and other team and even talk to patients about these advances that we've made. So tell us about that part, because I think it's super, super exciting.
Well, Vium's doing groundbreaking work, and I'm really proud to be the chief dental officer for the company. I actually joined the company as an advisor about 4 years ago, when at the time the company was basically a gut health company. People were doing a full body, and they called it FBI, which stands for full body intelligence, but they were really focusing on the gut.
Mm-hmm.
So people would have to prick their finger with a little lancet and get a drop of blood, send them a scoop of their poop. And now we're also collecting some saliva from patients as part of the full body intelligence test. And over the last 8 years, the company's done over 1 million tests. So, many of those are repeat tests done on existing customers. And the kind of insights that the customers got from the FBI test were things about what parts of their digestive system and processes were working properly and what weren't. And so they could be guided with both diet and customized nutritional supplements to get their systems working properly and translate that into help for diseases they might have been suffering from, like irritable bowel syndrome and mental depression and a whole host of things, diseases in the body correlated to poor gut health and poor digestive processes. But at the time I joined the company 4 years ago, the CEO of the company, Naveen Jain, wanted me because they were developing a customized oral test that, from a simple salivary sample, was going to provide dentists and other healthcare practitioners with a deeper insight into the salivary microbiome than ever before, including the ability to screen with a 95% sensitivity for oral and throat squamous cell carcinoma, the most common form of oral and throat cancer affecting humans. And, Emily, to be honest, I've been a dentist now for 47 years, and I've seen a lot of change, right? A lot of improvements, a lot of technology, but some things haven't changed. And my one biggest disappointment is that 47 years later, the 5-year survival rate from oral cancer is still sitting at roughly the same 50%. If you're diagnosed with oral cancer today, in 5 years, there's a 50% chance you're not going to be alive. And that's roughly the same as when I first started becoming a dentist back in 1978, when, as a resident in the Brooklyn Veterans Administration Hospital, I and the other residents and staff members were charged with developing the protocol for head and neck cancer examination for the entire federal dental service. And so very early on in my practice, which my first private practice started in 1979, I was doing, detailed examination of the head and neck area on all my patients before I picked up that Sharp Explorer to check for cavities, realizing that, fixing cavities wasn't going to do my patient a hill of beans good if they weren't alive.
Right.
And back in those days, what I was doing was unheard of, and patients were looking at me like, what are you doing? Why are you feeling up my neck and my floor of my mouth and my cheeks? Get on with checking for cavities. And but when I explained to them what I was doing, it actually helped reinforce my image as a medical practitioner to them, as someone who was an important primary care provider. And oftentimes, if patients had to switch offices for whatever reason, maybe financial, maybe their new dentist, they got new insurance at work, and there was a preferred provider panel that was charging less money, they would often come running back to me, and they would complain that new dentist didn't do that oral cancer examination thing that we were doing.
Mm-hmm.
And then about 9 years ago, I met at a dental speaker conference. I met Linda Miles, who's a Hall of Fame member of the dental community, who really revolutionized dental practice management. And Linda had a relative, I believe a brother, who was afflicted with oral cancer. And she was part of a team that founded an organization called Oral Cancer Cause. And they got me to join as the director of the advisory board. And we really focused on raising awareness. And I took a real pragmatic look at why dentists were failing to diagnose oral cancer early. We were still relying on the same physical examination, using our fingers to feel for lumps, using our eyes to look for white spots and red spots. There have been tools available like the Velscope where we could have insights to see things that our own naked eye that we couldn't see, and yet most dentists were not using them. I mean, there are over 1 million dentists in the world right now, and the last time I spoke to the team at Velscope, there's only 10,000 units in active use. And one of the reasons for that is dentists find that it's time-consuming and not cost-effective to add to the practice. I mean, how is something that can save lives, how does cost even come into the equation? But that's one of the failings of our broken dental insurance reimbursement system, where a dentist, even though there's a code for oral cancer examination, a dentist who bills a separate fee for that procedure is told that it's bundled with their examination fee. It's an important part of the examination, therefore you have to do it anyway. We're not going to pay you a separate fee for that. So to use the Velscope requires some disposables and some rinses. I mean, not to mention buying the instrument, which costs, about $3,000. But so if the dentist can't even get compensated and has to lose money to deliver the test, you can understand why not every dentist offers a Velscope examination. But now Viome has a relatively simple test. This patient just spits in a tube. First thing they wake up in the morning, mails it to the company. And within a week, we've got insight, and answers to whether that patient has the biomarkers that Viome is screening for, that tips us off that this is a patient either with an as to date yet undetected oral cancer, or is it such high risk that we really need to be all over this patient frequently and do all kinds of various repeat testing to catch it early, because it's coming. If it's not there, it's coming soon. In addition to the cancer screen, the Viome test, as you know, Emily, from discussions we've had together, also provides tremendous insight into the bacteria in the mouth by analyzing the microbiome in the saliva, so that we can tell things like the quantity and virulence of that Porphyromonas gingivalis, that PG in your mouth. Are you at risk for dementia? Are you at risk for heart disease and diabetes, et cetera, et cetera? Things like dry mouth and breath odor can be detected by targeting the bacteria that are known to promote these, situations. And we can also tell by screening for certain bacteria like Streptococcus mutans, which is the most common bacteria that we know that causes tooth decay. And we can tell from the quantity of Strep mutans in someone's saliva if that person is at very high risk for tooth decay or not. And that's, something that a dentist can use to support their clinical judgment. If they find a very early cavity in a person that hasn't yet broken through the enamel, if the patient has a very low Strep mutant score, which Viome can corroborate, then that's a patient that they can kind of monitor over time and recommend some therapies like hydroxyapatite, chewing gum, or dental floss, or fluoride, or other, nanoparticles that have been shown to remineralize tooth enamel, as opposed to more aggressive treatment like a filling. Yet if someone has high cavity risk, then that might be someone we do want to do a filling on when that cavity is very small. So, I'm really excited about the Viome test and hope that, in a short period of time, dentists everywhere are going to be utilizing this as a standard of care and screening all their patients for oral cancer, as well as getting greater insight into patients' gum health and cavity risks.
Yes, and I'm so excited that you're on here talking about this. For me, this is a call to action for dentists to join and provide this invaluable test to the patients, because I've done the test with you and it came back 5 pages about all of the things that the test can tell about me. And I actually lost both of my parents to cancer, not oral cancer. But then it makes me into that position where I've been having my colonoscopy since I was 35, right? Every 5 years. So these are the things that we do to protect ourselves. And from a dental standpoint, by the way, I'm one of those proud of the right? And an event where I support the oral cancer organization with Linda Miles. These are the things that I feel that we need to do because we are that doctor, right? Or physician, one of the new terms, because we need to do that to serve the patients. I think the cost factor will come in as you provide comprehensive care, the patient trusts you more, and you can recommend other things. You're not I don't think you're supposed to make money doing a screening test. You're supposed to build trust, but then you're supposed to save lives. On the patient side, this is a call to action for them to ask the dentist, do you have the biome test? And I've heard about it. This event is global. People are going to be listening in from all parts of the world. To this day, unfortunately, I graduated in 1993, so 32 years or so. I still have patients who ask me when I do the oral cancer exam, what are you doing, right? No,
Right.
no one had done this for me before, and I'm thinking 33 years later, this should not be happening. Everybody should be doing that. I've had the Velcro, I had the brush biopsy kit, I have all these things. I tell them, I see this, I'm going to refer to the specialist. One is they say yes, they're concerned. Two, they may just think I'm crazy, right? I'm referring, maybe it's a red lesion. By the time the patient get an appointment, maybe the red lesion went on. But I couldn't rule it out from, is it trauma? Is it something you do in your mouth? And so now with the biome test, it's just a whole lot better. All the patients do is they fill out the 7 questions, answer it, and if they're in the moderate or high risk of having oral cancer, we as dentists, we just recommend them to do the test. It doesn't, patient come to the front, just scan the QR code. They can do that before they get into the chair. And I can take care of the patient, even before the patient sits in the chair. I think it's very, very smart, very comprehensive. And I just love it. And I think people can tell that both of us are excited about this.
Well, we're trying to move the needle here. I'm working with some of the more influential deans of dental schools in the country, like the dean at Harvard Dental School, the dean at UCSF Dental School. I've been to Chicago and met with the heads of the American Dental Association, the president and the executive secretary. And these are the people that have the potential to help move the needle. And what we're trying, and we're also expanding our outreach and education, not just to dentists, but to physicians, because physicians are really kind of getting the message here. They're still the gatekeeper for primary health care. And yet, I can see a change coming. My vision for the future, if I had my crystal ball to look ahead 10 years, is that all healthcare facilities, including dentistry, will be under one roof. And when a patient goes to see the primary healthcare physician for a triage and has a complaint, whatever it is, maybe they're being forgetful, maybe they have a racing heart, or maybe they're having issues with blood sugar. Before the physician institutes any extensive treatment, they're going to want to refer that patient to the oral healthcare specialist, who can rule out the presence of oral disease that may be contributing to the systematic diseases that are giving them symptoms, before they bother to waste their time. I mean, there are physicians, who are trying to treat patients for diabetes unsuccessfully. The patients don't seem to respond to therapy. They have difficulty controlling the proper dose of insulin or controlling their blood sugar. And yet, when someone realizes, hey, this person has problems with their mouth, and they send them to the dentist, and all of a sudden the dentist does some comprehensive periodontal health care, and the next thing you know, the physician's having an easy time now controlling the insulin and the blood sugar. So, as physicians become more educated, and we move the needle, we're moving towards a system where it will be commonplace for the oral healthcare practitioner to be recognized as a primary healthcare practitioner.
Yes, that's awesome insight. And Doctor, I know we chatted before this, and I said I'm going to ask you about how to be a leader, how you inspire people to be a leader, how to be a role model. To give us a short answer on how to be a great, because you are obviously one, and you inspire a lot of people, including me. And at the end of the political career, that is not the end, because we can continue going on with the impact. So, your advice would be a leader.
Well, being a leader, whether it be as a parent or whether it's being as a professional leader, starts with being a role model, and kind of carrying yourself and displaying the ethics and the qualities that you want the people to follow you see in your own behavior. Be true to yourself and be the person you want. Either your children or your professional followers to be.
Great. So be the best version of yourself then, and be that model. Well, thank you so much, Doctor, for your time. I'm grateful that you can take time out of your very, very schedule to join us. And we hope that everybody pick up those insights and the understanding of how dentists are the oral physician, and that we have Biome as a comprehensive system to help you learn more about your health, specifically your dental health, really is your overall body health. And go out there and check us out at biome.com. Ask your dentist to provide you with tests, so you can do that screening, predicting oral cancer. Thank you, Dr. Zuckerberg.
Well, always a pleasure, Emily. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Hi, I'm Dr. Emily Letran again, and I have with me Dr. Nellie Silva, DMD. Dr. Nellie is a friend of mine. She is a great dentist. She is a fellow member of the International College of Dentists, which is an honorary organization that we recognize dentists who are doing great things, especially in philanthropy and giving back to the community. Dr. Nelly is based in Philadelphia, and she is also a board certified American craniofacial pain and sleep medicine. So when we're talking about total health care, I wanted to talk about sleep. Why is sleep important? And of course, Dr. Nelly has a great practice, but she focuses on one of those things that make a difference in everybody's life. So Dr. Nelly, it's okay that I call you Dr. Nelly, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
Come on, it's so easy that way.
Share with us. Well, first of all, tell us, a little bit your background story, and then you're talking to the global audience of the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit. So let's go.
Wow. Thank you so much for having me. I think this is such a great honor. I get to talk to everyone out there globally. But yeah, thank you for having me. So I'm Dr. Nelly Silva. I practice in Collegeville, Pennsylvania, which is outside of Philadelphia market. And I've been practicing for now almost 21 years. And one of my passion is airway. I love talking about sleep because sleep, we all sleep, right? And also I find that patients have sleep and jaw pain problems, and they kind of marry very well together. So it's a pleasure to talk about this all day today.
All right. Now, and as I mentioned earlier, it affects everybody. So if I don't know that I don't have enough sleep, what are some of the common things that would probably point towards sleep? This is me if I was a lay person, I am not a professional. What would you say?
Yeah, it's interesting that you asked that question because you have a variety of people that either will complain that they're tired, or you have people that are unaware and, that's their normal. So, it comes down to, as a dentist, being able to look for those signs and to ask the right questions. Even with little ones that are sleeping, they, mom or dad may not know what's going on with the child, but they may have these things that we are familiar with. Bedwetting is associated with just growing up, but really bedwetting could be that the child has an airway problem.
And, we're talking about leadership. So imagine being a leader and being tired. And of course, a lot of us would say, well, it's because I'm trying to do a lot of things, right? One of the things that I'm very proud to say, a lot of people say, hey, you just have a lot of energy.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think I do. Well, both of us have a lot of energy. I don't think I do. I think I'm just able to carry myself with positive energy. It's not like I'm more healthy or I have a lot more energy than other people, but I'm always presenting myself that way. And of course, that's the mental health, right? Like how strong your head is, your brain is, and that has to do with sleep. So for the busy CEOs, executives, if they say, I'm stressed and I feel tired and they're on, I don't know, their 8th cup of coffee for the day, do you think they should ask themselves if they've had enough sleep?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of executives are traveling quite a bit, so they're relying on medications to even get on the plane, for that matter. Some of those medications actually could be causing more of an airway problem, right? So yeah, if you're not getting good sleep or enough sleep, you're not going to be as productive. And I think some people just get used to that, mode or mode. They get used to that mode, and what they find is it becomes their normal. So it's one of those things that we should be looking closely. Am I relying on multiple cups of coffee just to get through the day? And that's not normal.
Mm-hmm. Well, you mentioned airway a couple of times. Can you explain what airway is? Because I think a very small percentage of dentists talk about airway or learn about airway or practice airway. And so their patients, of course, don't know because of the doctors are not talking about it. So tell us a little bit more about airway, because this is we are this big whole, system, and we're the first ones who look in the mouth and we can see so many things that are connecting. But talk about airway, please.
Yeah, I use the word airway because it could be so many different things, right? So it could be snoring. It could be a coined terminology called upper airway resistance syndrome, and it could be sleep apnea. We don't know. So we know airway, the inability or the ability to breathe. So yeah, most people will complain of snoring, or even some people may be making sounds. Airway is important, and it's impacted by how well we breathe through our nose. If we're not breathing through our nose, we're going to be breathing through our mouths. As dentists, what we see is, guess what? Gum inflammation, cavities. This is typically what we're learning in dental school. But it really comes down to if someone has an inability of breathing or having airway issues, they're either going to grind their teeth because they need to open up their airway, they're going to have a lot of cavities, or they're going to have a lot of restorations that needing repair. So airway is just a big term, and it just encompasses different elements or different or the spectrum of the issue that we're looking at.
I want to emphasize a little bit on airway, because as I study that, and I'm going to make my daughter be fully immersive in that, right? She's a new grad. She's only graduated 2 years ago, and I told her, airways, you got to learn this.
Absolutely.
Airway, an airway doctor, an airway physician, an airway oral physician can actually save lives. We'll touch on saving relationship in a little bit, but it can actually save lives. So can you elaborate on that? I mean, I think there's stories in the media of people passing away because of sleep apnea, right? Mm-hmm. So how important is this, and how severe can this be?
I hear these stories all the time. You hear patients that, or people for that matter, that will say, I don't need my CPAP tonight. Or they may sleep, they may go out, or they may just sleep downstairs and their CPAP is upstairs, right? So, it's just that one night, that one incident that can really make an impact on someone's life. As a dentist, I'm just so honored to work with other healthcare professionals. I think that is so important in order to give patients the best care, because a lot of what we see is people come into our offices, or, people are on all these different medications, but why are they on those medications? So, it's so important to really look closely and find out really what the root cause is.
Do you think there are more people with sleep apnea, men versus women? Of course, I know a lot of the men have a CPAP, and we'll go on and we'll talk about the dental appliance that looks much cooler and sexier than the CPAP. But is there this disproportional amount of people who have airway problem, men versus women?
What the studies show is that women are going to show up with sleep apnea postmenopausal. However, there is actually a larger population of people that have upper airway resistance syndrome. So that was coined back in 2003 by Dr. Christian Guilleminault. And a lot more people are having these issues, and it could be so slight, or it could be very worsened over time. So it's one of those things that we just have to screen every patient. The studies that we look at 10 plus 20 years ago will show that there are less people with airway problems. But what we're finding is there's less education on it, that now we are finding more prevalence of these conditions. So it's very important that we as dentists are champion, and we're partnering with other healthcare professionals to really, really make an impact when it comes to airway related issues.
Yeah. Well, that's the point I'm trying to make, is people may say, oh, it's mostly my husband who's wearing the appliance or whatever, right? and I should be okay, and
right.
And a lot of time when they do those ads, they're always making fun of the man, like, looks like what is it, Hector?
And it's always the man, right?
It's always the man, right?
Right.
So it could be a misconception. So then, as a woman, we go, I'm really tired, but I don't think I have any sleeping problems.
Absolutely.
Right. Yeah. So I don't want people to self-diagnose. I don't want people to think, oh, that's more of a man problem. Same thing when you mentioned the kids. We think sometimes because of a lack of sleep, the kids go to school and he or she may be irritated, right? They may be cranky. They can't focus. They can't, they don't do those things that you expect a kid to do, because a kid should not have stress or anything like that. right?
Right.
So they show up to school and they should be fully engaged. It's just like when we go to work, and we should be fully engaged. I tell people all the time, when I'm traveling, I know there's a time change, and I really let myself just assimilate to it very slowly, right? Because if I just try to go by the regular time in a 3 hours difference or 15 hours difference, I'm going to be super tired. And I know how important it is when we don't have enough sleep and we're tired, how it affects our ability to think. And I mean, think well, right? And to be able to interact. So when you're seeing these patients, from kids to the families, and you say that you screen everybody, how painful is that screening process?
Painful, did you say? I like that word, painful. Well, it's funny because a lot of my patients will come in and say, why all these questions? I'm just used to filling out 4 questions or maybe 10 questions, but it's very detailed because airway is so broad. There's a GI component. There is, mental health component. There's just so many different things that you really want to uncover if you're really going to do a good job for a patient and direct them to the right healthcare professionals that can better help them. So yeah, it's one of those things that we look at and see and evaluate over time too, because sometimes we need to understand the patient and really what their goals are. But it's part of really giving exceptional care. It's asking these questions. This is why patients come to see us all the time, right? So
Right. You mentioned snoring before, and snoring doesn't necessarily mean apnea, but it is one of the common signs.
Right.
If a patient is snoring, if somebody is snoring, should they ask their dentist that? I guess what I'm trying to get at is how proactive should a person be when they go and visit the dentist or the doctor? Like, they could be in the doctor's office and tell the doctor, I really snore. And I would hope that the physician would say, you need to go see a dentist. Right?
Yeah.
So how proactive should the patients be, would you say?
Yeah, well, snoring is not normal. We should start there. So if one is noticing that their partner is snoring, that should be something that needs to be brought to the forefront. I went to see my physician and I was talking about, different questions. And I mean, he was just, I was so impressed by him. And I then later told him, I was like, by the way, I'm a board certified airway doctor. He was talking about how he refers to sleep doctors. It's pretty commonplace for physicians to, when a patient's complaining of fatigue, to say, go get a blood panel, but it's broader than that. So, but yeah, snoring is definitely not normal. If someone is snoring, they should definitely be screened. And yeah.
So when you're in your practice, right? And I know you don't just do sleep. When somebody come in and like we were talking about airway and people breathing through the mouth, and you said that there could be restorations that are failing, things like that. Can you elaborate a little bit more? Because then now we may have somebody who breathing through the mouth, but they're not snoring, right? So there are other things that would indicate that they need to sleep a little bit better.
Right. So, I mean, you don't necessarily have to make sound for someone to either not have a snoring component, because you could be sleeping and not making sound. But if you're snoring, I think that's a good indicator and a sign that something needs to be done right away. Patients that come to see me that have restorations, multiple restorations, teeth that are cracked, teeth that are worn down, is usually a sign for me. But there's other things that we look for. We look for the upper jaw that's kind of pitched up. We call that a vaulted palate. We see tongue ties, that's quite prevalent. We see teeth that are leaning in, right? So when they're leaning in, they're going to cause these cracks and restorations. I'll tell you this is actually kind of how I started going into the route of pediatrics. I had this one patient, she came to see me with her daughter. Now, I have to paint this picture for you. She comes in, she's very, very skinny, really lean, tattoos all over, earring piercings, and she's very erratic. And something told me, Nellie, be patient, listen closely. One would look at her and assume or make judgment. But I started listening. It turned out that she had been seeing other healthcare professionals and were ignoring her daughter's complaints. When I looked at her, the young lady, she was young girl, she was 5 years old at the time. She had dark circles underneath her eyes. She had this long face with an open mouth and all of these silver crowns in her teeth. And if you look back, her tonsils were touching. So we just really have to be mindful that when patients come to see us, we really need to take our time and really need to listen to what they're complaining about and look closely, because a lot of the things that you're seeing is a sign of something that is either happening or happened. Yeah.
And how do you initiate that conversation? Or how?
Well, going back to that painful medical history that they have to fill out is really a good starting point, because if you don't have that, where do you begin? Patient, really, yeah. Emily, I can't hear you. Did I lose?
Yes. Yeah, no.
There you go.
I think these are very, very good points, and what I want to bring to the forefront is for the patient to be more responsible, right, about their health. I had a conversation with Dr. Zuckerberg where we talk about screening for oral cancer, and the relationship of the gut health, and then the mouth, and we predicting not just oral cancer. We can see that you're at risk for Alzheimer and all of the other ones, right? So it's important to worship your body, right? That's what some people say, worship that temple that you have, because that's what's carrying you through the day. And you can't just go to the gym and take care of one part and not taking care of the mental health, right?
Yeah,
and then you cannot just not take care of the oral health, right? Because we are all very, very connected. So if somebody want to hunt you down and go fill out that painful questionnaire, how do they find you?
Find me. Okay. Well, certainly you can find me by just typing up Dr. Nellie Silva on Google, our friendly Google. LinkedIn, I'm there on LinkedIn as Dr. Nellie Silva as well. If you want to look for me on Instagram, I'm Dr._Nellie. And yeah, those are the places that you can find me.
Awesome. So I'm going to take a little detour and talk about, you mentioned snoring earlier. And I remember, I don't know, 1998, long time ago, I remember a patient came in and she said, "You were talking about the snoring thing? I need one now." And I'm like, okay. And I said, "Why? I've been talking to you about this for a couple of years." And she said, "I'm going camping." And I'm like, "Okay, well, what do you need a snoring thing for camping?" "Well, I'm going to have to sleep in the same room with my husband." And apparently they don't sleep together, right? Because she's
wow. Yikes.
Yeah. And she was like, "I got to go camping and we're going to have to be in the same tent. And I need this snoring appliance right now." So it prompts me to think, wow, we are not just, looking at the mouth and the oral health and fixing teeth. We are looking at the whole person's life, right?
Absolutely.
In this case, this lady was like, "I need this or we're getting a divorce."
We don't want any divorce around here.
Yeah, we're going to go camping and we're going to end up with a divorce. And
right.
Of course, I'm sure she was, traumatizing it a little bit. But we've chatted and you were talking about these aspects in a person's life, the personal relationship, how you started, how you preserve it, or maybe there's a change in your life and then you need to restart it again, right? To reset it. So I know we have something brewing together.
Yes. Fun project.
Hey, we have the stage. Let's chat about that. What is the vision behind this I'll let you tell us what the title is.
Okay, well, Love Reset, as we were talking about this woman who is going camping with her husband, and she sees the value of that intimacy. You know, intimacy is time to connect. Love is love. Who doesn't love love, right? So I started my matchmaking journey actually back in 2016. My hygienist, who's retired now, Regina, and I would have patients that would come in and they were either going on their first date with someone, or like they were getting married, or they were recently engaged, or they were newly divorced, right? So when you're changing your life, right, you want to look your very best, right? Of course, where are they going to go? They're either going to go see the stylist, or they're coming to see the dentist about getting their smile whitened, right? Or like veneers. So we started kind of talking to patients who were single and say, hey, this pilot, oh my goodness, he's so cute. Oh my God, would he look good with this particular patient? And funny enough, I said, listen, if we're going to do this, we have to really, really do our homework. We called some very important matchmakers in the Philadelphia market. One had a show, and his mom, Steve Ward, your mom is amazing, by the way, spent so much time on the phone with us talking about matchmaking and why she was in the business. And so, all right, fast forward, matchmaking today, working with you, other matchmakers in the Philadelphia market. I thought it would be such a great opportunity to bring this to TV, right? Why not? So this is what I'm excited about. I'm sure you are too, Emily, but yeah.
Yeah, so just to fill in some more information, we are going to do a pilot episode, and what our vision is to bring in some people who are going through that journey. They're looking for a new person, a new mate, and we're going to have some of the healthcare professionals, because we are partial to healthcare people. People like Dr. Nelly, who does cosmetic dentistry. I also do cosmetic dentistry, and I'm also certified as a high performance coach. So I usually look at the person's mindset, because your mindset is very important when you go into a relationship, whether you're starting a relationship or you're preserving it, or you're trying to reset it. We have other psychologists who's going to come in. We have a cosmetic surgeon, right?
Yes.
Who's going to come in, and it could be something simple as a filler, or maybe he's going to do surgery on you. But anyway, what we're looking at is it's going to be a reality show. Yes, it's going to be fun. I'm pretty sure it's going to be fun. It's going to be challenging because, of course, both of us have our background in healthcare, but both of us have been dabbling in media, and we have connections in media. So, we would love to hear ideas from people if they think they want to be involved in this show. If you have great stories, hey, if you have, I'm trying to think of the word, victims. I'm just kidding. If you have candidates who can join us in this journey, let's chat about it. Because again, going back to what we said earlier, total healthcare is not just the one thing that you think is bothering you, and you go in to see the doctor, you're going to see the dentist. It's everything. It's the whole package. It's that whole tempo of your body, right? So, Dr. Nelly, when do you think we're going to start shooting this?
I would love to shoot this year. That would be my goal, if we could get this going this year, and hopefully get it in different streaming opportunities. Who knows? Maybe Netflix.
Yeah. And we also chatted with somebody at the American Heart Association. It's because if you're not healthy and you're stressed out about your relationship, that will affect your heart, right?
Absolutely.
We know that what is it? I think one of the stats is how a lot of people would have a heart attack or whatever when they first retire or whatever, and then there's such a big change in their life, right? Where they don't know what to do, and they get so stressed because of the transition. There's certain, like on our Mondays or whatever. So these are the things that we're looking at as a whole, as part of lifestyle, as part of total healthcare, And we would love to share all these stories, small story, big story. We're working with a great production company that Dr. Nelly is connected with. And if you have connections to media, if you have connection besides the Los Angeles Tribune, to other media, to other platforms, if you have great ideas, if you have people who might want to come in and invest in this show, we would love to have you chat with us, because as you can see, the two of us, we are only, I don't know how many 100 miles apart. I'm in California. Dr. Nelly is in Philadelphia. But we decided that we're going to be sisters.
Absolutely. I think we have the dating situation on lockdown. I think we got this. Yeah. Who doesn't love love? We all want love. And when you have the right partner that's serving you, when you're sleeping well and your partner's supporting you, you're going to go far. And I think that's the most important thing that people are searching for when you find the right partner. It takes work. So we're not just matching people up. We're really understanding where they are and where they're going. And hopefully the divorce rate starts going down from there.
Awesome. Well, Dr. Nelly, thank you so much for coming on and contributing to our platform. It's such a pleasure and a joy to know you. And thank you for coming on, and just keep crushing it.
Me.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. See you soon.
Yeah, see you soon.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Hi, everyone. Dr. Emily Letran again here with the Los Angeles Tribune Global Journals. And I have with me Steve Longy. He is a force to reckon with. How's that? He is.
I like that.
Yeah, you like that? Yes.
I like
he
that.
is an Academy Award producer. He's well known in the Hollywood and all over the world. And I would love for Steve to introduce himself, because he has done so much that I probably don't even know.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. So I'm a film producer. I've been a film and TV producer for about the last 25 years or so. And my film Hacksaw Ridge was nominated for 6 Academy Awards. This is a film I'm very proud of. Wound up winning 2 Academy Awards, but produced about 15 films, developed, I don't know, maybe, over 100 projects, and very passionate about filmmaking. I'm very passionate about telling stories that uplift and stories that are positive and certainly entertaining first and foremost. But I look for stories that have a little bit something to say, and stories that can help elevate people in terms of their situation. So that's part of what attracted me to Hacksaw Ridge. It's the story of a hero in World War II who saves the lives of 100 men in the span of like one day. And he was actually a conscientious objector who refused to bear arms, enlisted as a medic into the army, and wound up saving 100 men's lives and is awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. So he's one of the only conscientious objectors to win the Congressional Medal of Honor. Amazing story. It came to me, and I knew it had to be told, and we made the movie, and the rest, as they say, is history.
Yes, no, that's an awesome story. Steve, as a producer, you are obviously the leader, right? Because the producer is the person responsible for making the whole movie from beginning to the end and overseeing a lot of things. I have the privilege of working on one Vietnamese movie, and that was already too much work, right? And I'm playing like 30 seconds in there, but I help oversee how the movie was made. So tell me, what are the let's just say the winning characteristics of a director, or we can expand that to a leader?
Yeah, the director is the creator, the ultimate creator, decision maker on a film. So that in filmmaking, the directorial choice is probably the most important choice, because aside from or apart from the producer, the director is going to be running the production. So the director has to know a lot of different things, how to direct actors, as well as all the technical aspects. So his range of knowledge is pretty wide, but he's going to have to make thousands of decisions on the fly during the course of production. So he is really heavily relied on, and it's ultimately going to be his vision based on all of these small decisions. It's going to be his vision that the movie reflects. So he's a pretty key hire because, like I said, he's going to be working one-on-one with the talent, and the talent always wants to know, that they're in good hands, and they want to be very secure in a director's hands, and they want to be confident that a director will portray them in the right way. Sometimes it's hard for an actor to know whether or not a movie or a screenplay is good, but so they sort of have to give that up in a lot of ways, because it's kind of hard to know or determine the success of just a screenplay. So it's really the director choice, the director who they're going to rely on to bring this vision to life. So that's going to be the most important component in filmmaking. So he's going to be the one that's driving all of the production, post-production of the film.
Yeah, and at what point in your career, and I'm sure it was early, but you did send me a on your IMDb, there's this picture of a very young Steve Longi, right? Like is that a child actor? At which point in your career did you decide that you want to be that person behind the camera, overseeing things to make sure that the story is told well and the product gets to its finish line?
Yeah, when I was 10 years old, I had a passion for filmmaking, and I had a Super 8 camera that my parents bought me, and I turned my backyard into a sound stage, into the back lot of a studio. My garage was the sound stage, and I had all the neighborhood kids come over, and we would film all over the backyard. And I used to build little miniatures and flood little miniature towns, and then I'd light them on fire. And I was into all kinds of different kinds of filmmaking back then. But I think, when I was probably about 10 or 11, that's when filmmaking really captured my heart. And I knew I wanted to be involved in filmmaking in some way, shape, or form. I'm not a writer per se. I wasn't sure about directing, but I knew that producing encompassed all of these different fields, and that might be something that I would be well attuned to. So I started working actually as an intern in a production company, and just started learning, the process of producing, which is actually a kind of a arcane process. The first 6 months I was in this office, I really couldn't get a grasp on what was going on. And it turns out that producing is really about list making. Making lists of actors, making lists of directors that you want to work with, making lists of studios and financiers that you want to bring projects to. So I saw there was a lot of list making, and I thought that was interesting, because that's not what my impression of producing was initially, but that is the beginning of the process. And then ultimately a producer's on set, involved in the production of the film. So, we're there day to day, and then we're involved in the post-production process, which is the editing. So we're in the editing room with the editor, and I'm involved. I'm a creative producer, so I'm involved from the very beginning till the end, and also in the marketing and release of the film. I contribute to that as well. So, I always say I'm the first one in, last one out, in terms of the job that I'm doing, and I'm overseeing all of the work that's being done on the film as the producer. So that's kind of how we put it together. We start with a great screenplay. It always starts with a great story, right? So that's the thing that I'm going to be the most attracted to. And in terms of storytelling, I'm looking for stories that have something to say. Again, stories that can uplift, stories that are positive, stories that can inform. But first and foremost, stories that are entertaining, that people want to go see, and stories that they want to know about. So that's what I look for as a producer. And then after you find that great screenplay, then the list process begins, where you're making lists of all of the, creative people you want to, the creative team that you want to build for this project then occurs at that point in time. And then you start introducing the material to other creatives, and then they come in with their perspective too. And that then can help elevate the project or bring new perspectives to the project. But as it moves forward, it starts to kind of take on a life of its own, and eventually hopefully becomes a movie.
So as I could, from as far as I can tell, you have to have that vision, right? The whole vision on how it's gonna end up. Well, most of it, because of course there's changes of the story. Maybe it goes a certain way, and you certainly have taught me that, especially with a documentary. Have you ever gotten into a project and feel like, well, maybe I shouldn't do this one?
This is the process called development. So development is the first stage of a screenplay's life, where you're making these lists, where you're thinking about, okay, who could be the right director for this? Who are the right actors for this? Where's the right home for this? Is it a Netflix project, or is it a project for one of the studios, perhaps? So you're doing all this sort of initial assessment of the project. And then as you move forward, yes, different people will come in with opinions. The screenplay will evolve, because a screenplay is never really finished. I always say screenplays are mostly just abandoned because writers tend to, or just the screenplay format itself kind of begs for lots of changes and, different revisions and things. And that happens over the period of time. And sometimes the screenplay can get better, but, I've been involved in situations where you don't move forward with the screenplay, you start to move backwards. And that's just, one of those things that can happen during the development process. So yeah, it's not a perfect science by any stretch of the imagination. We're in a creative world. So yeah, people are going to bring different opinions and different creative talents to the table. And sometimes, hopefully that affects a project in a positive way, but yeah, not always. In the development process, like I said, I've developed hundreds of projects. Not all of them have been made into movies. But we keep trying.
Well, that's the journey, correct? Anybody will get on a journey, and then depending on which way it goes, sometimes you keep pushing and you try to go over hurdles, and sometimes you may just say, this is not worth it. For somebody who is young, like somebody who wants to get into the movie industry, and maybe they have some talent as an actor or actress, but they eyeing a position like a director, what would be your advice to shortcut that journey per se?
Yeah, the way I started was as an intern. So I was in school, and I applied for an internship that I was doing maybe, 2 or 3 days a week. And so I just got my foot in the door, and I love the idea of doing an internship because you're basically an unpaid employee or a member of the team, but because you're not being paid and because you're not necessarily working for one person or another person, you're just sort of in the office, you get to see a little bit of everything, and not much is expected from you. So, the bar's kind of low, so you have a chance to really impress people if you've got something on the ball. But it gives you a chance to be inside of a production company, perhaps, or maybe even an agency. And I think for someone who wants to be an actor or director or writer, I think it's amazing experience for any one of those fields. For an actor, there might be a slightly different track, but I always recommend that actors get a little bit of a taste of what it's like, at an agency or at a production company, because this is helpful for them, psychologically, because writers, actors, producers, we spend a lot of time, with ourselves up in our own heads. And sometimes, we can psych ourselves out. So it's always good to, sort of know what to expect behind the scenes, when we're approaching a production company or when we're auditioning for a role. It's good to kind of know that process, how that process works. It'll give you ultimately a lot more confidence And, having that knowledge, I think, is going to be invaluable to your ultimate success. The more you know, the better, obviously. And then for producers, writers, directors, it's great to be in like a creative producer's office. Again, so they can see the process from the very beginning, so they become familiar with what a producer's role is, and how the process works, how a director's chosen, how a screenplay is developed, how notes are given on a screenplay. So all of these facets of the production, I think it's incredibly invaluable to be able to see that behind the scenes in a real time, real life situation. It's good to get the education behind you and learn all the technical aspects, but the best thing of all is to actually be out there in the real world and seeing how things actually work. So I'm a big proponent of internships for people who are just starting out, but I always say just get your foot in the door. There probably isn't going to be a lot of pay in the beginning, so save your money or have what I call some type of economic support system that you can rely on, so you don't have to struggle and you don't have to put out that kind of desperate vibe that that we get when when we need money, or when we have to survive. That's just not a great vibe overall, and it's distracting. So try to set yourself up with a way to pay your bills, and then take 1 or 2 days to go do an internship and see what's going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, so that's the style, like a hands-on, right? Get in it, do the work, learn from there. What is your proudest moment in this journey of more than 2 decades?
My proudest moment was when I made my first film. We filmed at Universal Studios. And so when I was a little kid, like 10 or 11 years old, my bedroom was just movie posters. We found somebody in town who was selling authentic movie posters, which were not easy to get back in the day. And my dad bought me all these movie posters. So there were all these movies from Universal Studios. And I would lay in bed at night and I would stare at these posters and I would just look at that Universal logo and I would just dream about moving to Los Angeles, because I grew up on the East Coast in New Jersey, so very far away, very removed from the business. And so I would look at these posters at night and stare at that Universal logo and just dream about being able to go on the Universal tour. So I would say that then, of course, many years later, when I was shooting my first film, it turns out we were renting one of the sound stages. Even though the movie was for Disney, they had rented space on the Universal backlot, which studios often will do. So we were shooting on a soundstage on the Universal backlot, and shooting on that soundstage, I would say, was one of the most amazing moments in my life, because it was really, in a sense, my dreams coming true from when I was a little kid. And I had dreamed of going on the tour. I mean, that's about like the extent when I was a little kid. But here I was actually making a movie on the Universal backlot, and that was a really incredible moment. And I can tell you that one of the most exciting things of that day or that week, I guess we were there for about a week. We were shooting at night, so I was able to go anywhere I wanted on the back lot. So it was, like 1 o'clock in the morning, I was walking all over the Universal back lot. And to me, that was a real treat. I mean, that was just a dream come true. So I'm living my dream, and, I don't know how many people can say that, but I'm very grateful for the opportunity. And, I've worked very hard to get to where I am, and I've had a decent amount of luck as well. But yeah, I'm actually living my dream, and I think that moment at Universal was probably one of my proudest.
Wow, I was expecting, at the Oscar ceremony or something like that. But what you just described is very similar to a lot of us who are in business, kind of having a vision board, right? What is it that you want on there? And for you, the movie posters. And I think that's really, really important, because the more we can crystallize what we want, the more we can achieve. And we put the word out there. If you were to tell people, I want to be there, nowadays especially, which is kind of what I do, I want to be there, I would be reaching out to people who know people. And that would just make it faster, and not just us trying to figure out everything, right? So for you, from that first movie, how did you get to the big gig. Well, how did you start off with Disney anyway?
Well, yeah, it didn't happen right away. So I started working, as I mentioned, as an intern, and then I was able to prove myself and I was offered work. So I became an assistant to a producer. And one thing I mentioned for people that are starting out in the industry, I always say, find a mentor, find somebody who's doing what you want to do, 5 years from now, and just get as close to them as you possibly can get, and then watch everything they're doing and try to bring something to the table, right? Always try to bring something of value to the table to help that person get what they want to achieve, right? So help them with their vision, and then they can show you, how to work on your vision as a mentor. So I think mentors are really key in the business world, no matter what facet of business you're going into. I was lucky. I started working as an assistant to a fairly high-level producer, and we, started developing projects together. I first started as an assistant, and then I was elevated to VP of the company, which, is more creative role. So we started developing projects. I started to find projects and bring projects into the company. Hacksaw Ridge was one of those projects. But before that, there was a project that he already had that I fell in love with and started working on, and developed a screenplay with one of our writers that we were in business with, and we wound up selling it to Disney. They bought the screenplay, and at some point they decided they wanted to make the movie, greenlit the movie, as they say, and then we started the process of finding a director and and started putting the movie together. And fortunately, they hit that green light button, and the movie got made. So that was actually the first film that I had, co-produced, and it was on that film that I found Hacksaw Ridge, because our second unit director knew about the story. And he came to me at the end of the shoot and he said, I had such a great time working with you. I want to work with you again on another project. And here's what it is. And that's when he told me about Hacksaw Ridge. So I always attribute that to, for a producer, I think it's always important to be hands-on all throughout the process. And as I mentioned before, first one in, last one out. And I think it's also important to be on the set of the film. Not all producers are involved with the actual production of the film. Some producers like being on set. Some producers prefer not to be. But I like to be very hands-on. I like to be on the set. And that's where, you have a lot of interaction with not only the actors, but in this case, it was our second unit director who winds up bringing me an Academy Award-winning project. So I always think it's important to actually be there when they're making the movie to establish these relationships. Relationships are very key in the industry, and yeah, finding that mentor is also a key relationship and a key move I think you want to make when you're just starting out.
Yeah. Well, I love what you say, because that's really some of the things that we talk about in business, right? The people who like you, they're going to be bringing you those deals and those opportunities. And if they see you at work, you show up. Right? A big part of it is showing up. And then, of course, you dedicate your time and your effort. Then they would be, just like you said, he wants you to work with him on another project. And it's from observing you doing what you do best and what you love that he brings you the opportunity. So I understand that right now you're doing a lot of consulting also. Can you tell us a little bit about that part? Because I guess it's an offshoot of what you've been doing for more than 25 years.
Yeah, it's just a natural extension of what I've been doing. So a lot of people will come to me, they have questions. They want to know how to break into the business. They want me to read their screenplays. They need feedback. There's a lot of, help and support that writers, producers, directors need these days. So what happened was, because I was doing a lot of this work kind of gratis and helping a lot of people out, I decided it was something that was a real need for writers, producers, and directors. And I saw that a lot of people were reaching out to me for information. They were asking me a lot of questions, because they didn't completely understand, what creative producing was all about. Kind of like when I showed up in the office initially and I just saw all these lists being made. Again, it can be a very mysterious process. So for writers, they're very focused on writing their screenplays, and as they should be. But because the industry has become more challenging, a lot more people, I think there are a lot more opportunities these days, but there are a lot more people pursuing a career in the industry. So they kind of need somebody to show them, how it works, somebody to help them navigate these kind of twists and turns that they're going to encounter. So I started this consulting business to kind of bring more value to what I'm doing, and it really took off. It's been a real boon for me. I've got a lot of business, a lot of people who need help, a lot of people who are coming back for even more help, and I provide. I wanted to be very careful with what I was doing, because there are a lot of people who take advantage, who are out there taking advantage of writers. That's something I'm obviously very opposed to. There are a lot of people also out there scamming, and it's not a great situation. This is something that I've encountered by kind of being out there as a consultant. So with my company, I offer a money satisfaction guarantee. I'm not looking to take people's money. I will give them their money back. I'm not looking to ruin relationships, but I'm looking to build relationships. And that's what this consulting business actually has done for me. It's introduced me to lots and lots more filmmakers, talented writers and filmmakers, producers, financiers. I mean, you name it. Through the consulting, I've met all kinds of people in different facets of the industry, people that have brought me amazing projects, things that I'm working on, things that I've produced now. And it's really become a great extension for the producing. It really kind of gets me out into the community, talking to people, and seeing what people are working on and seeing what's out there. So yes, I do provide consulting through my company, Longitude Entertainment. I have my website at longitudeentertainment.com, so people can check out the website and see I've got resources there. I've got producer lists there, just distributor lists as well, for people who are looking for distribution for their films. So I do provide a lot of resources and help for writers and filmmakers through the consulting service.
Yes, and that's really how we met. I was reaching out to you, and you told me to go check out the website. I got the list, and then we got to talk a little bit about the project that I was working on back then, A Fragile Flower, the first Vietnamese movie shot 100% in the US. And now we are working together on a new project, a documentary. It's going to be about the nail industry. And I remember calling you and telling you, and you actually got excited about it, which made me very excited. Well, we're not going to tell them what it's all about, but what was intriguing to you when you say, I guess I'll help these Vietnamese people again?
Yeah. So what intrigues me about the project, and I should say the project is, for me, it's about the American dream and the experience of, people who are coming to our country, who are immigrating to our country, and trying to find their way, trying to assimilate, and trying to find their version of the American dream. So for me, it was, as a little kid, dreaming about getting into the movie business, and my journey on how I did that. And for people coming into the country, I think it's a similar set of obstacles. But when you told me about this documentary, and you told me how the nail industry for Vietnamese immigrants is a key industry for providing work, for providing jobs, for providing careers, for providing a stepping stone for people, for Vietnamese immigrants, Cambodian immigrants, which during the 1970s, after the Vietnam War, we had quite a bit of an influx of Asian immigrants into the country. In fact, I think, most people are not really aware there are over 2 million Vietnamese immigrants in the United States, over 80 million Vietnamese people in the world. That's a pretty substantial population. but during the Vietnam War, of course, Cambodians, Vietnamese came to the country and gravitated towards the nail industry. And the other thing I found out, and this got me excited too, I didn't realize, the part that the nail industry actually played in this assimilation, in this search for the American dream. But the idea that Tippi Hedren, Hollywood actress Tippi Hedren, who was in Alfred Hitchcock's movie The Birds, is actually considered the godmother of the Vietnamese nail industry, because she helped a lot of Vietnamese refugees who were coming here during that period of time. She introduced them to the nail industry and helped them find employment in the nail industry. And from that point on, it really took off and became a massive industry across the states, across the globe, certainly. And a lot of the nail salons, there's now a nail college. There's also now the godfather of the nail industry, who we're gonna talk about in the documentary as well. But this industry, really took off and helped with the assimilation of Vietnamese immigrants to the United States. So I was just fascinated to learn about Tippi Hedren's involvement and how much the industry, which again is many of these salons are owned and operated by Vietnamese. How much they were involved in the nail industry. I just didn't know anything about it. But apart from that, again, the kinds of filmmaking that I'm attracted to is the kind of filmmaking that, again, is positive, is uplifting. And I think this documentary is, not just about immigrants necessarily, but it is about the American dream and everything, that encompasses that.
Yeah, well, we are really grateful for your visionary, for your leadership, and for helping us put this particular documentary on the map. Thank you so much, Steve, for taking out the time today and joining the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Week Summit. We wish you the best in everything that you do, and we'll be looking forward to you joining us at the Los Angeles Tribune International Film Festival, and bring other friends and actors to come and support the event. It is an event for people like me, right? For the independent filmmakers who want to learn and who want to share and celebrate their wins. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Dr. Letran, and thank you to the Los Angeles Tribune. I appreciate the interview.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Hi, I'm Dr. Emily Letran with the Los Angeles Tribune Global Journals. We are about to launch the Los Angeles Tribune International Film Festival, and I am so honored to have with me a great panel today. We're going to be talking a few things about films and film production, film writing. So my good friend and supporter of the Los Angeles Tribune International Film Festival is Kimberly Douglas. She is the founder and host of the Flow Film Festival and the film market based in Florida. And we have with us the producer, writer, Alex Moreno. And I have with us the producer, writer, Liz Lugo. All together as a panel, we like to talk about the films, the stories behind the films, and the emotions behind the films. So, Kimberly, why don't you start? Tell us a little bit about your film festival and how, I'm really, really excited that you're going to be coming on and co-hosting the Los Angeles Tribune International Film Festival with us.
Yes, it's a huge honor, and thank you, Dr. Latron. I'm Kimberly Douglas. As she said, I'm CEO and founder of Flow Film Festival. Our festival strives to highlight women in production behind the camera. We're also a film market, so we work very hard to get representation for our filmmakers and to get them as much visibility as possible, which is why I'm really grateful to have two phenomenal directors joining us with really important content. Alex Moreno and Liz Lugo, both are award-winning directors that came through Flow in our last season, which was 2025. We just wrapped up in March, so it's really super recent. And they both have incredible stories. It's just, a great opportunity to be able to partner, and have the LA Tribune International Film Festival coming up and have this segue into it and kind of solidify our partnership, right? We're very pleased to be a part of it. And we hope to be able to bring more filmmakers like this to the event, and I'm excited to be there. So, Liz, would you like to introduce yourself? Tell us a little bit about your trajectory as far as, in the space of filmmaking, and then maybe allude a little bit to the content of your film, Tormented.
Yeah, thank you for having me. So my name is Liz Lugo. I'm from Puerto Rico. So my journey is kind of a roller coaster. I did a bachelor degree in science in microbiology. So then when I graduated from the university in Puerto Rico, I moved to Florida to pursue a biomedical science master degree. So when I was there, I was like, I love science, but it's not my passion. So I just dropped off and pursued a screenwriting program at UCLA. Then I went for my master, and it's when my journey in filmmaking, per se, being on set started. So I did a horror slasher short film. Then that went to festivals, and in one of the festivals, it won a production grant. So that's Tormented.
Your parents must be so proud that you moved from medicine into filmmaking. That's quite a shift.
Well, go Bruin.
Says the doctor.
Yeah, I went to dental school at UCLA. So how?
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that you guys are both at UCLA. I mean, in Florida now, but being at Angelino, that warms my heart.
Okay.
Well, Alex Moreno, he and I work closely, and I actually produced one of his last films. So it's a real pleasure to have him join us on this short notice. So Alex, would you like to give us a little bit about your story and your background and how you made a similar pivot into production?
You took my thunder away. So Liz and Dr. Emily, I'm also in the medical field. I have my master's degree in public health. I'm a director of a clinic with special immunology at the University of Miami. And I'm the guy, or my staff, we're the people that come in the room. I have your test results. You've tested positive for HIV. That's our job. Hate it, sick of it. Wanted to do something to help our youth. So we designed a different flow, Future Leaders of the World, which is a new way to excite young people in health curriculum through the vehicle of script writing. So what we would do is take a group of students, teach them a health curriculum. The last one was on suicide prevention. The one we're doing now is on substance abuse. Each topic could change depending on funding. So with the suicide prevention work, the students happen to be incarcerated youth at a facility here in Miami-Dade. And we had funding where we could actually create 2 films rather than just one, which was a bit of a challenge. So I'm also intrigued to hear Liz pivoted out of science into filmmaking, myself as well. It's very interesting. I hadn't thought about that. So that's really cool. And what we're doing now with Flow is trying to build a library of very cool icebreaker films so that the educators are given a package. And the package on the website would be a teacher goes in, I need to teach you about STIs tomorrow. Go to our website, find the film on STIs, show that very short, impactful film. All our movies are under 7 minutes long. And all they do is break the ice. They don't teach the topic. They're kind of like little vignette stories, very hard-hitting, created by youth, right? So then the teacher will show the film and then teach the lesson based on the film about suicide prevention that we put together. So tomorrow I have a meeting with my education advisory board. I'm putting together the latest lesson plan for the latest film so that when we have our premiere in 3 weeks' time, we do show the trailer, then all the lesson plans, and then the movie. So we don't call Flow a film project. We actually call it an educational project.
Can I ask you a question, Alex? I've been meaning to ask you this, and I know that I'm probably like the only one that doesn't know what it is. What is an STI? I'm familiar with STDs, but what is STI?
So sexually transmitted infections may not lead to a disease. So they used to be called STDs.
Yeah.
Now they're called STIs, especially because so many people are asymptomatic and they have the infection but no disease or no major symptoms. So hence that's why the terminology changed about 3 years ago to strictly STIs.
Okay, thank you. Because I've been like, he was like STI. I'm like, what is that?
If you say STD, it's okay. I'm not going to correct someone saying, "Oh, I'm positive an STD." Fine, thanks for sharing. But the real proper terminology is STI.
Thank you.
Well, this is a little bit overwhelming. It's so great to hear, Alex, that you're into education. And it's wonderful to know that both of you are using the film platform to really tell the story, right? I'm kind of a writer, which is why I'm leading the journals. So I put my thoughts out on paper, right? And for both of you, you also do the script writing, but then you take it and you make it into the film, right? Which is visual, which is emotionally connecting. So I know that you said you Alex, you said you kind of got tired of dealing with patient complaints or that kind of emotion. Why did you choose the young leaders? Was there a particular reason why you choose the young leaders?
In my clinical work, our age population is 13 to 24, which is quite a range of middle, high, and kind of post, college kids. So the rates of STIs in South Florida lead the nation. So we've got to do something better because anywhere in the country, someone could be exposed to catch an STI or HIV, right? We have more chance here in South Florida than anywhere else in the country. So we really had to think of something to stem the tide. So when you're constantly telling young people that they have a positive diagnosis of gonorrhea, chlamydia, syphilis, HIV, we have to do something bigger and better. So because I have a famous friend in the movie industry, and I was literally pitching to him one day, I've just told another young person they have HIV. He turned around and says to me, "Why don't you put all your worlds together and form something new?" And a light bulb went off in my head because I'm a screenwriter. I've done a few productions. I'm a health educator. So it all came together in this idea of future leaders of the world. So I feel that in South Florida, it was just a real need, hence why we shoot our movies in English and Spanish. We use bilingual actors so that we end up with two versions because, again, the population here in South Florida is very Hispanic, and we'd be missing out on a big population if we didn't address their issues in their native tongue. So our next film that we're trying to do this summer will actually be not just English, but in Haitian Creole, because we have a very big population of Haitian Creole speakers. So I'm of the mindset of getting to where the youth are, getting them on their level, and getting them involved in the solutions to the problems that we adults gave them. So I am a screenwriter, but for Flow, myself, Kimberly, or other staff, we only guide the students on their scripts. We do not write the scripts. Yes, we type them on Final Draft because they don't have Final Draft, but they're the ones giving us the information that we type up. So the students are generated from the youth groups within this, typically like 15, 20 kids max. And then they go through script development. I have a separate youth advisory board that I've trained to work on these scripts. So they'll read a 7-page script and go production viability, 1 out of 5, dialogue, it sucked, 0. They go through and they're very tough with their scores. We give it back to the writer, review everything, go through the script and develop it better. So they get 3 chances. The top percentage scripts. It depends on how many scripts. So the last group we had were 11 scripts, and we chose 4 for a live table read, actually in the prison, brought in actors, read the scripts live, and then we chose the best, highest rated script for production. So it's a case of you got to be thinking differently when it comes to education of youth.
Yes.
You can't do what we were doing 5 years ago. Times have changed, and forget trying to do something you did 10 years ago. It's so obsolete. It's pretty.
Yes. Yes.
So we have just trying to work with the youth on moving forward with this platform. And I'm sure it will change because we work with different youth and different populations. And now we're getting inquiries out of South Florida. I got a big inquiry in Fresno, California, Canada, Greece, and Spain.
Awesome. And you know, I'm very proud that I actually understand what table read is right now, because Kimberly just explained it to me a couple of days ago. And you know, I'm actually fairly well connected with a lot of people who work in the education space, and I would love to connect you with them. Kimberly, I always wonder why you choose to host a film festival. To me, it's like you're greedy. You want to see everything. What is the ambition? Like, you know, okay, me and you, we're gonna be hosting the next film festival here, but for you, seven years ago, why did you choose that path? I know you're a producer, you're in the film industry, but why host a film festival? Because I can already see it's a lot of work.
I'm glad you'll have such a great appreciation for it by August. No, a very valid question. I started out as an actress and, you know, model, most talent, kind of just easiest way in. And as I started my family, I decided I'm not going to leave the industry. I'm going to go behind the scenes, right? So I was like, oh, I'll just transition into directing. That was easy. But it was easier, you know, to pick up like script supervision jobs, stuff like that, so I could stay on set. But I found that the more, like, I wanted to diversify my abilities. Like, I wanted to try out being a grip and try out these different positions. I didn't want to be locked in anything. And I found in certain instances, there was a lot of resistance to me trying to DP or AD or, you know what I mean? And I was like, what is this about? But fine, if I want to be scripty or wardrobe or makeup or, you know, set design, art department. So it felt like home ec, you know what I mean? It's like I can do the things I do in home ec on set, but I come home, cook for my family at night, and then go home and cater a set. It wasn't making sense to me. So I started getting in spaces where I was not seeing me, you know? So the places that women weren't showing up or weren't so much allowed, I was pushing that. And then I found when I was welcomed in the rooms, it was like just me in the room. I think that is part of what's kept me as host, because we have to be visible. You know what I mean? Like I'm not going to have the festival and then have some other face in front of it, or I'm not going to be on set and you know, doing my job and have some other face represented. So one of the things I really loved about starting my festival is highlighting specifically women that are in the departments that are not traditionally held by women in life or in the films or, you know, on sets. And then also providing a lot of visibility to the productions that encourage that. You know what I mean? If your production is going to encourage a boom operator that's a woman, you know, I mean, it doesn't have to be a huge above the line position, just something where you rarely see women doing it. If you're going to do that, we're going to highlight that woman. And that's going to be the reason your film is accepted to our festival. That's going to be the reason you're becoming an award-winning filmmaker, because you level the playing field and everybody gets a chance in the sandbox, you know? So I think that's kind of why I've maintained the host position for so long, because I think it's important for other women to see women celebrating women. And, you know, I guess I'll be doing it for a little while longer as well.
Well, yeah. And you'll be doing it over here on the West Coast, because
there you see, now you're making it more.
Yeah, well, more work for you, right? So we're just going to be adding and building that influence, right? And then sharing that message real big, and you know, all over the world. Liz, I'm so excited. You come from Puerto Rico. You know what you want. That's so important. Because sometimes what we do is we sort of bury that dream, or we just keep that voice quiet, and we just go do what people are expecting us to do, right? So to to the young ladies, you're not old, but to the younger ladies who might have a dream in this space, writing script, directing, producing movie, what would be your message to them?
Listen to your inner voice, because the world is so nosy. The world is so nosy, and you have everyone has something to tell you. And many times those voices that are talking to you are, they just take you away from what you want, and that's awful, and that's not fair for you. So just listen to your inner voice, and don't think about what if not. You want to do it, just do it. The world has many opportunities out there. If you don't find an opportunity, you create the opportunity. That's how it works. If a door closes, you open the window, and
Okay, I thought you were supposed to break the door.
You can do that too.
That was a ceiling. Bust out the whole room.
Right. No, that is so exciting because I think the younger generation nowadays, right? And my youngest is 22, right? They are exposed to so much knowledge, but at the same time, because of social media and everything, sometimes I seem like they are more conformed, right? Because now they're listening, just not their peers in school, but now they're listening to whatever people are saying on social media. And that's what I love about the media that we're in, like, the journal or the film, because it is your voice, right? You put in what you want. You tell that message the way you think people should hear it. It just takes a lot of work, and, you need the support, financial support, technical support in order to deliver a project. So it's a lot more work. You just chose the more difficult way to get your message out there.
Yeah, it's not easy at all, but you find comfort that that everyone in this industry is on the same page. Like, everyone knows what you're going to, and it's kind of comfortable. Like, people are there for you, so you're not alone. It's a crazy journey.
Yeah. Alex, when you're working on these shorts and you're working with the youth, and I'll tell you right now, I actually have experienced that in the family of young family member who were contemplating suicide because of bully, and when I asked that, people were telling me, "Oh, that's very normal in high school." And to me, that's a shock. Like, why would you think of that as a normalcy, right? And for you to work with challenged youth, right, where they've gone through certain things, and you mentioned that they could be incarcerated. What is the message that you give them so that they can look past the past, I guess? That would be my question, and just go for the future.
Yeah, it's similar to what Liz had said. It really sums up in one word: authenticity.
Okay.
We have to be authentic as educators so that we are not presenting BS to these kids. They'll see right through it, right? So if you're authentic, they connect to you. And then once they've connected to you, they're more than willing to put the work in to achieve the goal. Because if you think about it, the way that we do this, a lot of kids are disappointed. We only choose one production out of, say, 11 scripts or 11 groups of kids. So it is tough, but it's the real world. Again, keeping it authentic. Now, each youth that doesn't get their script picked up also has an opportunity to stay with Flow or the production company of On the Move Productions. And they can train to become youth advisory board members to critique future scripts. They can join the Education Advisory Board. I've got 3 of them working and making money right now, putting together the lesson guides with my team of administrators and teachers. And it's a really cool dynamic of like 3 adults and 3 young people meshing together to get this creation done. It's very cool. So yeah, it's definitely authenticity, and we want that in the writings. So I'm not sure if you've seen Jupiter, but Jupiter is such an emotional film because it's so authentic. And that is the main issue that I have, even with people that I hire to be on set. If you're here just to try to make, a quick buck and go home, I don't want you to work with me. You got to be authentic. You got to believe in this cause. We do work 10, 12-hour days, and I pay good rates, but don't come to me bitching, oh, I didn't get this and that, because we're all chipping in here. So it's just a case of on set. That's just how it is. So I feel that by starting from authenticity in us coming to the youth for the very first time, it just sets the right foundation to really get through a lot of barriers. I mean, Kimberly can tell you the barriers we had with the last two films that we've just put together, which were from the group of incarcerated youth at TGK, Department of Corrections in Miami. The hurdles we had to go through to just start the project with them and then try to continue the project with them and then get them on set so that we could interview them, and some extras in the movie, which was a really cool thing to do. And then just trying to get them from A to B to come and see the premiere was such a hassle. The Department of Corrections, not my favorite cup of tea, but I understand they've got rules and regulations for a reason.
Yeah.
So what we're hoping is in the future is to have like a workforce come about through Flow. So if we have 14 students that submit scripts and only one gets picked up, the other 13 will be involved with us somehow in some capacity.
Yeah. I know that you pick a particular group, and it's not the easiest group, but the message you have is universal. It's not just for youth. We know adults that couldn't really live their authentic life.
Trust me, I know.
Yeah, right. And so maybe, we may be watching it and say this is a movie, for youth, but we all have that youth inside ourselves, and we can always look back and say, hey, that was me, whatever, right? And I think that is so powerful and so caring, caring to pick that particular audience to serve.
Yeah, because they're short. Again, you can easily show this at a PTA meeting because you're having a discussion about something that happened in the school. So yes, it's a very universal message for all age groups. We've just chosen to work with the youth to drive the stories.
Right. Kim, you were going to say something.
I was just saying that, and I don't know if this is similar for Liz's experience in production, but when you, like Alex said, come with a message and a meaning and something really thoughtfully put together with a purpose, it gives the whole production a whole new, it's a completely different perspective. And, that's why we call it the Flow family, because indeed we do become that. And producing this film changed so many lives, like the guys that were incarcerated, having the visibility and recognition from like legitimate actors coming in and giving them feedback about scripts that they'd written. And these scripts were like bringing people to tears in the room. Like it was so visceral to have like based on a true story, like stories, right? So you're in there and they're reading their parts, and it's just very emotionally heavy. And you have the staff there that's hugely supportive. And then for them to be able to be in that position, and then they get a phone call saying, hey, we're shooting, and then to transition completely to coming on set and being part of that, or, even getting clips of this is, us doing your thing. Like you've employed like 15, 30 people, for a couple of days to shoot your vision. It's just so much more meaningful. And then you have the crew when they do get to come on set that get to interact with them. Right. And it's just, you see them blossom into like you didn't even know who they were before, and you don't know who you were before, because it's just leveling everything. And we're all working together. There's this great synergy, and then to have one of the films, was almost not done in time to screen it, which was fine because it wasn't supposed to be screened originally, but they did finish the script. The gentleman who wrote it finished the script in time to submit it for the screenplay competition at our festival. And it legitimately won Best Screenplay. And he was there in the audience with his girlfriend, and there must have been a 1-year-old or
Yeah,
9-month-old, a little baby. And just to see like her dad get a certificate, you know, and the woman to see her partner, who a month before was incarcerated, is now receiving Best Screenwriting Award from a legitimate festival. Like, that transition has to be meaningful to them, because it's sure, like for us, it was just incredible. It was just incredible to see. But I don't know if Liz had a similar thing, you know, because the subject matter is kind of what drives it, right? So when you were producing Tormented, Liz, like who was with you? Like, did you have like a similar thing trying to create this story, you know, to try to have the impact that it does?
I lost you.
Oh, you lost me. I'm just saying, when you were creating Tormented, did you have like a similar engine as far as, you know, you guys were really trying to bring a lot of meaning to the story to, you know, like Alex was saying about authenticity, you know, to try and reach your audience? Was there any kind of like emotional developments with you and your team?
Well, the screenplay, they gave me freedom to do anything that I wanted. But mostly I lost my best friend, but when we were in high school, he committed suicide. So the film is basically, I took all those emotions and put them on the film. So the protagonist was inspired by him, like how he was, and that, you know, he was this guy that he was always smiling and always there for others. He stood up against bullies. You know, this person that he was amazing. He was the kindness, the sweetheart, you know. So yeah. So basically, so the county is him, everything that he was. Yeah.
Well, you know, I think it's so courageous for all of you to share your emotions and also to share other people's emotions and put it out there so everyone can experience it, right?
Yeah, and some of the scenes, like for instance, Kimberly, you saw the film, the one where they are on the split screen writing, both are writing. That's him. Like, you know, I took like several like moments that really happened, you know, in our lives or in his life. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're both writing in a journal, and in the scene she's talking about, they're both like a girl and a guy, they're split screen inside their own bedrooms. They're writing in a journal about how, like, you know, they don't understand why they're here. What does this life mean? Like, you know, having all those questions that can lead up to an eventual suicide. Like, you know, nobody cares about me and all of that. So it was a mirror of the, like, you know, both of them going through the same thing.
No, and that's the magic of movie, right? Where you can take that one moment that actually may have happened in real life, or maybe you imagine it, and you can actually share it with the whole world. And really, that's the part that I'm excited about, because I love watching movies. And with the Los Angeles Tribune International Film Festival, we want to bring these kind of movie to, you know, to the larger audience, right? And to showcase all the talent and to give people the opportunity to, like Kimberly, she's planning to do panel and interviewing people and table read, you know. So all of these things. So I want people to come to the festival and leave it feeling even more appreciative of all the work that is put in for the film. So how about we go one round and each one of you give our audience here one final thought. You know, what you think about what you do, whether you're doing a film project, you're writing, you're hosting a festival. And the other thing is, how do they find you? Yeah. So why don't we start with Alex?
Sure, I'll type in my contact info for everybody to find me. Thanks for the opportunity today to do this.
You can say it while you're typing so we get it on tape too.
Sure, well, but you know, I'm a guy, you can only do one thing at a time. amorano.flow@gmail.com is my email. Our Instagram is flow_. _help in. And then our website is really long, www.futureleadersoftheworld.org. And just to anybody out there that's connected to either something creative, whether it's, film, screenwriting, music, like Liz had said, just stay to the course, get forward. And my advice to everybody is surround yourself with incredible people. I do a great job because I've got the best people around me. It's the only reason why I'm successful. So surround yourself with amazing talent. You'll go far.
Awesome. Kimberly?
Okay, so I want to say, good or bad, everything, nothing lasts forever. Everything in life is transient, So making these decisions for yourself to pivot from medical to film or whatever you're doing, it's important. It brings value to your life. And, whether you're enduring through the moment or you're enjoying the moment, remember, it's just a moment. So this too shall pass. You can find Flo at flowffm.com. And our Instagram is at Flow Film Fest Market. And you can reach me at Kimberly at flowffm.com. So there you have it.
Awesome. I'm not sure
Lost Liz.
where Liz went.
Who's Liz?
Lost her.
We can hear you.
Okay.
You can talk even if your screen's down.
It was so noisy here. So one final advice. Well, I have two short. Don't worry about rejections. Just keep trying and keep looking for your people. The right people will come to you. Like life will direct them right next to you. And the other one, don't be afraid of showing the world who you are. Because when I started in this industry, I was so afraid to say, hey, I did a bachelor in microbiology. And when people somehow they knew, they were like, why are you not telling that? Because that's important. That's part of who you are. So yeah, don't be afraid of being who you are and show the world everything that you have. And my Instagram is SWLLUGO. So you can look me there and yeah, let's connect and everything you need, I'm there for you.
Awesome. Well, thank you everyone for being here on the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Week Summit. You are all leaders, and I'm so honored that you are leaders of the younger people, which are our future leaders. And we honored to have you. We want to walk aside you. We want to support you. And we'd like to welcome our audience to our upcoming film festival. It's the Los Angeles Tribune International Film Festival. You can go to latribunefilmfestival.com, and we have all the information there. Thank you, everyone, for taking the time to be here. And God bless everybody.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
All right.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
There we go. It's amazing what a great day it's been, because we've had so many great speakers and so many people that we're working with. It's one of those things that, if you think of it this way, Dr. Emily, she had Dan Zuckerberg, she had producers, directors, she had people that are making a difference in health. We kicked off with Joseph McClendon, and it's just been just an amazing day. We're about to now beam out, right? We're going to beam out to Singapore. And let me bring Crystal Chow to the stage. Hey, how are you?
Hello, good morning from Singapore.
Good morning.
It's 7
Good
a.m.
morning.
in Singapore. Sunny
Yeah.
Singapore.
It's what time?
7 a.m.
Oh, 7 a.m. Okay, so at least not too bad. Not usually how we have you get up really early. You know what I'm saying? So, Crystal Chow is one of the Los Angeles Tribune trainers. She's a thought leader. She speaks on stages. She talks around the world. She takes every single course there is on the planet. She's got a finance background, and she's really making a difference from the speaker world and what we're going to do in the the Asian community. We're going to have the Mandarin show, and we have the Singapore show coming up in June. And it's a great day, and it's great to have you on.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's such an honor to be able to serve the community alongside you, because you guys are doing great work to want to spread conscious leadership around the world. And I'm so glad to be able to anchor this in Asia, in Singapore.
Yeah, no, thank you for doing that. Why don't you tell the audience a little bit about yourself so they can really get, who you are, because that relationship is so important. And then we'll start talking about leadership.
Yeah. Okay. So I am a money consciousness coach, and I generally help women heal their relationship with money, expand their capacity with money to receive and to build real wealth through financial literacy and investment strategies. But the reason why I started doing what I do is because I was being raised by a generation of single mothers, and I saw them struggle through money. And what I really wanted is to actually help serve women so that as we heal our relationship with money, we can not just change ourselves, but the generations ahead of us. So that's why I do what I do.
I was clicking a button, and it is about that wealth. It is about, it's the generational wealth. It's how we create. But, when it comes to leadership, and I think the important part of that, and one thing you said is that wealth is defined as many different things.
Yes.
And as a leader, it's how we become better at what we do, and the things that we can change, I think, makes the difference as we show up. Will you talk about that a little bit? Because you always show up and you're always there.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. And in actual fact, if you think about wealth, it is the same as leadership, because how we do one thing, it's usually how we do everything. So even for wealth, the reason why I see a lot of common points in terms of leadership is because I'm getting women to take ownership, to take leadership in their own lives, in their own money. And once they feel empowered, they will feel like, oh, I can actually also take leadership at not just at home, but in my career, in how I show up in my family. So it's not giving the power away, it's to reclaim that leadership back to themselves.
Yeah. And that's the thing. It's giving them that. And, we always talk about everybody's becoming a leader, but you need followers, right? We do this thing about, and there was something about being a follower is like, there's a negative in there. And, the reason that we built Peak Potentials and Mary built Robin's Research and what you're doing is because they had an army behind them. They had people who were willing to follow and say, we love your message, and your message moves further. And then you had the leader who sort of directed the mission and the vision. As you're creating your business, what is something that you think as a leader, because you're building a team, right? There's always a team around you. There's always people around you or other students. But what are a couple things that you think are really important from a leader's perspective when you are working with a team?
Okay. I feel like the most important thing is that no matter where you're starting, everyone starts somewhere. So it's true that, sometimes when we look at other great leaders, they already have a bunch of followers, a big team. But if you are just starting out, even if you have one follower, you can impact one life. Keep going. Think that that's like thousands and millions of people. Actually, just by changing one life, that ripple effect to changing that million lives is already there. You are taking the first step. So always take the first step, even if there's just one.
Yeah, always take, and that's the thing, right? Isn't that the important part, to always take that first step to make sure that you're moving forward? Because how many people do you know, they talk about it, and you meet them 5 years later and it's the same journey, and they haven't moved forward because we have fears and things come up, and life always comes up. it's what you're going to do, and you said earlier, how you do one thing is how you do everything. And we know Harv said that over and over and over. And actually that came from a Buddhist teacher. But, what's amazing is that you're stepping through that, because when you step through that as an entrepreneur, you said, it's not about taking a risk. That I don't know why that happens. But as a leader, you always look at, here's things that work, here's things that might not work, and then you still step forward.
Yes.
Because right until you've done them.
And I really like what you pointed out, Michael. It's really about taking the risk, but calculated risk.
Yeah.
And that's the same in life, in investments, in just taking a leap of faith. It's always assessing what are you working towards, and what is the worst case scenario? What are the downsides? Yeah. And if you're able to accept the downside, just go for it.
Yeah. That's that piece. Because like when we first met, you just said, I'm in. And right. You did. You just said, I'm in. Whatever the journey is, don't even, and that's what I'm always looking for, because what I realized is if there's too many questions in the beginning, now you can have a linear thinker, I understand that, but then we're always going to be running into that. And there are some times we just need to go, and we need to move fast, and we need to make we made a huge mess, right? And then we sort of cleaned it up a little bit, and that part makes a difference all the time. But with what you're building, tell me the favorite part of what you're doing.
Wow, the favorite part of what I'm doing is actually getting to meet like-minded people, because you can't grow from your original group. So it's always really to seek out for mentors, for peers who are already doing what you are doing or on the same journey. So you can actually journey together. So I think that is actually the key essential, because like what you just mentioned, Michael, we all have that self-doubt, we all have that uncertainty, and doing something new, and if it doesn't scare you, you're not doing something bold and new enough. So if you're going to do something radically different from what you did in the past, it's definitely going to scare you. It's definitely going to be unfamiliar. So always seek for your own support to get you to where you want to go. And also, I like the point that you pointed out when, we spoke. I said, yes, I'm all in, because I feel like the clarity of vision is so important, because most people, what I realized is that I didn't used to have the clarity of vision too, before I actually feel such a strong calling on my mission. And when you don't have a clarity of mission, we tend to seek out looking at examples, path that people have walked, to actually see, maybe that's good too, that's interesting too. And the more information and data we collect, the more confused and that we will get, and it will actually cause us to have an inaction, do not do anything. Like you say, 5 years later, it's the same. 10 years later, there's nothing going to change 50 years later if we are not going to kick the bucket yet. But yes, it's still going to be the same.
I like that. It is so true. So what there's, I know your mission and I know what you're talking about. What first propelled you to move in this direction?
Wow. Actually, I make a commitment to the higher up to support me on my journey of getting through difficult time, because I realized that sometimes when the pain of staying in the same place is scarier than the pain of the unknown. Right. That is really a big motivation to move out of that and say, I'm out. Yeah. So I make a commitment that, okay, if once you want to support me to get out of this really difficult time, I will commit myself to be a vessel to support other women, just like how other amazing ladies, thought leaders supported me during my most challenging times.
Yeah, it is. It's I've always talked about there's three people that are, or three levels that are very important which is the coach, right? The person who keeps you going, then the person who understands your business but kicks your behind, as I always say, and then the personal trainer. And then there's the mentor, the person who's ahead of you. And I think, and then the last one is the mastermind, the group of people that, create something out of nothing. And if any of you have not read Outwitting the Devil by Napoleon Hill, read Outwitting the Devil. But when it comes from a mentor's perspective, and I think this is really important for leaders because leaders understand they need a mentor. Many mentors. I have mentors. I have lots of, and people say, well, I don't want to pay for it. Well, then don't get into this business, because either you invest in yourself or don't do this. But what do you look for in a mentor?
For me, I look for their lessons, their experiences, and just them calling out blind spots that we don't get to see. And actually, if you don't mind, I want to correct you a little, Michael.
Please.
They actually still pay for it. They just don't know.
Yes.
They're just not paying it in money, but they are paying it in time to have to figure that out for themselves.
Yeah.
And they have to pay it in terms of, the effort to actually find out we all still have to pay for it.
Right.
It's just whether do you want to go with the shortcut to pay with it with money, which is why I teach about wealth, because wealth is not just about that dollar. It's about what you can do with that dollar, how you actually utilize this energy and actually to bring you to the destination that you want to head towards. Shorter, faster, and in a more aligned manner. It's never about the money.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point, though, you made. I've done this for a long time, and I've always hit it from the other side. But to pull it back and just say, because there is cost, there is still cost, and there is pain. And that's really good, actually. So may I borrow that?
Of course.
Thank you. Thank you. This is where we're always learning. See, this is where, as leaders, a leader is always willing to say, that's great. Can I add that into my repertoire? Because I have not done that. And maybe I think to myself, how many people did I maybe miss because of that? But that's okay. But I continue forward. And I think that's that part within everything that we do as entrepreneurs is how do we create those dreams? And by the way, everybody listening, if we have all these shows coming up, and one of them is the Singapore show and then the Mandarin show. And if that's something that just floats your boat, that's what we used to always say, make sure you register, because I'll have a couple bonus calls, and then I'll be asking for some of you who want to be involved in our worldwide markets. It's just a great place to be. So make sure you all register, and then I'll have some bonus calls. But the greatest thing is, as you do this leadership position, right? And as you take the leader and you step forward, really, and we've talked a little bit about what keeps you going, but what do you see in the future that you're just heading towards?
Wow. So the world that I envision is that many conscious leaders will start to rise and make an impact. And we are not speaking a different voice. Instead, we are actually really coming from an authentic voice that is supportive of everyone. And as a collective, we are working together to support one another and live together, because the world doesn't get better by, taking from others or fighting one another. No, it actually resources get more scarce, it gets lesser, and tension builds up. But instead, if we collaborate more, we support one another, the world gets to be so much better place. So that is the leadership that I actually envision. Everyone taking self-leadership and self-responsibility, the world is going to be such a beautiful place in abundance.
It's so true. We had this conversation the other day about, business and why some of us are working together, or why we just see that vision. And it's because for us, it is really that mission driven. It's because there are things that we do that it's not our bottom line. It doesn't, but it's still for the greater good. It's still to create, if you look at this show, we're going 8 days, who knows, we might go a 9th, and there's a whole team behind it. And a lot of them are just like, it's not that they're volunteers, but it doesn't affect their bottom line. And there's no charge for the show. So it's not about that. It's, because people can watch it. But it's how as a team you really come together and you just be of service. right? And I heard somebody earlier mentioning that, but it's that being of service part that really makes it, because as an entrepreneur, you can have your mission, your vision. I do it for my grandkids. I know your child is very important to you, and that's a great place to be. But there's also the larger picture of the world around us, and how as leaders we're creating or making that difference. And that's the big part. So as a leader, our audience is listening to you, and what they're looking for is one thing they can do today. And if they leave this call and don't remember anything else, what is one thing they can do today that will either move their business, their heart, their mind, whatever it is, maybe your morning routine? Let us know.
The one thing to do today, the most important thing is to actually just make a difference in one person's life. Even if you're not a leader yet, because leadership, the old paradigm is a title that somebody gives you. But what I really feel is that it is how you feel, the difference that you make. By showing up as a leader, taking responsibility, just impacting lives, even just to one, you are already a leader. And if you act out from there, the byproduct will be somebody else will give you a title along the way. Even if they don't, it doesn't matter because you are already a leader.
That's right. That's really good. Okay, that's good. And from the standpoint also, what I get, this is the question we get asked all the time, which is I think is really a good question. What book have you read that has really impacted your life, or even see, nowadays it's podcasting. Podcasting has really become the calling card of the entrepreneur. So if you're not podcasting, you have a conversation with me. But that big piece is, what is that book or that podcast that you listen to right now that keeps you going?
Yeah, I'm listening to so many books and podcasts, but I think the very aligned book that really brings into the topic that we are speaking today will be Daring Greatly by Brene Brown. And it's really about leadership, leading through your heart, vulnerability. And I feel like this is so important. Just like what Alex mentioned earlier in the panel, people can sense your energy, be it teens, adult, especially kids. So if you, the best way to lead instead of, authority, authenticity is really the way to lead going forward, right now and going forward. And when people see your vulnerability, they respect you. You don't even have to force upon this leadership. They will come to you.
Yeah, it is true. And we have a tendency of also trying to, as entrepreneurs, we try to control things, right? Because sometimes being an entrepreneur, it's a little out of control, or it's a little out of your control. And that's where I think you take that breath, you step back, as you say, and, being a thought leader, just realize, get the right team around you, get the right people around you, get the people that you can mentor and talk with. And that just makes a difference. So we only have a minute left. This has gone fast. I knew it would. What would you like to see, again, from the perspective of what we're doing in Singapore? How do you see that a year from now with you being the leader?
Wow. I love that question. Thanks, Michael. So I see that basically, we will be the lighthouse, attracting more conscious leaders to us. So it's really about, putting ourselves out there and letting people come to us. So we can actually form a really strong community where we can actually be the grounded, conscious leader that we want to be.
Wow. From myself and Mr. Mo Rock and the whole team at the Los Angeles Tribune, this has always been a pleasure and an honor. You're a thought leader in your own. You are what we're going to do in Singapore and worldwide is making a difference every single day. And I want to thank you, Crystal, just for being part of our team, for building out, for helping people, for making a difference. And I appreciate everything you do.
Thanks, Michael. I appreciate that too.
Awesome. Everything. You're the best. All right, Crystal, have a wonderful day and we'll talk to you soon.
Bye, everyone.
She's amazing. Okay. And that's the thing. You want to make, you have people around you that are on their own mission in their journey and doing the things that they want to do because they're making a difference and being of service. But then you also have that team, and that team supports the mission, the values, and the goals. And this next person I'm about to bring up, all the way from Japan and Malaysia, depending on where she is, and she travels the world. You never know. But when I went to Japan, back in February, she literally took me everywhere, made sure I was taken care of, got me through the trains. And, we spoke at the largest AI conference in Japan, and she was just always there, always to be of service. And she's also one of our trainers who we've done the Japan show. We keep it going. It's been amazing. Let's give it up for Aichi. How are you?
How are you? Thank you, Michael. Thank you for inviting me here.
Oh, it's great to have you on because first of all, you really made a difference, right? I fell in love with that country. That Japan was just wonderful. But what it did is you were able to show me the under sort of what it was really about, and that how deep the consciousness in Japan is, and it's growing, right? It's only where it is for the moment. And then it's growing. It's like yesterday we actually had Linnea Sakai on, she's the CEO of fermentation. And she's awesome to see that stepping up in women in that role in Japan, which is new, and really going forward. So why don't you tell the audience a little bit about yourself and what you're creating, and then we'll bounce into leadership.
Thank you, Michael. Well, I am a author and speaker about money and manifestation, and I am from Japan, and I am a mentee of Ken Honda, who is an international best-selling author. He talked this leadership show on a first day. So I've learned a lot about money and manifestation from Ken, and also happy money. So I'm teaching and sharing my knowledge from my perspective, money and manifestation, to my leaders and my listeners.
And that's what you're doing, is you're sharing the information. You're sharing you have a team, you have a large business, and you've really created around health and wellness, and around making a difference, and around manifestation. And what started you down this path?
Well, when I was 31 years old, I didn't have a great situation. I had a disease, and also I'm bankrupt, and my husband's company is also bankrupt. So at the time, I couldn't believe I create this world. But since I've met the book, such as the self-help books, such as Think and Grow Rich, or like Ken Honda's books, I realized I create this world. So even though this is really bad situation, I am creating. That was my start learning about the manifestation.
Yeah, and it sometimes it starts into a couple of different places. It can start out of that everything's gone wrong, right? And it's going down, or it sometimes start with I'm doing really well, but it's not the life that I expected. Or it's not, there's so many places that this starts, and no matter where people are, you have to just meet them there. Because we've run into a lot of people who are in their 50s going, this is not the life I wanted. I was talking to Crystal about that. This can't be all there is. That's what we hear a lot of times. This can't be all there is. And if this is, then I've missed something here. What's the oldest student you've ever worked with, and who's the youngest student you've ever worked with, and how do you see the differences?
Youngest student?
Yeah.
That I met before.
Who's the youngest student you've ever worked with that's been
my
part
daughter.
of Oh, I love it. That's an awesome answer.
Because
yeah,
I asked her what do you think about life? And she said, oh, well, actually, I didn't have a confidence. Actually, I didn't have a confidence that one day I didn't have a confidence to speak about manifestation. And she saw me, I am losing my confidence. And she said, you know what, Mom? I am the best person that you created. Like she thinks
That's
she
a
can
great
do
answer.
anything. Yeah,
Yeah.
she can do anything, whatever she thinks, she feel, she just whatever she imagine, she can do. She believes that.
And it's creating that belief. And then from the other end of the perspective, who's like the oldest student you've ever worked with? And, how has that been different?
Oh, okay. So the Mr. Tanaka,
Uh-huh.
he is, yeah, sorry, he is 80 years old now, but
Wow.
and yeah, and he is the person bring the Think and Grow Rich from United States to Japan.
Wow.
Yeah, I met him. I met him 4 years ago because I really wanted to meet the person who brought the Think and Grow Rich from Japan. So I contacted my publishment company and to call him. I know he's old, but now he is. I just wanted to meet him, and he, was so kind to invite me to his house and to show me what he learned and what he's doing right now.
Wow.
And then I thought he. So I'm sorry. So he thought like he had a birthday. Like actually, that he had a birthday, 80 years birthday in last January. So I told him, why don't we have a birthday party? Because this is kind of like a dream for me. And also it's really dream for everyone influenced by you. So we just had a birthday, like a perfect birthday together. And that is, I think, was manifestation for me and for him.
Yeah. Some of the amazing leaders who brought this to us, right? We used to talk a lot about Jim Rohn, and really what he brought. And I still listen to Jim Rohn all the time on YouTube, and for those of you who haven't, entrepreneurs, Jim, it's ROHN, just go to YouTube and listen to the videos. He's a master at what he did, the way he said it. He ran many of the first events. You can't say first events because there's way back to Koning 90. This goes way back. But he ran some of the best events through the 70s, the 80s. His story is amazing, what he created. And most of the thought leaders now, Jim Rohn was a big influence in their life. So it is those people that are influences in our life that really drive us forward. And I always and I know speakers know I always going to ask this question: what is one thing you could give to our audience today that they could use if they didn't remember anything else from today?
Thank you. It's a great question. Well, just be yourself. Believe in yourself. Believe in yourself. Don't believe the world invisible. Just believe in yourself, invisible world.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
Because that's the key that changed my life. When I was 31 years old, I didn't have money. I didn't have a house. I didn't have anything. And I believed the visible world. I was believing in the visible world. That's why I was so miserable. But I started believing in myself, inner world. Then suddenly the inner world started changing. And then the outer world also started changing.
And as you really started to believe in yourself and started to change that outer world, did you share with people around you? Were you comfortable to do that? And did you have support?
Yes, I support with journaling a lot. Journaling.
Yeah, great. Where people find sometimes too within sort of that paradigm is we do go to a lot of courses, right? Because, Bob Proctor has always said, many said, invest in yourself, continue to invest in yourself, always do it, always be in the next course. That should never stop because you don't want to draw back. And I think what that does is that brings a different level of, people around you that you can work with. Now, not everybody, that's true, but at least, this is Bill Walsh always says, at least you're not talking to your broke brother-in-law, the person who's going to keep you where you're at and sort of, tear it down. Since you made that shift into the entrepreneur world and really took the lead, how has your life changed?
Changed totally different. I feel like I used to wait the reality come to me. I just wait for the reality come to me. But now I feel I am creating my reality by myself with my thoughts, with thoughts. Yeah. So, and without mentor, such as Ken Honda or you, Michael, and then other coaches and mentors from my training that I attended, I wouldn't do this. I wouldn't create this world. I wouldn't create this reality.
And it is, it's the kind of thing where, because there's a lot of times as entrepreneurs, and maybe you don't, but where we have just that one moment going, this is not as easy, right? This is, challenges come up. And I think it's how, as you said, it's continuing to move forward. And Crystal was talking about this too. It's what do we do with the challenge? And I think as an entrepreneur, that's a really important piece. Can you talk about a challenge in your life while you've been on your journey and really what you did and how you overcome it?
Yeah. So I couldn't believe I can earn money with what I love. But Ken told me, well, why you don't believe that? I can earn money with what I love. So that was very challenging for me because first time I couldn't believe it at all. But once I started what I love, which is I've learned about manifestation, about money, and then start teaching and sharing my knowledge. That's my job now. So I didn't have a confidence, but I just started. Even right now, English is not my first language. And I couldn't speak at all. I mean, not at all, but I couldn't speak well. But now I keep going and going and going, practicing it every day with ChatGPT. Then, and you, Michael, you always give me a mission.
Yes, I do.
Such as the Japanese show or, and this is also my challenge. But anyway, I just did jumping and, that after the jumping in the challenge, it's totally different. I feel every time I get confident, little by little. So
it's the kind of thing where you do, right? You have to, it's practice. Practice, it's not about practice makes perfect. I know we talk about that, but it is those things that, especially when you get people in the entrepreneur world who work in another market that's not their first language, there's always that hesitation. Or, and what you said, you just have to go past that and you have to practice and practice. I mean, it was great in Japan. You took care of me. And I know what the challenge is too, is when we do the Japan shows, when I start talking fast, because now you have to think in English, transfer it into Japanese, but remember the last 5 sentences. Because I have been rocking and rolling and I'm on a tangent and you're just translating fast. And I can see, because we've worked enough together now, I can always see when you're about to okay, it's time to let her get going, but you're doing it. You took that on as a challenge and the Japan show has gone very well. And I've really enjoyed doing it. We'll have another one coming up. You'll get that all done, but it is, you stepped up. You just stepped up and said, I will do this. And I think that's that piece of the entrepreneurs willing to just say, okay, let's go. I don't know, but let's go. And I think that makes a difference. When we went through Japan, you really took the leadership because, I don't know how you got us down to the train. We had to go one train, then buy a ticket to get to another level to get to, you did that very well. And you just sort of that's a leadership position because you were going to get me on that train no matter what, right? You were going to get us where we needed to go. And you always had that confidence. I never worried about it. I never thought about it. And because half the time I felt lost anyway. So I'm like, see, I had to give it up. I had to be the follower at the moment. I thought, I'm going to be the best follower. And what does that mean? No whining, no complaining. There's all those things, right? Just, and being a follower is a great position because it's very humbling. And I think that's where we talk about being of service again. Can you talk about, again, from a leadership position, being of service?
Being service at the time when you were in Japan, I was always thinking about how I can feel you to joy, like have fun.
Yeah.
So as a leader, I'm thinking always the vision that fun and brings you to joy, because that's the energy that everybody can feel. And it's a very big vibration. So it was because I could lead you in Japan when you were in Japan, it's because I was enjoying, and also I wanted you to enjoy it.
Mm-hmm. It was great the way you did that. And this is, by the way, everybody, this is a leadership story. When somebody does this is the entrepreneur world. This is the, and it wasn't that you were my tour guide. You created an environment for me. And for the team, when you had the rest of the team, you created an environment for us that you wanted us to have an experience. You wanted us, and as a leader, you just took charge and said, here we go. This is where we're going to go. This is what we're going to do. You would ask suggestions sometimes of like we know Prisa wanted ramen, right? So, and if Prisa's listening, it was ramen. It was great. And you made that happen. And I think, as a leader, everybody's got to realize that. Where are you at the moment? Who's with you? Who's the group with you? And how am I creating that experience? With the couple minutes we have left, is there anything that you feel is from a leadership position that you'd like to talk about before we let this go?
Since I use my visualization for my career, I actually manifest almost everything with the words in my head and also visualization. So I believe we can create any future entrepreneurship world with these tools. So visualization, I do vision board, and I write everything in my journal almost every day where I want to go. Like you said, like travel, like where I want to go and who I want to be with and what I want to do. That's what brings me joy. So I really highly recommend journal to future manifest, like what you want to manifest. Because without those vision, we can't go anywhere. We just can get lost.
That's right. For myself and our CEO, Mr. Mo Rock, and our whole team at the Los Angeles Tribune, I want to say thank you so much for being on, for beaming in, because you've traveled more places. When we had that conversation, I talked to Mary Glorfield. She's been to 82 countries, but you've been everywhere. It was pretty amazing. But you really brought joy. You did. You brought joy. You manifested a great trip for us, the experiences, because we were going on to the largest AI conference, right, in Japan. And my wheelhouse is a little bit different, but it allowed me to walk on stage with that confidence because I didn't have to think about anything else. And I had walked into the joy. So, Ai-san, it is a pleasure. It has been a journey. We've just started. Thank you for anchoring us in Japan and in the Asian market, and we'll continue on from there. So from the Los Angeles Tribune, myself and Mr. Mo Rock, and audience out there, give a 5 in the chat and a thunderous round of applause. You've been amazing, and we'll talk to you very soon.
Thank you so much, Michael. Thank you so much, Los Angeles Tribune.
Thank you. It's amazing because she runs our Japan show. And we've had just great thought leaders on, and it's been an amazing time to do that. And we're about to start the Mandarin show. But with that, let's go ahead, team. We're going to go to commercial, and I'm going to count down because I know they're ready to go. And we're about to have way too much fun. All right, team, here we go to commercial. 3, 2, 1. Hit the button.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Oh, I don't hear you there, Jeffrey.
If I hit that unmute button. Well, we have Eric Yellen here. He doesn't just build brands. He's an architect of ecosystems with over 4 decades of experience spanning marketing, technology, and strategic leadership. Eric has transformed businesses from the ground up. Eric, it's my absolute pleasure to jump on here and be your host for this little interview. We've got 10 minutes, so this is a power round. I'd love for you just to share a bit more about your story in 2 minutes, and then we'll dive in.
Well, I'll try to make it as fast as I can, but basically I started in entrepreneurship when I was in high school, was in junior achievement. The company that I was in produced a television show, and I sold television commercial time. And so it was great. But then I just started my journey doing a lot of different things. Eventually went to work for ABC News. Then from there, I went to work as regional marketing director for Ringling Brothers Circus and Walt Disney's World on Ice. And that was back in 1985. And I had already purchased my first computer. So I learned very early on the value of computers and technology. Eventually, I went to work for a small tech company, developed the first CRM system for the PGA of America, started my own software company, then got sick and tired of software, went into the golf industry, eventually ending up as executive director of the Southern Nevada Golf Association. But then from there, I got sick. I stopped working completely. I was kind of forced into retirement at age 51. But when I was finally able to get better, I said, what am I going to do with my life? And I saw that, well, the problem that a lot of people had in the entrepreneurial space was they were still frustrated, overwhelmed, and confused with technology. So I decided that's the direction I was going to go. And because of my breadth and wealth of experience, I decided to become a business coach.
Okay. I want to talk to you about that, getting sick and that messy middle there of, that essentially a real challenge, right? Having to pivot and adjust. As someone who was forced onto a disability pension at the age of 30, because I had a horse jump on my neck, like I thought I had my whole planned out, 30 years, and the rest of my life, I knew exactly what I was doing. And then all of a sudden the interruption happened. And it's like, I had to stop and reflect. What was that season like for you in that reflection moment? And how did that transform you to be the leader you are today?
Well, I'll tell you it again. I've always been a type A personality. So forced into retirement. And by the way, I was on a lot of painkillers and opioids have a horrible effect on you.
Yes, they do.
So I didn't know what to do with my life. And I couldn't do anything. And then that just led to depression. And once I was able to eliminate all of those opioids and things like that, then all of a sudden, okay, now I could do something.
Yeah. And
that's basically when, I decided, let's see what I can do. And that's how I came to do what I'm doing. I pulled myself out of that funk because I was doing something I liked doing. I was keeping busy. And to be quite frank, I didn't have to work.
Yeah.
I chose to work because this is kind of like my happy place. It's not about making money or anything like that. It's about helping others succeed in what they want to do, because usually where they're going to fail or where they're going to struggle, it's the areas that I can help them out the most.
Yeah. So we position ourselves as guides on the journey, right? And that has a lot of deeper purpose and meaning behind it rather than just making money. And has a bit more substance behind it, right?
Exactly.
I totally relate to your story, having to been on heavy painkillers, and it feels like you're on a fog, just a cloud around you, and to get yourself out of that space. And it's like all of a sudden that fog lifts up and everything's brighter and everything tastes sweeter and everything has more purpose behind it. And so I could definitely relate to that story. So Eric, I'd love to, dive into this a bit deeper. how has these health challenges really shaped your perspective on business around resilience, and how's your leadership evolved in this space?
Well, so I've been involved in, again, different aspects of marketing communication throughout the years, and I was always very good in branding. But during that period of time where I was not doing anything, the world of digital marketing evolved significantly. And instead of business branding, there was definitely a focus more on personal branding. By the way, when I had my own software company, I created a brand. This was back in 1995. That company I sold in 2003. But that brand still exists to this day. It's just under sooner. So I was taking those talents and putting it into the personal branding space, because now it doesn't matter what kind of business you have. It doesn't matter if you're a solopreneur or running a multinational corporation. That personal brand is so important. And in encountering a lot of the different people out there, we all hear now that people want to do business with those they know, like, and trust. Well, what does
Father and son is saying it's deeper than that. Is finding areas that we can connect, relate, and resonate, right? And our personal brand and our stories really help us to connect with our audience on that heart-to-heart level, yeah?
Yeah, but what I found was that there's a lot of people who work to try to achieve that, but quite frankly, they're not necessarily good at it because they're not authentic. And in order to really build that credibility and that trust, you need authenticity. And that's the one thing that is not talked about an awful lot anymore. And you see it around all the time, that people are saying one thing, but they're doing another.
Yeah. And I want to jump in on that, because I feel like authenticity is a fad word that's been thrown around a lot, especially in today's world. And you can sort of sense that there's fake authenticity and there's real authenticity. I know that's quite contrite to create the parallels, but it's true. So what are some of the tips that you would have to help entrepreneurs and leaders to really lean in and be truly authentic? Not just being authentic for the sake of it, but like go deep with that.
Well, so when I'm talking about personal branding with someone, the first thing with our Megafluence method, our methodology, is you have to start with a strategic brand strategy. That's the foundation of everything you do, and that's based on, and I'm not reinventing the wheel here. This is tried and true principles. It's based on your mission, your vision, and your values, and your values is the most important thing. So if you have a core set of values and everything you say and do is based on those values, you'll automatically have authenticity. The problem with a lot of people is they'll say one thing one day and then the wind shifts and they're going to say something totally different the next day. Well, that means that they really didn't have a core set of values to begin with.
Yeah. So how do you help people identify their core set of values? I think that's something that a lot of early entrepreneurs and aspiring leaders really struggle with. So how do you help people identify, say, their three really primary core values?
Well, part of it is you just sit down with them and you got to obviously interview them, ask them a lot of questions. You need to know what their why is. Why are they doing whatever it is that they're doing? What makes them happy? Why does that make them happy? You try to pull a lot of that information out, and then from there you can craft in writing. They're not crafting. Crafting sounds like you're creating something. But what you're doing is you're taking what they're telling you, putting it on paper so that you have now something to work off of. So if you're hiring an agency, for instance, to do your social media or something, they know what your values are, and then they can do things based on that.
Yeah, beautiful. So we've only got a couple of minutes left. So what would be one takeaway that you want our audience to take away from you?
Well, again, the basic principle we're hearing everywhere is if you want to be a true leader, what you have to do is you have to build that level of credibility, authority, and trust. And the only way to do that where you're actually leaving a legacy and you're not being fake about it is to base it on a core set of values. So it's not just credibility, trust, and authority. It's also authenticity.
Yeah, beautiful. Couldn't have said it myself. All right, mate. Well, thank you very much for your time. I believe time is up. And I really appreciate you, Eric. It's been an absolute pleasure. We're going to bring up Sandy Segralata here in a second. And but thank you, Eric. We'll see you on the next one. All right, so there you go. So Eric's tips there. So it was credibility, authority, and trust to help you to build your personal brand. And as someone who really leans in and helps people to leverage their stories and build their personal brand in today's world, I would highly recommend that you go figure out what your core values are, just like Eric had to mention with us. So I'm going to bring up my good friend, Sandy, to the stage now. So Sandy, it's an absolute pleasure to be your host for this interview.
Hello, Jeff. How's it going down under?
Oh, it's going great. We're just about 20 to 10 in the morning. I've been going since 2, so firing
I
on all
know.
cylinders.
You're like a beast here. It's incredible. Thank you. Thank you for everything that you're doing to support this. It's really amazing.
No, thank you for your appreciation. Cool. So let's dive in. I'd love you to introduce yourself so our audience can get to know you as intimately as I do, because we've already done a couple of podcasts together. But Sandy, if you could share your story with the world, that'd be absolutely fantastic.
Oh, gosh. You know, Jeff, we don't have enough time to share my whole story. But in a nutshell, I've been on this journey since January of 1990 was when I hit rock bottom, turned my life around. And since that time, I became a U.S. national and international figure skating coach. I have a gold medal in ice dancing. I've run marathons. Today, I'm a peak performance expert. And I throw in the conscious leadership because I think that peak performance and conscious leadership go hand in hand. Because whether, performance is performance, whether you're talking about athletes or leadership. And so I'm just doing my thing. I've got a podcast called Happiness Solved, where I have episode 410, I think, was released. I forget. It was just yesterday, but I forget. Hey, Krish, thank you. And I'm launching a new venture I've been working on for quite some time. And that is the Peak Performance Playbook. And it's a streaming television show where the tagline is today's athletes, tomorrow's leaders. Love and that. Because I'm a retired professional athlete and I work with professional athletes and amateur athletes and entrepreneurs and CEOs and leadership and whatnot on peak performance, I'm so excited about this because when you look at athletes, they're leaders in their own right, but the way that they present themselves in every moment where it really matters, is what differentiates one from the next, right? Because leadership, I just dropped, the podcast I just dropped yesterday is on conscious leadership and why it's not optional anymore.
Well, let's dig into that because I think that's really a valuable topic to get right into. What is it you think that, professional athletes, top performance, peak performance, people in that space, what is it that they have that others really need to sort of get in when the going gets tough and don't have that quit mentality and just dig in and get through to the other side? I'd love to unpack that a bit further.
That's such a great question. So here's the thing. What separates them and everyone, right, from every level that we progress to is resilience. Okay. And resilience is a muscle. All right. It's a muscle that you build just like we're, working on all of our muscles. So with athletes, you start out really young and you lose. I'm an obsessed tennis player. I had a match earlier today. I wasn't able to speak earlier today when Michael Silvers had scheduled me because I'm like, I have a tennis match. Sorry. So I'm going to use tennis as an example, even though I'm a professional figure skater, but today my jam is tennis. So you start out young and you lose and you build your resilience and you play again and you play again and you play again. And each time you progress, you're building that resilience muscle because failure is the recipe for success. You have to fail before you can succeed. And so with athletics, the thing that intrigues me is, especially with tennis, because tennis is 1 point at a time. It's 1 point, every point you have to reset. You have to reset your mindset and be like, okay, that's behind me. What just happened is behind me. Now I have to go forward and do this again. And that's why I love it, because you're constantly resetting. And as you're resetting, you're building that resiliency muscle so that life is going to happen. Life is going to throw us curveballs. And as those curveballs are oh, thank you, Crystal. I'm reading these comments. As you're building that resilience muscle and things are happening, you're growing and you're growing and you're growing. And it's incremental. It's like compounding interest, right?
Yeah.
You've got to fail so many times, right? Baseball. Yeah, I'm from a baseball family. My parents used to own a minor league baseball team. Baseball players fail 9 out of 10 times when they're up at bat.
Yep.
Okay. And so you look at that and it's like, that is the big thing, is that learning how to be resilient so that that's going to push the needle forward. And that's why I love comparing sports and leadership.
Yes.
Because it crosses over. And all the leaders know, if you're, you don't have to be a professional athlete, just go run a marathon or a half marathon or a 5K. Doesn't matter. Because when you complete it, you're better off than you were before.
Yes.
And you've got that resilience. You're like, oh my God, I did that. Like I ran the Marie Corn Marathon one time. I did it in 2006. And that is one of the hardest marathons, simply because the point two, you're like this, and you've got Marines all, along the sideline, and you're literally crawling up the hill and they're like cheering you on. But like, I know that because I did that, I can do anything.
Yes.
These little things that come across, I'm like, oh my God, I did the Marine Corps Marathon in just under 5 hours, 4 hours and 54. I freaking ran for 4 hours and 54 minutes. Like, who does that, right? So I'm like, if I can do that, I can tackle this. And that's why it builds that resilience that leadership needs so desperately.
Yeah. I love that attitude, like a resilience and just getting in, right? Especially in today's world. Like I'm looking at my 11-year-old son, right? And he's going through that transitional phase from being a kid into a teenager. And, some of those things that he's been, trying to achieve. And we've been having a lot of conversations as father and son to help him to build his resilience muscle, because he's tried a couple of things, hasn't worked out for him, and said, Dad, I'm hopeless at this. I can't do it. And wants to go into that quit attitude. And it's like, well, no, what can we do to sit down and calm it down a bit and get out of our emotions and come back down to that intelligence space? And what can we do different? Failure is just feedback, right? And for help us to pivot and adjust. You've taken, as you're sharing your tennis story, I was reflecting on my horsemanship story. I was junior national champion of Australia in Western Pleasure for 97 and 98.
Oh, wow. Wow.
And so I remember growing up in my teenage years, doing that Western Pleasure in those events. My father used to not make me, it was like he compelled me, but it was encouraged to go and ride my horse 1 hour every day before we go to the shows, right? Get that repetition in, get that discipline in, get that habit in. So when we go to the shows, you're prepared and you're ready to rock and roll. And there's a lot of lessons in that, isn't there?
Oh my gosh. Yes. I mean, it's such a good lesson for anybody. And here's the thing. I started playing tennis when I was 50.
There you go.
You're never too old or too young to start something that you're passionate about. Because it's so good for you, because it moves our body, right? You're getting your body moving, and it's just so healthy. Like, you just got to get out there, move your body. It get your endorphins going. It reduces stress. You think clearly, like, oh, you want some really good ideas. You have writer's block. You've got some sort of block. Get out there and do something active. And I'm telling you, you'll get the answers, right?
Yep. Now, my wife and I get out and do our power walks, and we have our business, they call it our business strategy sessions while we're walking. So it's the best time.
Right. Yeah.
And I want to talk a bit we're touching on qualities of leadership, right? We've touched on the big one, resilience. I want to shift gears and move over to integrity and essentially trust. And, I feel like relationships, right? It's about building a trust bank. We do life again, and, so let your yes be a yes, and you lean into that. What are some of the tips and advice that you can give to our young entrepreneurs who are listening to this show today to help them to build up their integrity and build their trust up with their audience and their people around them? Well,
I was listening to the tail end of you and Eric, who's a dear friend of mine. Hello, Eric. Sorry, I missed your whole talk, but authenticity. So And I know he was saying that people aren't really talking about authenticity. I think people are trying to be authentic, but they just don't know how to be authentic. But authenticity, if you're being authentic and you're being who you are, integrity is going to follow suit. That is, if you have the right intentions in mind. All right. But integrity is all about doing what you say and saying what you're doing. And the other thing too is, actions speak louder than words.
Yes.
And so if you're a leader and you're saying we're going to do this A, B, C, and D, you need to do A, B, C, and D, because if not, everybody who's watching you is going to say, oh, they didn't do that, right? So that's where the lack of integrity falls in, was that people say they're going to do this and then they don't. And I think that's one of the biggest failures in leadership, is that, leaders come up and we're going to do this and we're going to do that. We see it in politics. We see it all over the place where people say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this and do that. Yeah. And really, for integrity, a couple of things need to happen. If you're not in integrity and you've made a mistake, apologize.
Own it.
Apologize publicly. Right? Because you didn't follow through in your word, and maybe there's explanations, maybe there's certain, things happen, but publicly come out and apologize. And that's what we're not seeing at the highest level, is that people are making mistakes and they're not apologizing. And people, when you're not owning and being responsible for your own actions, taking accountability, that is going to affect your integrity, because people will see that. They'll remember, okay, you said you were going to do this. You didn't do it. You didn't even apologize. You just kind of shoved it under the rug. People notice those things. Yes, that's right, Eric. Don't just talk the right, walk the talk. That's right.
Walk. And what you're describing is what I call above the line culture. Taking ownership, taking accountability, taking responsibility, instead of living below the line, which is blame, excuse, and denial.
That's right.
And that's, that starts with us. We've got to, have integrity with ourselves, right?
Well, when you just said the word blame, I mean, in 1990, when I hit rock bottom, I had a counselor say to me, when you're pointing the finger at somebody else, there's 3 fingers pointing right back at you.
Yes,
and
I love that one.
Forget that.
Yeah.
So anytime, folks, if you're pointing the finger at somebody else, you need to take a step back and look at yourself, because chances are you have a part in it, and it's a big part. Not all the time, but most of the time.
Yeah. Cool. So we've got 3 minutes left together. So I want to talk about kindness. I think as leaders, we can all bring in, more kindness, more joy into the space, and have more fun, right? We don't have to always be so serious about things. And it's about doing life together. How can our listeners bring in more kindness and joy into their lives?
Oh my gosh. Kindness is contagious. And, when they say, do one good deed a day, and that's going to help you. It's like if you help the old lady cross the street, or even like in the grocery store. This is the thing. This is how kindness can really play a part, where people don't even notice. Make eye contact with people and smile. Yes. Because you don't know. Oh, thank you, Eric. You don't know what you don't know. And people are showing up in a way that you don't know, right? Like you don't know what that person has gone through. And maybe just a smile, a simple smile. When you're checking out at the grocery store, how are you today? Gosh, you're doing a great job today. Give people, just be kind to people. I know I'm like trying to explain this, because for me, it's just so natural, but like, you don't have to, it's not that hard. It's really not that hard. It's about looking at people. And here, let me share this, Jeff. Now it's coming. When I had my son, he'll be 25 this year. I was holding him and I was like, oh, wow, this is this helpless baby. And all of a sudden, when I had that experience of having a child, and I started going out in the world, and you're seeing, jerk offs here and there, people being, not nice, unkind. And I looked at them and I was like, wow, what must have happened to that person
Yeah.
To that they can actually be this unkind to other people because something happened to them and we don't know what we don't know. So you have somebody that's being unkind. Don't judge them. Do yourself a favor, do humanity a favor, forgive them because we don't know what you don't know. And you have to like look at people with grace and give people grace. And that
Beautiful.
in and of itself is an act of kindness as well. I hope that was good enough explanation, you know.
On that note, we're going to wrap up. I think we just need to drop it there. That's beautiful. And Sandy, that 20 minutes flew by. So
Gosh,
thank you
I can't even believe it's in 20 minutes.
I know, right? Well, thank you very much for being just your brilliant self. And yes, you are one of the most kindest people I've ever come across. And I just love everything that you're doing. So thank you for being you.
Thank you, Jeff. And thank you to Michael Silvers, Mary Glorfield, Mo Rock, Ava, Alicia, all of the LA Tribune team. Thank you so much. Oh, Karen Hall too. I know she's played a big part in this as well. All right. Thank you, everyone. Take care.
Appreciate you, Sandy. All right. We're going to go to commercial.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Well, welcome back. You know, it's been 3 days of amazingness, and I am so grateful for all of our audience who have joined us. I see that we've got a lot of the comments that you guys are sharing. Jeff Ross, thank you so much for hosting that segment with Sandy and Eric. What a powerful coming together. And ladies and gentlemen, we've got one more exciting guest for you, and it's all about abundance. We would like to close day 3 in abundance with abundance mindset and focus and meditation as we bring in the co-hosts together in the next 10 minutes. So let me bring on stage one of my personal coaches, and she is the coach and the founder of Abundant Women Rise. And of course, abundance is both for men and for women. But for the purpose of her coaching, she coaches women. Let me bring on stage Miss Daniela Truffin. Daniela, welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Global Broadcast, LA Leadership Week 2025. It's a delight to have you here. So I wanted to bring in abundance on the closing of day 3. So
thank you for inviting me. Just want to say thank you for inviting me.
Oh, you're welcome. Absolutely.
I've been part of this community for a long time, and with you in it, I'm just getting closer to you guys.
Yes, you are. I mean, you've been faithfully commenting and part of the conversations from like even years back. I remember before we even met, when I first saw you, passionately commenting for like, I think 2.5, 3 years ago on some of our global broadcasts. And this is why we encourage our audience to make sure that you join our global audience in commenting, because that's how we start to make friends. So Daniela, tell us more about what you believe about abundance. Why is abundance focus and abundance mindset important for us as entrepreneurs, as leaders, to have it be a focus and a presence in our life?
Yes, thank you. Great question. Great deep question. So abundance is a way of being. And when you feel abundant, you start attracting abundance in your life. Now, most of us have probably, as the audience have been, probably when they were younger, heard things about scarcity, right? Money doesn't go on tree. We can't afford it. Mine was, we can't afford it. There's 10 of you. I'm one of 10 kids, and we can never afford anything. And I was always wanted to get whatever, my toys, my clothes,
It's 5 o'clock.
anything. And I couldn't get it because we were living in scarcity all the time. So somewhere along the line, I made a decision that I don't want my next generation, my kids, my grandkids, to ever say we cannot afford it. I would never want that. So I went on this journey to discover what makes people abundant, not just of money, because abundance is not just money. It's in every area of your life. Abundance of money, abundance of relationship, abundance of health, abundance of wealth. So abundance is in every area.
Abundance of time. You
Right,
walk
yes.
that. You walk that abundance of time. And so for people who have, like you said, had that mindset, had that inflicted in, or ingrained in them that, money doesn't go on trees. You've got to work hard. They're used to like trading time for dollars. How did you make that shift? How did you come from, one of your taglines is from made to self-made, from cleaning to, to multi-million-dollar realtors, real estates and all of that. But how did you make that transition from scarcity to what practices, what mindset shifts did you have to go through to be able to create that reality for you?
Yeah, so I went on a journey, and and everybody here knows Bob Proctor. Bob Proctor was my original mentor on abundance. I stumbled on one of his meditation years ago, probably like 8-9 years ago when he was alive. And what Bob was talking about was, think about the trees around you, right? How many trees do we have around us? Unlimited amount, right? So think about abundance as the abundance of tree, the abundance of grass, the abundance of air. Like we don't have to look for air, right? It's all around us. Abundance of birds, abundance of water, the ocean. So he was talking about abundance is the same as everything that's around us in abundance. And I had an aha moment in that meditation. And I said to myself, oh my God, if abundance is all around us, like, how do I get it? How do I bring it into my life? So I went on this journey where I realized that it's going inside of yourself and healing the parts of you that felt scarcity, that felt not enough, that felt, we can't afford it because we're too many kids in the family. There's nothing, I could get. So healing those parts of ourselves. And I know the audience have those feelings probably from their childhood where somebody said to them, money doesn't go on tree, right? We can't afford this. You can't have a new toy. You can't have this. So those are the parts that I went and healed in the last few years. And I did some meditations on, think about like who's a person that you know that is abundant already. Just think about that. And whoever came for me in mind was Regan Hillier. And a lot of people know who she is. She's from Australia. And she is always posting places. She's always in abundance. She's always at very high restaurants. So I would start imagining myself that I'm eating at very high-end restaurants. I'm going on these elaborate vacations. I am having clothes as much as I want. And in time, all of a sudden, I have been invited to a very expensive restaurant. I've been invited to a wedding on an island in Greece, in Santorini. And I realized, oh my God, all this abundance is coming into my life because I've been envisioning and I've been healing.
That's amazing. So the power of visualization,
Mm-hmm.
the power of thinking it and creating it.
Yes. You get to feel it as you're already abundant. That is the secret. The secret is the feeling. It's not just in visualizing it, because Ava, I know you said sometimes you can't visualize.
Right.
So
Actually, I do not. I'm not able to like literally visualize.
Yeah, that's a limited belief also. We talked about this. You get to feel it. And I know you can feel it. Yeah.
Oh, I'm a very strong feeler.
Yeah,
It's a shortcut. Yes.
By feeling abundant, you start attracting abundance into your life.
So amazing. So you've mentioned Bob Proctor as your coach, as your guide, and really getting into this feelings, thinking, and creating abundance through visualization. As we come to a close, I have the most gracious co-hosts who have decided they wanted to hand off the closing to us. And so before we even get to a close, I want to invite you to, have our audience experience what it's like to be in an abundance meditation. And I know that's something that you've also kind of taken pieces from different mentors, including Bob Proctor. But before we do that, I wanted to first tee up for you that we have an amazing open on day 4 tomorrow. We've got Gene Simmons of Kiss. Who here are fans of Kiss? Really opening us up tomorrow. And we've got, all film conversations. We've got leadership conversations, of course, in this LA Leadership Week. But join us again tomorrow from 10 a.m. until 5:30 p.m. It's going to be a day full of leadership in different areas, in music, in band, in film, and in different areas of leadership. So definitely abundance is the key and the keyword for LA Leadership Week, with 200 plus speakers, thanking Mary Glorfield, executive producer of the LA Leadership Week 2025, our CEO Mo Rock, our Vice President Michael Silvers, our Chief Operating Officer Parisa Rose, our Chief Strategy Officer Alicia Magnus Lewis. We've got Jason Antelek, the Director of Speakers Bureau, on the helm today in the back scenes. We've got Jeff Ross, who's also our genius in terms of everything, websites and CEOs and designs, with Daniel Russo. We've got an entire team in the Los Angeles Tribune that's really running the background in here. And I wanted to thank all of you, all of our co-hosts, Vietnam Journal today with Dr. Emily Letran. She's flying to the Philippines to create more journals. We've got a lot of amazing medical journals that's coming together right now. And also thank you to Karen Hall, to Donna Campbell. Totally an amazing team. Jane Slack is like, oh my, what an amazing team. Absolutely, what a huge team. And we all, play in each other's strengths, and we all support each other. And thank you for the visionary leadership of our Chief Strategist, Steward, and CEO Mo Rock. With that, Daniela, I would like to invite you to bring our day 3 into a close with an abundance meditation.
Yeah, so this is Ava's favorite. I personally recorded it for her.
Let's go.
So let's go. Yes. So close your eyes. And I want you to, as you say this, I want you to envision it also. Feel it, envision it. So Bob Proctor, this is his meditation. I am so happy and grateful now that money comes to me in increasing quantities through many sources. I am one with the infinite riches of my subconscious mind. It is my right to be rich, happy, and successful. Money flows to me easily, endlessly, and in avalanches of abundance. I give my talents with love, and I'm wonderfully blessed financially. It is amazing. That's it. Ava has it on repeat.
I was going to say, I need the repeat. One more time, please.
One more time. Okay. I am so happy and grateful now that money comes to me in increasing quantities through many sources. on a continuous basis. I am one with the infinite riches of my subconscious mind. It is my right to be rich, happy, and successful. Money flows to me easily, endlessly, and in avalanches of abundance. I give my talents with love, and I'm wonderfully blessed financially. It is amazing. There you go.
Thank you so much, Daniela. Daniela has
Now the whole world
business
has
and Facebook group called Abundant Women Rise. And I am excited. I actually have her meditation in repeat, and I sleep on it. So good. Yes. You've got wonderful comments, Daniela. Avalanches of abundance.
I envision the
yes.
waterfall. Yeah, you envision a waterfall when you say that. Envision a waterfall with like literally abundance coming down. Instead of water, you envision money coming down.
And like you said, abundance is in everything. Right now I watch Daniela with such an abundance in time. Like her team creates finances for her without her being involved. She's playing with her grandkids. She's taking time to bake, to cook, to be in the swimming pool. And all of that, defines abundance. So
what I want to say? I want to say that I created a life where I don't need a vacation from. So create a life where you don't need a vacation from.
And that is through meditation, visualization, and feeling that you are already abundant. It's not easy. It's not easy sometimes, right? Like, I have to be honest. I'm like, I've got her on repeat.
Yeah.
And it's not easy. Sometimes we're so present with what we need, what we don't have, like what we haven't paid, all of those things, right? Like the things that we want to create, that we need budget for, we need finances for, but all of that is the needing, right? So like, how do we shift from being in need to already having it? And that Daniela's been coaching me, like that's the key. Is like envision and be in the present.
Embody the feeling of being abundant. You got to feel that. You got to feel like you already are. Because your subconscious mind does not know the difference. So I do this meditation daily, twice a day, morning and evening. And like, as I say it, I feel it. And I am not even surprised when things show up, because I already know they're coming. Like, I don't even have to think where the money are coming. They're just showing up. It's just incredible.
So Daniela, I just wanted to be, grounded, right? Grounded. For people who are experiencing fear or shame or doubt, and it's just hard to shake it off. It's a reality, right? Like, it's true.
Yeah.
How can one clear those feelings, forgive what can be forgiven, let go of what shames? Because you can't build on top of crap.
No.
You just can't build on top of SHIT, right? So you got to clear it to be able to build. So tell us a little bit more about how to clear any of the feelings you want to replace with abundance.
Yes, and I do have that, and I've did it myself in many areas, and I call it the forgiveness letter. And probably you guys heard about it. The forgiveness letter is where you take a few sheets of paper, and whatever you are feeling, shame, guilt, scarcity, whatever you're feeling that is not aligned with abundance, this is what I do. So I'm just going to give you the process. I find some either meditation music, some of my favorite music, and you put it on, and you take a few sheets of paper, and you go back to the moment. Like some cases, the shame, somebody blamed, somebody told you something. Like anything that is weighing heavy on yourself, and you start writing everything you wanted to say to that person. Like, just yell it out on writing in paper. Just keep it writing until, of course, probably feelings will come over you, cry will come, like tears will come down your face. This is when you release the past trauma, whatever it's going on in your life that you can't attract abundance. So as you're writing, sometimes 3-4 pages, and that after you're complete and you don't have anything to say, you take those pieces of paper and you crumble them up and you bury them or light them on fire, meaning you let them go. What I did is I created a place in the ground. I made a hole. I put my music, I put the paper, and I burned it. And it just took off, like the flames were going, and I felt like it was releasing out of my body. And that's one way to release anything that's holding you back from abundance. And anything that's holding you back is anything from your childhood, any trauma that you experienced.
So, Daniela, you said childhood. Does that mean that when we're reproducing it now, it's not necessarily the problem? Does that mean there's an origin of that in childhood?
Always an origin. There's always, you go back to the moment. For me, the moment was, and I distinctly remember because I was so little, I had to look up at my mom when she said, there is 10 of you and there's only one salary. So don't ask for anything. We cannot afford anything. And in that moment, I felt like, oh my God, I can't even have a toy like that low. I mean, we have no money. So that's why I never want that to happen to my kids, my grandkids. So I literally shifted the whole generation. So my kids and grandkids don't ever have to say that ever again. And by me shifting and healing, I'm healing the whole generation before me and after me.
That is so powerful. If we understand that that's the value of being abundant now, is that we heal the generations after us and we also heal the generation before us. It is definitely worth standing for.
You have seen videos of my granddaughters, how I create with my granddaughters. I'm creating moments and I'm videotaping them as they, go along. And I started when they were 2 and 3. So I'm creating videos where I'm asking them to look themselves in the mirror and say these powerful words, I am abundant. I am pretty. I am powerful. I am joyful. And then I am loving. So they already embodying at 3 and 5 years old right now. They're 3 and 5, but they're embodying the abundance that I've been guiding them through. So I'm definitely changing the next generation.
And I see this as a full circle. You heard Jim Quick this morning, and Joseph McClendon, and they were talking about sometimes we think that beating ourselves up in shame would make us get motivated, but that is actually the opposite. We've talked about praise, about how it's so important to praise yourself, how it's important to celebrate yourself. And I think we're coming in full circles as we close, from the message of Joseph McClendon and Jim Quick this morning. And if you missed it, come back in the recording once we turn this off.
Oh my God. Thank you for reminding me this morning. Daniela, get on right now. It was one of the most powerful segment I've heard in this leadership.
Absolutely. So if once this end, it will play back from the very beginning, and you can see Joseph McClendon and Jim Quick. Tag people, share, still continue to come in on the comment. We've got some comments here. Journal to joy through forgiveness, beautiful, and yes, can't build on crap. So there's actually an insight from James Lack-Smith. Rather than a vision of future of abundance, assume you were born with abundance. We really are. Yes. We really are born with abundance, and that's all you got to remember. So
you also heard about the David, right? the David, we're chipping away everything there is not David. Remember the saying?
Yes.
Yeah. How did you
The
create
sculpture.
David? Yeah, it was somebody was asking, how did you create the sculpture David? Well, I just chipped away everything there was in David. So we just get to chip away everything that is not revealing the abundance that we already are.
Yes, the abundance that we already are. Daniela Truffin, Ava Manuel, I have enjoyed this thoroughly beautiful end to the day. Thank you both from my heart. Annie Boone, thank you so much for being a part of the Los Angeles Tribune community. So we're gonna close with the TEDx talk of our CEO Morak, the very recent purpose and heartbeat of why we do what we do, because we believe that creating positivity, bringing voices that normally people won't even hear on a media network, on a global broadcast, gets to change lives all the way to Vietnam, to Ghana, to different parts of the world, Europe, Australia, because of the beauty of social media. And today we also had the father of Mark Zuckerberg that was here in our broadcast. So what a powerful day. Thank you so much for being with us. Daniela, one more meditation and then we're going to close with Morak. So one more of your meditation, please.
One more? Mine? Okay.
Yes.
I am so happy and grateful now that money flows to me through multiple sources on a continuous basis. I am one with the infinite riches of my subconscious mind. It is my right to be rich, happy, and successful. Money flows to me easily, endlessly, and in avalanches of abundance. I give my talents with love, and I'm wonderfully blessed financially. It is amazing.
Imagine waking up in the morning, grabbing your morning coffee, and opening up your daily newspaper to nothing but headlines that inspire and uplift you. Headlines like the Apollo 11 moon landing and how it inspired people in the 60s, or headlines like the Berlin Wall has collapsed, or even more recently, headlines like the miracle on the Hudson. What would that do to your day when you started off with just positive news? My name is Mo Rock. I'm the CEO of a national newspaper brand, and today, together, we are reimagining journalism. You see, studies reveal that there is a stark contrast between positive news and negative news. In fact, for every piece of news that is solutions-based, that can uplift and inspire you, there are at least 17 that don't. That's 17 to 1. So today, we are actually faced with an epidemic of negative news. We've all heard the phrase, if it bleeds, it leads. But why does this have to be the centerpiece of a lot of news production, journalism, and content creation of the world today? There are a lot of incredible journalists that are solutions orientated, and I give a lot of credit to them for doing a great job. And here's the truth that you may not realize, is that everyone in this room is impacting our news. You see, every single time you like a post, every single time you leave a comment on a news article, and every single time you share something, you're not just liking, commenting, and resharing. You're actually casting a vote. You're not only casting a vote for the kind of news you want to consume, but believe it or not, you're casting a vote for the kind of world you want to live in. You see, I believe that news has the power to not just inform you, but it has the power to mold you. Our world views are largely shaped based on the news and content that we consume. And so I want to encourage folks to remember that the next time that they like, comment, and share. Our organization has one question that it always has to ask before we share anything, print anything, or publish anything. Our editorial team asks this one very simple question. Does the following piece of news empower our audience, or does it disempower our audience? What would the world look like if every content creator, every journalist, every time someone posted a news article, they asked that question? Does the following piece of content empower our audience or disempower our audience? And I want to encourage everyone to participate in this process and help us bridge that gap between 17 negative news articles for every one positive. And let's come together and ultimately make this world a better place. Thank you.